I would. Done this, we've done it on Dr. Hollis.
He is, yeah.
I just sent you on to that.
Oh, thank you.
It's really.
Yeah, we were thinking of.
There's so much fun over
Just connecting the Zoom here. Looks like Mary Owen, you're having some trouble connecting your audio. If you want to try leaving the Zoom and then reconnecting, that might help with the problem. Otherwise, there is a phone number. Call in if you're having trouble with the audio visual connection. Really here. Notice here.
Should be here. Yes.
He was watching.
Oh.
For a while, but. Or it might.
He sent us something done by the.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the.
He sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice that.
Oh, I think so.
Not right now.
Gotcha, I'm not either. I didn't even bring my lunch today because I thought yesterday I was just not ready to pay my eating. I feel it was easy.
So it's good having to get into. So jealous.
Went home, was a bed, sat at.
Is it bigger?
I think so. This is the
Okay.
So I.
It has a lot of useless.
Right.
Oh, really?
What they were predicting about, so. I kept me awake till 1:30.
And it's for the smaller lot, well, they're using to carry that. Yes, I do like, like in Lawsville,
Operating
well,
on 3 on 3.
before I went to
It was
Lawsville.
about 4 or 5. I got up at 9:30.
Sure, it had like an 11-inch. Which was awesome because it was like,
It's funny, it was like a Zoom.
it was pro.
Yeah, when you have.
Yeah, but it was like.
It was a big
So back then-
vacation just to go they had.
Like the size of the book, right? This big.
Until you need reading glasses, then you like the bigger one.
Just like phones too, you know, little tiny phones and. Yeah, that's what they do. Back then it was, they actually had. Spinning drives right, it's all. Bands.
Are you talking about cars?
Sitting.
When I,
like-
when I did bring it, they.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was big. That when they didn't.
If I have to test it. So I get through.
And then you just remember this, like, yeah, battery. Yeah, maybe the max.
Yeah.
It's my college laptop. It's the. Yeah, that's they get the glass diver.
Yes.
I don't mind them smaller, maybe I can just change the resolution, right? At least it's hard to even split screen and all that. Yeah, so it does drafting or nothing on it. You get spoiled by multiple. But yeah, just operate multiple.
So, see you there, Mary. Want to test out your microphone? to make sure-
Like roll card.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm just gonna unmute you and have you test that out. Okay, so Mary, I just unmuted you on Zoom. Can you just test out your microphone, make sure you're working?
Hello?
Oh, great. Thank you. So just we'll take appearances at the beginning, and then at that point, you know, you can hang out on Zoom and observe or certainly have opportunity to ask questions for the witnesses, but, yeah, I'm not expecting what your participation will be like, but just chime in when you need to, and we'll just keep you on screen, at this point. Few more minutes to go. Settled in here, got everyone we're expecting. So, yeah. A minute of silence before we start. Fortunately, there's many reasons for moments of silence, no? Yeah. As the bell chimes, let's get on the record. Welcome, everyone, back to day 2 with 9827 C100 Badger Hollow Wind Farms application for CPCN. This is Mike Kumark, the administrative law judge for the PSC. Welcome everyone back for on location hearing. Thanks for getting here a little early today. Let's take appearances on the record one more time, and we'll start with the applicant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jess Polkowski, Reinhardt Berner Van Duren, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Badger Hollow Wind LLC.
And Clean Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Nicola for Clean Wisconsin.
All right, Linda Grice.
Good morning, Your Honor, Linda Grice.
Okay, so remember, speak in the microphone and keep it, just keep it on there for you, yeah. Jenkins.
Morning, Your Honor, Frank Jablonski, Progressive Law for Jenkins.
All right. Metallica.
Gina Metallica.
Mary Owen, I know you're on Zoom. If you could just unmute and make your appearance. Oh. Okay, just turn on your mic. If you could just state your name for us, Mary. Well, pretty sure she's with us. We'll just assume she's connected at least. All right, Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Evan White's on behalf of the Public Service Commission.
Larry Reagan.
Good morning, Your Honor, Larry Reagan.
Renew Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor, Ori Walsbeck on behalf of Renew.
George Schwartzman.
Morning, Your Honor, George Schwartzman.
And the trustees of 435.
Good morning, Your Honor. Amy Hunt, representing the trustees of 435 County Highway E.
Okay, Wisconsin Policy Monitor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Olson here with Wisconsin Policy Monitor LLC.
Great, thanks for joining you. All your microphones seem to be working well. Just make sure you speak into them, push the green light on when it's time to speak. Good, so we do have, and so anything that we need to address, housekeeping matters before we take our first witness? All right, let's get right to it. This should shift around the screen share. We do have witness on Zoom. First. So if, let's go off the record. So, Daniel, if you can hear me, if you can unmute or on your screen, perfect. So,
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
So, just adjusting your picture in the hearing room here. That you're kind of over the witness stand, so it's almost like you're here.
Thank you.
All right, so we got our evidence list. If you need me to share, well, we kind of. We'll probably just split the screen a bit if we're going to share documents. You'll get a squeeze a little bit. Okay. All right, so raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, turn you over to your attorney.
Good morning, Dr. Howard.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Dr. Daniel Bost Howard.
How are you employed and in what capacity?
I am fully employed by Quantum Energy as the CEO.
Before we continue, can everyone hear the witness? I'm gonna hang on. One more adjustment.
I can speak louder.
No, I think we're okay. Yeah, I'll. Sure. All right, go ahead.
You mentioned that you are employed by Quantum. What is Quantum Energy?
Quantum Energy is an impact measurement analytics platform for clean energy projects.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 8 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same as set forth in your testimony?
Yes.
And is the information contained in your testimony and exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, yes.
I have just a few follow-up questions based on some issues that have arisen since your rebuttal testimony. First, could you please clarify whether the results from your emissions report, which is your exhibit 2 to your rebuttal testimony, took into account the full life cycle of the Badger Hollow Wind project?
Yes, the results take into consideration the entire life cycle of the project, from mining the raw materials for the wind turbines to processing those materials to manufacturing the wind turbines, shipping the wind turbines, installing the wind turbines, operating the wind turbines, and then decommissioning the wind turbines.
There were questions yesterday as to whether the project would have a positive impact on the economy, particularly considering the alleged negative health impacts.
I'm sorry, considering the.
Alleged negative health impacts. Could you please address this?
Yes, I would be happy to. So in addition to the entire life cycle of the Badger Hollow Wind project, the Total View Energy platform, which is the tool we used for this analysis, which was funded by the National Science Foundation, it simulates hourly electricity grid interaction across the entire balancing authority that this project is located in. And in doing so, we're able to make a very comprehensive and accurate assessment of both the negative and the positive impacts of this project. And what we find are very substantial positive impacts of this project due to primarily pollution reductions in and around the balancing authority of this project, and very substantial pollution reductions.
Sorry. just interrupting a second. Are we just reviewing what's in rebuttal and the study, or is there something in addition we're gonna hear?
There were questions yesterday that addressed the negative impacts and whether or not, in particular, Mr. Loomis's economic analysis could be accounted on. So I just wanted him to clarify.
Address, okay, well, if he has anything particular to raise besides what's in the report already, that would be useful.
Yeah, but my apologies for providing a little too much background. Let me go straight to the point. And the point of this matter is through applying the industry's best methodologies and data sets for assessing this project, it becomes very clear how in and around this project there are only positive public health impacts on the order of close to 470 disability adjusted life years per year, which is equivalent to about 100 people getting 4.7 years of life, additional years of life each year this project is operating. And in also assessing the negative impacts of this project, we found that the only negative impacts were due to emissions and resource depletion at the place of mining and manufacturing the turbines, which in this case is nowhere near the project site. And so even due to very marginal land use impacts from installing the wind turbines, those are by far offset due to the emissions reductions and other land use reductions due to reduced fossil extraction that's needed to power the generation facilities that are more expensive and more polluting than the Badger Hollow Wind project, which that project will offset during its operation.
Thank you, Dr. Howard. Dr. Howard is available for cross-examination.
All right, so I didn't have anyone listed, but I didn't get your list until later, so let's just go through alphabetically. I think I have this better organized now. So did you, Linda Grice, did you have any questions?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Okay, fine.
I'm Linda Grice. I have some questions about your rebuttal, I guess here is the first thing. But we're just talking about land use impacts. So I'd like to kind of address those. What did you consider for all the land use impacts?
We considered life cycle land use impacts, which includes land transformation, land occupation, and land relaxation across the life cycle of the project. So land transformation is the clearing of the land and the preparation for installing the wind turbines. Land occupation includes the occupation of the land by the wind turbines over its entire life cycle. And then land relaxation includes returning the land to its semi-natural state afterwards.
Okay, did you take into consideration the land use impacts for the manufacture and the digging for minerals and things that you're using?
We did, yes.
Like in other countries?
Yes,
I mean,
we use global averages for those.
Right, like land use impact.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? You were both talking.
Um,
He said we did, yes, in other countries.
yeah, did you consider the land use impact in other countries, worldwide land use impact for the manufacturing?
Yes, we did, using global averages.
Using, pardon, what was it?
Global averages of the land use impacts across each stage of the life cycle, including mining the materials, the resource depletion and emissions from doing so, processing those materials, manufacturing the turbines, and then shipping the turbines to the site of operation.
Did you present a copy of all those land use impacts in your testimony? I didn't see that.
In the exhibit, if we can bring the exhibit up, we can walk to the chart that provides the summary of those impacts, if you'd like.
Yeah, so a witness, Howard, to the extent you can point us to the exhibit, or the information that's on the record, that would be useful, I think. I can hope, I'm expecting that parties have reviewed the filings and can then speak to seeking clarification of those filings they've already received, rather than asking questions about what's already there and presented, and already in evidence. So if there's an issue or fact that's already been received as evidence, we don't need to ask for it. We don't need to elicit that it be presented here today. Through your questions, we can simply accept that it's in the record. But if you want to challenge those facts or seek clarification of those facts, that's fine. But let's start with the facts we have. So what was it? What page of the table on?
That table is on page 23. Yep.
Avoided resource use, is that what my mistake?
Yes, exactly. So this project over the entire life cycle, and the system through which it's operating in actually avoids, or I should say, saves a certain amount of land due to the very small footprint of the wind turbines and the ability to utilize the land around those, and then the offsetting of fossil fuel infrastructure, and which in Wisconsin is that like over 90% coal and natural gas that will be offset by this project. And so all of the land used for mining the raw materials, or I should say mining the coal that's used as the fuel in the coal plants, and then fracking of the natural gas that's used in the natural gas power plants, this project actually across its life cycle and across the system leads to land savings as well as water savings, because a tremendous amount of water is used to cool the coal and natural gas power plants, which again will not be having to be run as much because they're more expensive and more polluting forms that will be offset by this cleaner and cheaper electricity source.
Okay, then in your rebuttal on page 4, you say, by stimulating electricity grid interaction on an hourly basis, we are able to see that the project is primarily offsetting natural gas and coal generation. This is because natural gas and coal have higher marginal dispatch costs and make up a large portion of the MISO generation mix. Do you turn off the natural gas and coal when you're running the turbines, or do you still need that there for backup?
So the MISO Balancing Authority has its own electricity dispatch protocols, which for simplicity are based on marginal dispatch costs. And so essentially, as new generation becomes available in the market at a lower price, the generation sources with the highest marginal dispatch costs are turned down first. And so the electricity simulation model that we use simulates this on an hourly basis and then back tests the data against the generation that's reported to the US EIA, Energy Information Administration, to ensure very high accuracy, which is what we did for this particular project. And so we can say with high certainty that the vast majority of energy sources that are going to be offset are coal and natural gas. Now, given the current grid in Wisconsin, going to need to be there until we add more wind, solar, and other.
Witness Howard, you've got a little broken up in your answer over Zoom, so we'll just need to reset where we last heard you and where we recorded you on the transcript. So let's read it back where your last statement was.
The very last statement was, now given the current grid in Wisconsin.
Now, given the current electricity mix in Wisconsin, which is approximately 73% coal and natural gas, some of that will need to remain on the grid in order to meet demand. However, as Wisconsin's grid transitions to a net zero grid by 2050, in accordance with, I believe, Executive Order 38 by Wisconsin, less and less of that coal and natural gas generation will be needed. Once it reaches a fully net zero grid with sufficient storage and load balancing resources, it is possible that no coal and natural gas will be needed.
Hey, Ms. Grice, any other questions?
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
No. I will move on over. So actually 4:35, I'm gonna, you should be called first on the list because it's a number. We're doing it alphabetically. So, do you have any questions?
I do.
No, okay. All right, so, Jenkins, next.
Yes, sir. Morning, I'm Frank Jablonski. I'm here for the Jenkins. Can you hear me?
Morning. Yes, I can.
Morning.
Thank you.
So when you were discussing the impact of materials, you talked about global averages. That's what you used?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Are materials more likely to be sourced from certain locations such as China as opposed to averaged out globally for wind turbines?
I do not know what Invenergy's sourcing practices are, or the the likelihood of where they're sourcing from, which is why we use global averages.
Okay, so you don't know how much cobalt they get from countries in Africa, for example?
That is correct. I was not privy to that information.
And your analysis does not pretend to take into account the impact on children from mining that cobalt in Africa, does it?
Just hang on.
Yes, it does.
So record straight. Hang on, Ms. Howard, just so the record is straight, is it on the record that there's cobalt mining involved with wind turbines? Is that?
It's not in the record.
We can put it.
Yeah.
He knows.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He knows. So we can put it in. I can ask him, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, you can ask him, sure. Thanks.
Sir, do you know whether cobalt is used in the construction of or operation of wind turbines?
I'm a little confused which question you'd like me to answer. You asked a previous question of, did we consider the impacts of
I'm sorry, see, I gotta ask a preliminary question because I jumped ahead of myself to ask you that question. So now I'm going back and asking you the question I should have asked you, which is the first one. Are you aware of the use of cobalt in wind turbines?
I am aware that there are a number of raw materials that are mined to produce, whether it's wind turbines or solar panels. There's lots of different metals and minerals involved in this mining. And we take into account, we use the industry's leading data sets, which looks at all of the materials, metals and minerals involved, as well as the emissions involved with extracting them and the impacts of that mining and emissions on public health and ecosystems.
Do those minerals that you looked at include cobalt?
I would have to look into the data set that we used, which is very extensive, to answer that question.
So the answer is at this time, you do not know.
I would have to check the data set.
Is that difficult for you to do?
It's a little time consuming, but it's not difficult.
There another element in Africa that he knows of?
No, I can see the way that he's going to address these questions, so I don't need to push this because in the interest of time. You mentioned Executive Order 38, do you recall that?
I did, yes.
Did
I
you
read
get this?
that. Excuse me.
Okay. I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought you were done. Please finish.
I just said I read that in the one of the exhibits in this trial, the 2050 Wisconsin Net Zero Plan.
And is it your understanding that Executive Order 38 has the force of law?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
He made predictions about how the energy use was going to change under Executive Order 38, the mix. So,
Well, can we ask him under what the authority is he that, what authority, what authority does he believe the executive order has and how reflected his analysis? I know he can't make a legal conclusion, but I think you want to know what extent he relied on it to
right.
make his analysis. That would be a more appropriate.
Your prediction as to the prospective change in Wisconsin's energy mix towards non-use of coal and gas was based on your understanding of what I'll call the forcing effects of Executive Order 38. Is that a fair summary?
I'll object from, I don't
No.
understand what is forcing effects.
Okay, well, hang on, there's an objection, so, yeah, if you can rephrase, just.
Okay, I'll try to break it down in small questions.
Yeah.
You predicted a change in the energy mix in Wisconsin, correct? Based on increasing use of renewables?
We use an electricity grid simulation model, which can simulate hourly electricity grid interaction with over a 99% accuracy, which we have backtested across all 69 balancing authorities in the United States. For this particular project, we took the MISO Balancing Authority and we added in the Badger Hollow Wind project and then resimulated it with the hourly expected generation from the Badger Hollow Wind project to see what are the most likely changes on an hourly basis to the grid, and how does that change emissions, and how does that change public health and ecosystem impacts. We did not look at Executive Order 38. I only mentioned Executive Order 38 because the last question was asking whether or not power plants need to remain online for backup. We didn't look at that in my analysis.
So any predictions or expectations that you identified with respect to Wisconsin's future energy mix were just your opinion based on expectations? Is that correct? Or did I miss it? Did you not make that? Did you not make a statement about the energy mix change?
I will object to the extent that this mischaracterizes his testimony and report.
Okay, and I think we can have the witness try to clarify what went into making the predictions, that's fine, so. Let's go ahead and answer.
Great.
Do you know the question you want to read that?
I think I'm aware of the question, and I can answer it unless there's something else that someone wants to say first.
No, I think you're good to go.
Okay, great. So we simulated the MISO Balancing Authority based on the 2023 actual generation for an entire year. And then we simulated it again with of what would have happened if a 118 megawatt Badger Hollow wind project was operational. And we looked at this on an hourly basis. And from that, we characterized the changes to generation, the changes to emissions to air, soil, and water, and then the changes to public health and ecosystem impacts. And then we looked at what are the economic impacts of that avoided pollution. And we did that for 1 year.
All this is in your report, correct?
Correct.
That's not an answer to my question.
Okay.
So my question is, did you, in your testimony, make a prediction about the future energy mix of Wisconsin moving to 100% renewables?
No. In the exhibit, we use a very accurate electricity simulation model to simulate the hourly changes over the course of 1 year of what those changes would be if a 118 megawatt wind farm was developed and commissioned into operation at the Badger Hollow wind site.
With respect to health impacts, you are not an audiologist, is that correct?
That is correct. However, there was a lot of epidemiology during my PhD, which focused specifically on what are the public health and climate impacts of the electricity grid. And so I am very well versed in the epidemiological literature. On my PhD committee, I had an epidemiologist from the public health school. And I also did a research fellowship at the US EPA Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I was with the Risk and Benefits Group, which developed the EPA Benefits Mapping and Analysis Program, which is currently the most sophisticated model for assessing air quality impacts on human health in the US.
I'm sorry, my question was, are you an audiologist?
I said, no, I'm not.
Okay, are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not.
Are you not acoustician?
No, I'm not.
Are you a specialist in any medical field having to do with hearing or infrasound?
No, not at all.
Thank you, no further questions.
Okay. Move on to Metallica.
I had one question.
Just introduce yourself.
I'm Gina Metallica. You, at the beginning of your conversation, you were alluding to your model incorporating the area that the turbines are in. I didn't hear any mention of the trenching that's involved with this project, which is 44 miles of trenching. Did you take that into consideration on the impact to the land use?
Good question. We take into consideration the average life cycle impacts of what a project like this, of what it would have. The actual specifics of the land use in and around this project were analyzed in a separate study. And our lawyer, Jessica, can provide that exhibit. I've read it, but I'm not recalling the names of the authors.
Did they take into consideration the 44 miles of connection lines?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my study, and that question is for them. I do cite the study somewhere in the report, but again, I don't remember every single detail of it.
All right. Hey, Larry Reeve.
Hi, Dr. Howard, I'm Larry Reagan.
Hi.
So your study is a Badger Hollow Wind 118 megawatt program, correct? Or wind farm.
I'm sorry, I need to turn up my volume a little bit. Would you please repeat the question?
Your study is concerns 118 megawatts for Badger Hollow, correct?
That is correct.
And how many turbines?
If I remember correctly, it was somewhere around 19.
Okay. So is it safe to say it's a 6.2 best turbine that's going to be used?
Object to the extent that this is outside of Dr. Howard's testimony.
Well, I think he can. I think that's a fair question, because he is working on the project, so. I'll
Sure. I can provide some details on this. And so for the generation, the hourly generation of the Badger Hollow wind farm at this specific location, that was studied, a comprehensive study was performed by an engineer, and the hourly results of that expected generation of the 118 megawatt wind farm was provided to Quantum for the study. So that's what we used. That study did not specify the number of turbines or the size of the turbines. However, the data sets that we use, there's three main life cycle data sets for wind turbines. One is less than a megawatt, the other is between 1 and 3 megawatts, and the last is greater than 3 megawatts. And that's so we use the largest available life cycle data set for this particular project.
I don't understand what's the 3 megawatt? What were you referring to, 3 megawatts, the size of the turbine?
I'm referring to the wind turbine life cycle data sets for this region that were available. And we used the largest turbine size that was available, which is greater than 3 megawatts.
Okay, what concerns me is, for public health, is,
I'm not gonna have you testify right now, that's for later, so. If you're gonna ask me a question, that's fine.
okay, can you talk about the capacity of oils in these, wind turbines, 19? How many are going to be, how much oil? We'll start with synthetic oil for the nacelle. How many gallons or liters?
Yes. So again, we looked at the impacts on emissions and resource use across the life cycle, which includes replacing bearings and the oils and lubricants used. And so those are included in the life cycle assessment data sets that we utilized in this project. So those impacts are included in the numbers that are presented in the charts. Now, these data sets are very comprehensive. They take into consideration hundreds of different materials and aspects, and then they look at thousands of different emissions. And so, and there's many different data sets. There's thousands of data sets. And so I don't have the specific contents of each part of each data set at the top of my mind. That's just something we look up, when needed.
Well, could you just give me a figure? Well, let's talk about hydraulic oil, synthetic oil, transformer insulation oil, cleaning agents, and grease. Could you just give me an estimate per turbine? How many gallons are in each turbine? And, right,
Oh, no, please finish the question. I'm sorry.
well, there was really two questions. What is the total capacity of oils and gallons for all those types of oils? And, how often do they have to be changed?
So again, the answer is going to be across the entire life cycle. there is so many different inputs and outputs and emissions and materials and resources used. And those, vary by technology, by region, that I do not have them at the top of my head. They are available in the different data sets. There's sometimes a bit of digging that's required. Sometimes lots, sometimes it can take, days to really parse these apart. They're so comprehensive. And so again, I don't store those numbers at the top of my mind.
Would you say it's greater than 1,000 gallons?
Objection asked and answered.
Well, I guess, what I'd like to know, Attorney, Witness Howard, the proposed turbine is the best, what's the number six?
B162.
B162.
There's actually though more than one model that's been proposed.
Right. Well, like I mean, does your data set actually contain information about particular manufacturers and models and the amount of lubricant that's in the cell for the individual items?
Good question. It uses averages with either in a region or globally for particular turbines. And so these numbers that are presented here would be averages amount of the lubricants and oils that would be needed, are what are included in this. Now, sure, they might vary a little bit depending on the size, but ultimately, once you normalize this per megawatt hour of electricity produced, they usually come out to be very similar.
And Your Honor, to the extent that we need to get into the specifics of these turbines, I would direct the interveners to our engineering witness, Mr. Kurz, who will testify later.
Okay. Yeah, so that's probably the most efficient way to handle this. Why don't we reserve our particular questions about the specifics of the proposed turbines to Witness Kurtz. I guess I don't know if Witness Kurtz has access to the same data sets that Witness Howard has. Okay, so I guess my concern is that if Witness Howard has identified there's at least some data that can be extrapolated from data sets that he has, where we could see the amount of lubricant used in proposed turbines. And I think in terms of having some information on the record to that, it's fair to put in the record because it's been something that interveners have been asking for quite a while. And to the best of my knowledge, they haven't had an answer to that. So if that's something that we can prevent the applicant can provide, let's at least set up the process for that. And if it's data that we need to get from Witness Howard's data set, then we'll need to have Witness Howard help us with that. If it's something that Witness Kurtz can provide, then we'll ask Witness Kurtz about it. I think in terms of Witness Howard, once we excuse Witness Howard, my understanding is that the witness will be on a trip out of the country, so we won't be able to recall Witness Howard probably in the immediate future, but let's keep that in mind when we're asking questions of Witness Kurtz and make sure we get this information provided to interveners.
And Your Honor, just so the record is clear and we're not ships passing in the night,
Yes.
I believe what Dr. Howard is testifying about is slightly different than the engineer's concern. He's discussing the lubricants that are used in the maintenance and operation of the turbines, whereas their concern, my understanding, is with the storage of the fluids within the turbines. So I just want to be clear that I think we're talking about two different things, ships passing in the night to some degree, to the extent that we can clarify that.
All right, well, I think we want to, I guess we'll address that if we get to it. Hopefully our engineer can clarify it all for us. All right, so let's move on. Mr. Regan, I think we're going to move on and we're going to address those questions to Witness Kurtz, but we'll keep a bookmark here in case we need to revisit this sometime in the future with Witness Howard, but I think our best bet is looking to Mr. Kurtz for those answers. Do you have any other problems?
Thanks, Dr. Howard.
All right, so we knew any questions?
No, Your Honor,
All right, Mr. Schwartzman.
Yes, Dr. Howard, my name is George Schwartzman. I had a line of questioning here, but what came to mind here first was you mentioned storage was going to be important in order to get to net carbon zero by 2050. As the wind turbines and solar increases, we get more and more, we'll need more and more storage. How's storage doing right now? What about capacity, that sort of thing?
Objective form.
Yeah, this may be out of the scope of this case, but at least the question may not be legitimate for expect a complete answer. So if you could change, could rephrase that.
So you basically mentioned that storage will be important in the future to store the increased amounts of electricity produced by wind turbines and solar panels. Is that right? Storage will become increasingly important.
I'll
That was-
object.
that was Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Howard.
You're gonna let
That
me
was in response to a question I received during cross-examination and is outside of the scope of this study, which just looked at 1 year in the current grid state of the MISO Balancing Authority.
Okay, thank you. Another question here. Are wind turbines green or clean? What's the term that's used these days? Would you consider wind turbines green or clean or both?
We utilize the industry's leading methodologies and data sets to analyze the grid and then just look at what the results show. And what the results show is a substantial reduction in emissions, leading to very substantial public health and ecosystem benefits, reducing not only premature death, but also reducing a lot of disease that doesn't need to happen, but will if this project is not fully permitted.
So wind turbines, you would consider that wind turbines are green. What is the criteria that makes them green? Or what you're looking for emissions? What emission are you looking for? What's the important emission?
I'll object to form, also mischaracterizes customers.
Yeah, we could just. So I guess we don't, instead of adding that little that narrative beginning to your question, just ask the questions correct.
What is the criteria that makes wind green?
For every generation technology currently used in the US electricity grid, we simulate that on an hourly basis. And then we pull in the industry leading life cycle data sets that look at the emissions and resource depletion across the entire life cycle of every technology. And then we say, if you make a change to the grid by adding this particular technology, how do emissions increase or decrease across the entire life cycle? And when a particular project shows very large reductions in global pollutants that are buoyant and disperse upwards, such as greenhouse gases, over 208 were considered in this study, or ozone depleting substances, as well as reductions in emissions that are dense and dispersed downwards, such as particulate matter, which a recent Harvard study found are causing 1 in 8 deaths in the US, as well as human toxicity emissions and photochemical oxidants, and see that this project will lead across the entire life cycle to very large emissions reductions. And then we look at what are the public health impacts of those and ecosystem impacts of those and economic impacts of those. And when a project shows very clearly that it's going to produce substantial public health benefits and ecosystem benefits and economic benefits, it becomes very clear that that project is in the best interest of not only the people in and around the project, but people across the country.
Real quickly here, you mentioned economic benefits. How come, can you answer the question, why have power rates, electric rates in Germany, Australia, California increase, wherever there are wind turbines and solar panels, the electric rates have gone up.
Objection outside of the scope of this witness's testimony.
Sustained, I think that's out of the record, so.
In addition to in the phases of wind turbine operation, I think you're talking about the operation phase, and yesterday we had testimony from Andrew Kell, who basically had only considered the operation phase. He did not consider the production phase, where we had all the metals, the plastics, the steel, the cement, the balsa wood in Amazon. He did not consider that. He did not consider the installation, where we had all the bulldozers and earth move and things like that. He did not consider the deconstruction phase either, with all the CO2 and pollutants produced by there. And you also have the pollutants that are required for the fossil fuel backup.
At this point, I'll object to form.
Okay, sustained. If you could just ask him, like I said, all the kind of preliminary narrative, the witness is not gonna be able to answer those questions, and we don't want to receive those statements of yours into evidence. We need to just ask him what he thinks about, did he review the life cycle, full life cycle? I think he's already answered that he did. So if you want to get more into particulars about the life cycle.
If you consider the life cycle of wind turbines with all the phases, are they cleaner or dirtier than coal?
That's a very good question, and life cycle analysis is required to answer that question, which is why we used an electricity model that considers the entire life cycle. And when you consider it, the wind turbines are far, far cleaner than coal when the entire life cycle is considered. And that is exactly why installing this project with a very, very high certainty, I can say with 100% certainty on my personal behalf, will lead to emissions reductions and public health and ecosystem and economic benefits across Wisconsin and in the broader area.
Okay, just a few more questions here. What is the cause of global warming in your experience? The cause of, is it the sun's activity or is it interrelated? Man, is that a question?
Well, we'll see where we're going. I think we may have an objection, but.
What is the cause of global warming?
Okay, that's.
Object to the extent that this is outside of this witness's testimony.
Okay, I'll sustain that objection.
What effect would the nuclear power have on the wind turbines and the solar panels? President Trump has signed 3 executive orders to create a nuclear renaissance, as he called it. And we have the new SM.
Just object.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, so.
all right.
He did mention nuclear in his analysis, so if you want to ask him a question about how it factors into the analysis, that's one thing, but yeah.
One last question then. Would you agree or disagree with our President Trump, who said wind turbines are bullshit?
All right. That's a quote. That's a quote. I understand.
I'll object as outside of the scope relevant.
Just throw all the objections out.
Yeah.
I will sustain them all. So. Yeah, so I just want to review, no profanity in the hearing room. I understand it was a quote, so that's where it cannot be avoided. Except I don't know what the relevance or the, whether that was really a valid question. So think twice, please. We'd have to strike that and you had a chance to get an answer. So as you see now as well. But, all right, so we'll move on to, Dr. Policy Monitor.
Okay, yes. All right, hello, Dr. Howard. My name is Eric Olson, and I'm here with Wisconsin Policy Monitor LLC. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions this morning?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Okay. In the record of these proceedings, we have an exhibit that was labeled WPM Brown 12, and that is a publication which was from the Vermont Department of Health. And the title was Wind Turbine Noise and Human Health, a review of the scientific literature, May 2017. Are you familiar with that document?
No.
Are you familiar with scientific findings?
Sorry, that's all right. You gotta be careful how you say it. Okay, back on. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with scientific findings that wind turbine facilities have been found to cause noise-related annoyance, sometimes defined as a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, or exhaustion?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's testimony. Dr. Ellen Bogan will be presenting evidence on related to medical impacts.
Okay, sustained.
Maybe.
Oh, go ahead, yeah.
This witness testified at some length that he had done a comprehensive review of the epidemiological effects of the facilities, and that he testified that he didn't think that there were any negatives from a public health standpoint, and then he provided what could only be described as a very impressive foundation of his academic credentials, which included studies on epidemiology as it related to energy facilities. So I think at this juncture, it's fair cross-examination.
I'll allow it.
Okay, so will I. Go ahead.
I don't believe he answered.
Yeah, do we need, let's read the question back.
Yeah, I will,
Are you okay? You need the question, back, or?
yeah, I'd prefer to hear the question again. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I'll have the court reporter do that. Sorry. I haven't had a hybrid hearing like this in a while, so let's have the court reporter read the question back to the witness. Go ahead.
Question, are you familiar with scientific findings that wind turbine facilities have been found to cause noise-related annoyance, sometimes defined as a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, agitation, or exhaustion? Distraction.
Thank you. Thank you. I am not aware of any studies, any peer-reviewed or non-peer-reviewed journal articles that outline these impacts. However, I want to make a clarification based on the, what else the person just asked me, which is this study was not based on Dr. Daniel Howard's review of the epidemiology and what I think. This study is based on the industry standard, the most widely accepted life cycle impact assessment methodologies for electricity production, which were developed by the world's leading scientists to be the most comprehensive impact assessments. And those do not include these sound impacts on health. And my guess as to why is there's no substantial evidence backing it up, because as soon as there is, these life cycle impact assessment methodologies get upgraded to include it, because the whole point of them is to have as comprehensive and unbiased assessment as possible.
So In your answer just now, you stated that the methodology that you used was the industry standard. Which industry would that be?
It is the industry standard methodology for assessing impact of electricity production. So in this case, you could call it the life cycle assessment industry or the impact assessment industry.
Okay, so it's the standard of the particular industry of people like yourself who evaluate those, or the industry standard of wind energy generation or something else? I'm really just asking here because you mentioned bias a minute ago, and I want to probe that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's the industry standard life cycle assessment methodology for the electricity industry.
Okay,
In terms of my understanding.
fair enough. Okay, and would you agree that the industry has a vested interest in the construction of projects like the one that is being considered here today?
I think the electricity industry has a variety of incentives depending on who the developer is and what they're developing.
So you testified that that you believe that the project that's being proposed will contribute to the well-being of the local communities. That was on line 1 of page 8 of your rebuttal in this matter, correct?
Yes, it will reduce the emissions and air quality concentrations of pollutants that these communities are breathing in and reduce premature mortality and morbidity rates in these communities.
Would you agree that your study that you completed in this case did not balance potential harms to the 707 receptor sites identified as being within 1.1 miles of this facility as part of that analysis?
Good question. The reason why we use life cycle assessment is because it attempts to assess all of the material impacts, both positive and negative, to give a full picture. And so these life cycle assessment methods use averages of impacts across the entire life cycle. For each particular project, there are specifics of that project which we did not have that information. And I'm not sure if other studies, Jessica, maybe you could answer this, if other studies were done for the particular question that you're asking.
Okay, fair enough. So would it be fair to say that if you had additional information, such as the exact type of turbines that are going to be used in this study, the exact location of those turbines, the number of receptor sites, in other words, buildings where people congregate within 1.1 miles of the turbines, and possibly other information that would be relevant, you could make a more accurate analysis than the one that you presented?
In my expert opinion, the results would not change materially. And the reason why is that so much more pollution is reduced through the operation of this project than is caused through manufacturing it or installing it. We're talking about orders of magnitude greater reductions than additions, which is why it's very clear that this project has substantial net public health and ecosystem and economic benefits. And so even if we did have that information, I do not see the results changing, in any sort of statistically significant way.
You state in your testimony at line 10 and 11 of page 7 of your rebuttal that actually lines 9, 10, and 11 that it becomes I'm sorry, 7 through 11, you state, when a comprehensive scientific methodology is utilized to analyze both the positive and negative impacts of the project on an hourly basis, it becomes irrefutably clear that the project is a triple win for public health, the economy, and ecosystems. What negative impacts did you factor into your scientific analysis?
Great question. So again, we use the industry leading life cycle assessment methodology, which looks at the emissions and resource depletion across the entire life cycle of the project. And so at the site where the metals and minerals are mined that go into manufacturing the turbines, and then where the turbines are manufactured, and then the shipping of those turbines, and then the clearing of the land and installing of the turbines, all of those do have quote unquote, they increase emissions or they deplete resources, and so would be considered to have negative impacts. However, the positive impacts of then operating that were 10 times, 50 times greater than that, which is why the net benefits are so clear. So for instance, if we go to page 27 of, well, actually 27 is probably not the best one. If we go to page 25 of my exhibit, you will see the land use impacts, positive impacts on the right due to the pollution reduction, and negative impacts here on the left. And you'll see there's a net gain even with land use due to the reductions in land required for coal mining and fracking due to the reductions in the dirtier, more expensive coal and natural gas generation in the MISO Balancing Authority. So again, this graph shows it well, negative impacts on the left, positive impacts on the right.
Okay, so in taking your testimony at face value, there was no analysis contained in it of the potential for annoyance as I defined it earlier, correct?
Though the potential for annoyance is not part of the industry-leading life cycle assessment methodology, my understanding of why is that there's no substantial evidence supporting that.
Okay. Now, hypothetically, if one or more people were to experience a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, or exhaustion, and that condition were to persist for the duration of the project, would it be fair to say that the project would not be beneficial for that person?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I think that's outside the scope of his analysis.
When you performed the what I think you called the MISO balancing analysis, was it?
The MISO Balancing Authority is the electricity balancing authority where the Badger Hollow Wind project is proposed to be developed, yes.
Okay, and you performed an analysis taking into account the project's effect, whatever it might be, on the MISO Balancing Authority, correct?
Correct. We used a very accurate and comprehensive electricity simulation tool.
Okay, at the time that you did that analysis, was the Red Barn wind facility in operation or not?
I'll object to that type of this witness's testimony.
I think I'm gonna overrule that objection. Yeah, just if you can just describe to the extent you know what was in one of the input, that was an input in your analysis.
Sure. All generators that were operational in the 2023 year were considered in the analysis. In all generators in the MISO Balancing Authority.
As we sit here today, do you know what was the date that the Red Barn wind turbine facility came online?
There are hundreds, and actually I would guess that there's potentially over 1,000 generators in the MISO Balancing Authority, and I do not know the operational date for each and every one.
Okay, thank you for your answers. That's all my questions.
Oh, staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Howard. Evan Whites on behalf of Commission staff. I just have a real quick question. Throughout your testimony this morning, you've been referring to a number of data sets and like comprehensive sources of data that from what I gather, contain a lot of intricate information that you said might even take days to dig into. Is that from Total View, or where do those data sets come from?
Great question. All of the data sets come from the EcoInvent Life Cycle Assessment Database, which is the world's largest and most widely trusted life cycle data set provider.
So is that public data sets or private, or could you describe a little bit more about that?
Yeah, we pay for a license on an individual person basis to get access to the entire database, which has all of the data sets.
And I guess just at a high level, could you just, so commissioners reading this record can understand what's in that, just generally talk about that? Like, what does that include? What are the various data sources that are compiled in that big data set that you rely on?
Yeah, good question. And so the database provides data sets for almost every commercially available technology, for all the different variations, sizes, things like that. And then also for each region. So we use region and technology specific life cycle assessment data sets, and we combine those with our hourly electricity simulations of the grid, which again, we back tested our simulations for 2023 against the generation data that was reported to the US EIA, and we're within 1% of what was reported. So very, very high accuracy. And then again, we take the published and industry leading technology specific, so data sets for the different wind farms based on their size, different solar fields based on their technology, coal generation, natural gas generation, depending on the technology, hydroelectric, the other generation sources that are used in the balancing authority, and then are able to assess how do emissions and resource depletion change when you add or subtract projects to that grid region.
Last question I have. So for each of those technology types, whether it be wind or fossil fuel generation or whatever, what types of information is included that you're looking at for each of those technology types?
Yeah, really, really good question. So information on the emissions and resource depletion for each technology across each stage of its life cycle. So mining the raw materials, manufacturing the infrastructure, shipping the infrastructure, operating the infrastructure, and decommissioning the infrastructure. And those emissions are across all of the standard life cycle impact categories, which I reference in in this document here. So, for instance, carbon is one impact category. Particulate matter is another. Human toxicity emissions, cancerous and non-cancerous, is another. Photochemical oxidants is another. Ionizing radiation is another. Terrestrial acidification and terrestrial ecotoxicity are other impact categories. Freshwater eutrophication and freshwater ecotoxicity are other impact categories. And then the resource impact categories include land use, water use, metal and mineral use, and energy resources such as fossil depletion.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a few questions. Just following up on where you just left off, Dr. Howard, you were asking questions about your reliance on global averages. Can you just briefly explain what is included in global averages?
Yes, absolutely. So one of the benefits of using the industry leading and most widely trusted database is that there are data sets for specific technology, such as different size wind turbines in many different regions of the world. And by averaging those, we get very, let's say, very accurate global averages of the impacts of what it takes to manufacture and this infrastructure.
So if the source material for the turbines, comes from Africa or China or elsewhere, would the global averages that you relied upon include those impacts?
They would reflect the averages, right? So depending on whether it's depending on where the turbine is manufactured and where the minerals are mined, there can be changes for sure, yes. But again, the averages are the most, I guess you could say, statistically significant and what I would say is kind of the best data source to go with when you don't know exactly where each metal and mineral is coming from and exactly, which grid region, whether it's China or India or Africa or somewhere else, these turbines are being manufactured.
Thank you. Moving to fluids, I just want to clear up a few things with regard to your analysis. Did your analysis consider the oil and lubricants that are utilized in the maintenance and operation of the project?
Yes.
Is your analysis in any way dependent upon the amount of fluid that is stored at a project?
I do not know the life cycle specifics on that particular piece. Again, while it might vary slightly based on turbine size, I do not see it affecting the results in any sort of statistically significant way.
You were asked a number of questions about whether or not Wisconsin will in fact transition to renewable energy. Are the impacts that you have modeled will occur contingent upon whether or not Wisconsin does indeed transition to renewable energy?
No, not at all. The impacts, the avoided pollution and the public health, ecosystem, and economic benefits are based on the current state of the grid right now and adding the Badger Hollow Wind Project to that grid, at this point in time, essentially as it was for the entire 2023 year. And because,
Can you tell me what is the level of accuracy of the model that you utilized in your analysis?
Yes, when back tested against, and actually let's move to
Just a second, witness, Howard, was that asked and answered? He didn't state the accuracy number of times. Is this something else you're looking for him to answer?
I'm sorry, if he did say it, I must have.
Well, you talked about the back testing and there was 1% deviation from the actuals from 2023. So is that, okay,
Yes.
so let's move on to another question.
That's actually all I have.
Okay, great. All right, thanks very much. You're excused. And
Thank you, Dr. Howard.
good luck on your trip.
thank you so much.
Okay, so let's move on. Just screen. So who do we have next?
Your Honor, applicant calls Abner Patton.
Okay, so be a quick witness, I'm sure. We'll get you up here. Yes, thanks. You still refer? I do. All right. Wait for your attorney here. So we can talk about that when we need to. Okay.
That needs to be close to.
Oh, yeah.
Screen.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Please state your name.
My name's Abner F. Patton.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm president of Pela Geo-Environmental in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages and 3 exhibits?
That is correct.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding to serve rebuttal testimony consisting of 3 pages?
That is correct.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or exhibits?
I need to make an addition to my CV. This past week, I was appointed as co-chairman of the Karst Commission of the International Association of Hydrogeologists. I'm the co-chairman for the Americas.
Other than that correction, is the information contained in your testimony and exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge.
Have you had the opportunity to review the SIR rebuttal testimony of intervener Metallica?
I have.
I'd like to address a couple of points that she has raised. First and foremost, have you visited the project area?
Yes, I have.
How long did you spend examining the project area?
I spent the majority of the day.
Did you spend enough time in the field to allow yourself to fully appreciate the functioning of the karst landscape?
I did.
And is it fair to say that you are familiar with the specifics of the site?
Yes, I am.
And I was going to just refer him quickly to the demonstrative that's next to him and have him establish what it is, if that's right with your honor.
Yeah, let's just off the record, can we just explain it to me first, because we do have documents are already on file and that we can display on the screen. If that's the same documents that's already been entered into evidence, we can use this as a demonstrative, but if it's something different.
It is the same.
So where would I find the record version, the version that's on record?
It is in the attachment to. Part. Exhibit 3, part 1 at page.
Figure 3 of part 1.
Thank you.
The page, Your Honor, is 88.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
88.
Computer is very slow. It's actually, it's fuzzy and then it starts putting up, it's just me.
The maps tend to take a minute to load.
So, and which figure was that? I'm sorry. Figure 3. Okay, we have it there. So if you could just, get rid of this. So you're looking at my screen, that's figure 3?
That is correct.
Okay, great. So I'm on the same page. Perfect. All right, so we can get on the record and just explain what we're looking at.
This is a topographic map of the site. And what it illustrates is the hills and valleys and the different drainage features that are present and their relative location to the proposed turbine locations.
Okay, and if I was to find this in the record that we accept into evidence, it'd be page 88 of your exhibit 3, part 1, and it's labeled figure 3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. All right, let's proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Patton, did you rely on the exhibit that's on the screen in front of you informing the conclusions in your report?
In part, yes, ma'am.
Have you conducted any previous work in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, ma'am. In the late 1980s, I worked at the Dunn landfill, not far from here. It was an EPA Superfund site where we did a site hydrogeologic classification.
Do you have experience conducting studies in particular on karst?
Yes, ma'am. I've done karst work in New York, Kentucky, South Carolina, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Oklahoma. Those are the states that come to mind readily.
You named a lot of states. Is it fair to say that karst is not a unique feature to the driftless region?
Karst underlies 18 to 20% of the entire United States.
Can you give us a brief explanation of what karst is?
Karst is a landform, excuse me, that's underlain by rocks, typically carbonate rocks, that are subject to solution as a result of precipitation. There are also some other karst landforms that is evaporite karst that also exhibit the same superficial characteristics. Those characteristics include caves, sinkholes, losing streams, springs, seeps, that type thing.
Is there any significant difference between karst geology in the southern US and in the driftless region of Wisconsin?
Well, the karst in the driftless region that I have observed is a very immature karst. It's not very well developed, meaning that the solution features are present, but not very large. And so the subsequent potential for catastrophic occurrence or a karst hazard are relatively low as compared to an area, I'll use Florida, for example, where houses can disappear overnight.
Are there areas that you're aware of that are comprised of a majority of karst?
There are some countries that are completely comprised of karst. For example, Greece, Italy is a large, an area is largely underlain by limestone. Thailand has a very large karst component.
To the best of your knowledge, is there wind energy present in those countries you just identified?
To my knowledge, yes, there are.
Does in your opinion, does the potential for karst features in the project area indicate a risk for potential turbine collapse?
No, they don't.
Explain why.
Based on the borings that were conducted by Bar Engineering, there were no significant cavities of concern. I believe the largest cavity was maybe a foot, maybe a foot and a half in vertical height. It's not necessarily an extensive lateral cavity. There were really no observed sinkholes. The publications that I've reviewed from the Wisconsin Geological Survey indicate that most sinkholes in this area are 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet, which is a relatively small feature that can very easily be addressed from an engineering remediation perspective.
Intervenor Metallica has testified that this area has the largest concentration of spring fed creeks, streams, and tributaries throughout Iowa and Grant County. Is this relevant to your analysis?
It is, but it's also explains and is explained by the site conditions that are present. The lithology is such that the beds are relatively flat lying. And a spring, definition of a spring is the intersection of the water table with land surface. And so since these limestone beds are relatively flat lying, water moves down through the soils into the rock, and then it finds a less permeable layer of rock and moves laterally until that water intersects with land surface, creating a spring. And during our site visit, I did observe one of those such springs.
And to the best of your knowledge, how, in dealing with engineering remediation and karst geography, how are these issues remediated?
Well, each site is site specific. The requirements there's not a uniform requirement for remediation. You can have a site that doesn't have an issue and requires no remediation, and then you move over 100 feet and you would have to do remedial activities that may include grouting or construction of a structure on that property.
And can you just talk about what is involved in grouting and how can we be sure that if grouting is involved, groundwater contaminants will not be introduced?
Well, grouting in itself, my answer may take a little bit of time. Grout is a liquid formulation of cement and water. The cement itself is manufactured by taking limestone, grinding it into a powder, and then heating that powder to create a chemical change, and then adding gypsum to that powder. When you reintroduce that combination of the ground limestone and gypsum, that becomes the grout. And then concrete, you mix the grout with sand and or aggregate, whether it's a gravel aggregate or a crushed stone aggregate. When you mix all those together, that becomes concrete.
Is grouting, in your experience, is grouting used to prevent groundwater contamination?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe some other applications that you've seen grouting used for?
Typically, in the construction of a water well, a borehole is advanced down to and into bedrock to some distance, and then a combination or grout is pumped into the well casing, and then it's followed by water, which is forces the grout out under the bottom of the casing and into the annular space between the casing and the bedrock. And the purpose of the grout is to prevent any contamination from the surface being able to readily migrate in the annular space down to the water table.
You said that's used for wells. Are you referring to wells that people would use for drinking water?
Domestic and municipal water wells.
Intervenor Metallica continues to express concern with regard to the abandoned mines in the area. Do you share that concern?
No, I don't.
Why is that?
Of the geotechnical boreholes that were drilled that I've reviewed, none of the boreholes penetrated an abandoned mine.
What does that tell you about the potential for issues with turbine or foundation integrity?
The testing that was done on the samples that were contained within the engineering report indicated a good rock quality. The unconfined compressive strengths range from, I believe, 3,500 PSI to 6,500 PSI, which are the same compressive strengths that you would experience when you do concrete cylinder testing.
There have been concerns raised as well with regard to the presence of loess. First of all, what is loess?
Loess is windblown silt. It's an accumulation. Silt in itself is can be a difficult material just because of its grain size. And it's very difficult to compact. It's very easy for equipment such as a farming tractor to get stuck in it. And what it indicates to me is this area has been windblown for some time.
Did your report and your conclusions take into consideration the presence of loess at the project area?
The report that I reviewed, for the most part, indicated zones of soil weakness, not necessarily identification of loess, but the report also indicated that those particular zones would be remediated through engineering practices.
What types of engineering practices can be used to remediate issues with loess?
Either those soils would be excavated and removed, or that there would be pilings driven through those materials to provide a solid foundation.
When you visited the project area, did you observe agricultural activities?
I did.
Would you characterize the area as agricultural?
Extremely agricultural. That appears to be the primary and only utilization of the land in the area. Primarily row crops with very limited cattle operations.
Were the agricultural fields that you observed located on karst terrain?
Yes, they were.
Did you observe any indication that these farms were organic?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you observe any farming activities occurring while you were at the project that would indicate that the farms are not organic?
Yes, ma'am, there was ongoing tilling of several farms that I observed while at the site.
And why does that indicate to you that it's inorganic?
They were not doing a no-till drill. They were actually tilling the soil.
In your experience, do you have concerns regarding the application of pesticides and herbicides on karst terrain?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? What are those concerns?
Because within a karst terrain, there is the potential for immediate recharge to the groundwater underlying a particular site. If there is a sinkhole or throat to a sinkhole that receives runoff, surface runoff, then that surface runoff immediately recharges the groundwater within that area. And if there's any contamination within that surface runoff, then it can immediately be introduced into the aquifer.
Does anything contained in intervenor, Metallica's rebuttal testimony or exhibits cause you to change any of your opinions in this matter?
No, ma'am, it does not.
And are the opinions that you've introduced through your testimony and exhibits, opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of certainty in your field?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Patton is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. I just had a couple of clarifying questions, just to keep the record straight here. You did mention a report in your answers, to Attorney Polakowski's questions. The report, is that the bar report, which is your exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date, do you recall the date that you visited the area of the project?
I believe it was in early May of this year.
Okay. And did you notice any pesticide applications during that time?
At the point in time, I did not notice any pesticide applications.
All right, let's go down our list of 435. Any questions?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Patton. Amy Hunt, representing the trustees of 435 County Highway E. Ruby. I would like to ask you a few questions today.
Certainly.
Is it okay if during the bulk of my questioning that I refer to your exhibit Patton-3 as the bar report?
That's fine.
Okay. On page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, beginning on line 3, it says, in drafting the Pella report, I reviewed the geotechnical engineering report prepared by Bar Engineering in March 2025, the bar report, which is also attached as the exhibit. In reviewing that bar report, did you also review and consider any of the other offered sources of information that are built into the bar report?
I remember reviewing a number of publications from the Wisconsin Geological Survey.
Before I ask the next question, I'm just going to try to adjust the microphones a bit. I think Attorney Jablonski, can you just tip your mic down a little and maybe picking up the speakers? And then if you could tip your mic down a little bit towards you, yeah, that might do it, but I don't know what's going on right now. So go ahead, thanks. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
the other people just press the button that goes off.
That's true too. They may not want to take the risk of not being heard, but so, yeah. Either way works. So let's try and see. Go ahead with your next question.
Okay, specifically in the bar report, there are a couple of specific documented resources. The first one would be what has been previously, what I refer to in my own direct testimony as professional paper 309. It would be authored by the Heil Jr. and all 1959. Is that one of the additional publications that you made yourself familiar with during your review of this report?
I don't recall.
Okay, is it then fair to say that if there are additional details and descriptions contained within that publication that would give other descriptions of the mines, their size, their depth, possible interconnectivity underground, that you would not be aware of any of that?
That is potential, yes.
Okay. There is also another cited publication, Grant, 1906.
Could we
Yeah, okay.
just clarify what, we're looking at the sources from?
Yeah, so the
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm actually looking at exhibit Patent 309, and that is PSC number 546357. There.
is there a exhibit number for that?
It's
Section 10 of
-3.
the bar
We're
report.
on the record, right? So one at a time. Is it for the 309 document? Do we have an exhibit number for that? So would someone enter that?
Metallica 13.
Oh, 13, okay. So we can refer to the 309 report, is that? We refer to that as
Yes,
Metallica 19, okay,
Heil Junior report,
I'm sorry, the what? Kyle?
HEYL.
and then there's a second document that you're gonna be referring to.
Correct, that would be the patent exhibit number 3, part 1,
Okay. Yeah.
which is PSC reference number
Yeah,
546.
no need to get past that.
There are numerous in the bar report. There are numerous notations on those additional publications. I'm currently looking at page 8 where they're mentioned in the section 2.6.4 karst, where the Heil Junior et al. Comma 1959 is cited under the section on sinkholes. It's also mentioned again further down on page 8 in section 2.6.5, the mining and subsidence heading in that paragraph below. Is that?
Yeah. We're good.
Can I continue with other questions?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The next cited document within the bar report would be geological survey after that paragraph, 2.6.5, mining and subsidence.
Mining and what was the one?
Subsidence. Toward the bottom, there's a reference to grant comma 1906. Is it fair to say that you're also not familiar with what that publication is?
That is correct.
So in the case of where they're referenced in regards to mining, is it a fair statement to say that if either of those publications contain additional information on the size, location, or specific characteristics of any mines within the project area, that they would not have been taken fully into account by yourself while writing your your rebuttal testimony?
What I reviewed and relied upon was the engineering drawings within the bar report.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your answer there is that yes, and mining characteristics that are specifically noted in these documents are not taken into account during the writing of your rebuttal testimony?
If I knew what the specifics of those reports were, then it would have been taken into consideration.
Okay. Further down within the bar report, page 97.
Off record, are we in the figures then at that point?
Yes, Your Honor, it would be figure 12.
So just, we'll get on the record and just identify that where you are.
I'm referencing in the bar report, figure 12. Page 97, the map showing mine shaft location, borehole locations, other mining details that appear to be pulled from professional paper 301, plate 1, based on the reference in the map. When you reviewed, is it safe to say that when you reviewed this report that you did not then do any further research into professional paper 309, which was used to create this map.
That is correct.
Okay. On page 9 of your rebuttal testimony, on line 12, there's a sentence that begins, "It is not conceivable that the project would cause any disturbance to mines or lead to any purported risk of water contamination or mine collapse. The mines are simply situated far too deep for those risks to be present. Can you please explain what reference materials you used to determine the depths of the mines within the project area?"
The 4 holes that were drilled for each of the turbine locations.
Then it would be fair to say that if there's additional documentation that exists that quotes exact shaft depths of the mines, that was not taken into consideration when you wrote your rebuttal testimony.
I based my conclusions on the data that I had.
I believe we just said the same thing. So I only have one additional question. In your rebuttal testimony, on page 2, and on line 12, there begins the question. The trustees of 435 County Highway E, Brewery, Wisconsin, raised concerns regarding subsurface remediation measures recommended at 5 turbine sites in the bar report. Exhibit -patent -3, do you share their concerns? Can you please tell me where this concern was taken from for you to write this rebuttal testimony?
I'll have to find where you're referring to.
Of the testimony, I have it on the screen here. Is that right?
That is correct.
Sorry. So you've read the place of testimony that we've directed you to?
Could you reread the question, please?
We can read it back. Thanks. And you did read the section of the testimony we just referred you to? Just answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you just need the final answer or the whole? I mean, the final question or the whole preamble to it? I'll read it all.
Yeah, thanks. The only way to do things.
I believe we just said the same thing, so I only have one additional question. In your rebuttal testimony on page 2 in line 12, there begins a question. The trustees of 435 County Highway E, Rui raised concerns concerning subsurface remediation restriction and recommended at 5 turbine sites in the bar report. Exhibit patent 3, do you share their concern? Can you please tell me where this concern was taken from?
And all object is asked and answered, the citation is in the question itself.
Okay, well, I'll just have the witness confirm. Go ahead, with your answer.
The answer is I don't have the same concern that Barr did, in that there was no evidence of karst features that a catastrophic collapse would occur. Now, from an engineering perspective, they were going to apply, I believe, in these locations, grout. And so they were just going to be gluing the different rock together with the grout.
Let me try to rephrase my question. because this is a rebuttal testimony. Was this a concern that you found within my direct testimony that you're answering?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, that. You remember which document that this concern was raised within? Which file document on?
It's my recollection that it was in the bar report that they had a concern of the cars in the area. And so they were providing what they felt like was an engineering resolution to the rocks in the subsurface. And my response to that was I did not share the same concern in regard to the cars. However, they're more than welcome to go and do the engineering task that they had identified.
Okay, is it based on that statement? Is it fair to say then that this question is not accurately stated as being a concern of the trustees of 435 County Highway Eberly? And it should actually then state concerns from the bar report?
I would have to,
Objection to the extent that mischaracterized testimony.
I would have to,
Overruled. Go ahead.
I would have to understand what the trustees' question was.
Not sure how to ask this question without making a statement, Hunter.
Well, let's just cut to the chase. I think the concern is that the question may be misworded in that the concern wasn't raised by the trustees of 435, but was actually recognized in the bar report without any impetus or input from the trustees of 435. So is that, am I understanding the issue correctly? So I mean, I don't think you're changing, the testimony and the facts aren't changing. It's just the question is according to the trustees of 435, and this represents the situation. Is that, and I don't know what the, we could have the testimony corrected to reflect a more accurate question, but the answer wouldn't change. I don't know if that.
I think the clearest way to address the issue is the question and answer itself cites the concerns that are raised in the page numbers therein that are being addressed. When you look at the portions that are cited, those are the concerns that we're talking about. So it might just be easiest and clearest for the record if we show the testimony that we're talking about. I'm happy to do that.
Oh, okay, so there is testimony, but that was
Correct.
the question. Okay, all right, I didn't realize we had an answer. Okay, yes, so let's just let's go off the record, just direct me to where this originated from the trustees.
Sure, it's in page 6 of the direct testimony of trustees, beginning at line 19. What are the concerns of the trustees of 435? And there's a number of concerns that are then addressed at pages 6 through 8, which are what what Mr. Patton's testimony addresses.
Okay, so give me the page number one more time.
Sure, it's page 6, at the bottom of the page, beginning line 19.
Are you looking at the original?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the direct testimony of the trustees of 435. I think you might be in
So I filed a revised version.
that's the difference. When he wrote the report, we were citing to the version that was on file at the time, so it would have addressed the original version,
Okay,
which is, the question and answer is, what are the concerns of trustees of 435?
right, but So it, I mean, generally speaking, it's in the entire direct, is that where the concern is?
There is a specific Q and A and it's, and the mine.
Oh, okay, what are,
Yeah. There you go.
so that's revised to be 18.
And that's the citation, that's the confusion, I believe. The citation in Mr. Patton's testimony refers to the original version of the testimony. There has been a subsequent change, obviously.
But I don't see it. So this is the patent survey. I don't see them citing the trustees direct.
So if you look at Mr. Patton's testimony,
The survey.
no, I'm sorry, I'm referring to his rebuttal testimony.
Oh,
Maybe I'm confused here. I thought we were talking about the server rebuttal.
that's what the question was about, yes.
My understanding of the question was, what are the concerns that the trustees raised that you're addressing?
Well, that's because we're trying to get an answer to the way that the trustees question, which is looking at the way this question is phrased on page 2 of surrebuttal. It doesn't cite the trustees testimony, it cites patent 3. And I think the witness is wondering why you're talking about their concerns and then not being able to show what their concerns are, tying it back. So I think, I mean, if those concerns were in direct, I guess, and then rebuttal, and then I mean, it's fine, if we can just change the citation, then we would have a clearer record, so I don't know. Change the question, why we wouldn't do that, so, so if the concerns are indirect, the direct revised page 8. Then if we could refile the surrebuttal, just citing to that instead of patent 3, then it would tie back to the concern. I don't think it's really that big of a deal, but it solves the problem. I think it would be useful.
There are additional concerns that were raised by the trustees that are being addressed by that testimony. And they are cited in their response to our motion to strike their testimony.
Question shouldn't change. Yeah, I don't, it doesn't, I mean, all the testimony's in, there's no more motions to strike, so. If we could just change the question to cite to whatever the trustees have said in their testimony that elicited this answer. I don't think it's gonna cause any concerns.
Just trying to help. I think the concern is that the question makes it appear like the answer is addressing a concern of the trustees. When really the question should be directing Mr. Patton to address the concern from patent 3. And then the question will tie to the answer. Is that it?
Correct.
Okay,
It's just a correction.
so any suggestions from you, for any folks?
So I would just note for the record, Your Honor, I'm now looking at the trustees' response to our motion to strike, which does address concerns with regard to remediation, which is the issue that Mr. Patton is talking about. So the concern that was raised is by Ms. Hunt is that the karst risk is considered moderate to high and subsurface remediation is recommended as discussed further, and then goes on to say that. So it is, I just want to be clear that he is addressing a concern that was raised by the trustees.
Your Honor, I would just ask that you review my motion response because what was just cited were things in my motion response that I pulled directly from the bar report. So they're not statements, conclusions, or any types of things that I made on my own. They are directly citing what I found in the bar report.
Okay, so I mean, this can be all argued about in briefs. I mean, we have the testimony and the evidence. I'm not sure why we're arguing about this. Oh, well, there's a part of the answer, page 2, lines 16 and 17. Witness states the bar report recommended additional measures to be taken to preserve structural integrity of the project. So why don't we just, make that the question? Just having. I just ask, do you have any additional comments about bar report's recommendations for additional measures to be taken to preserve structural integrity? Just cut out the reference to trustees, we'll get the evidence in. I mean, all this isn't be argued about. I don't know what else needs to be done. So let's get on the record. So we're gonna make a modification for sake of clarity to the written rebuttal of witness patent, page 2, lines 12 through 14. The question we're going to modify and the answer will remain the same. We're going to make the question bar report recommended additional measures to be taken to preserve the structural integrity of the project. Please comment on those measures. Then the answer 15A, we'll just strike no, I do not. And leave the rest as is. Okay. So go ahead.
Last question. In writing your rebuttal testimony, did you read my direct testimony in its entirety?
I believe that I did.
So within my direct testimony, do you remember the information that I provided on some information from professional paper 309 about the mines?
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, about the.
Mines.
I'll object to the extent that we're asking about information contained within direct testimony. We could put that on the screen for the witness to review. That would help.
Okay. We didn't review it before.
No, he said he did review it.
Okay. Off record, give me a second. And where are we on the direct?
If we could scroll, if we could go to page 6, please.
And we're on the revised version,
Yes, on the revised one.
right? Oh. What is that the line 2?
I'm at the very top, that section that is pasted in from professional paper 309 includes some descriptions of Coker number 2 mine.
That's fine. So that's what you want to refer them to.
Yes.
Okay, right. So let's get on the record. So right now we're looking at direct 435 R5 through R6. Go ahead with your question.
Specifically on page 6. the notes here that give the additional details on the mine's location and other information about possibly being interconnected and what their depths were, none of that was taken into account in your review or writing your rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
I could scroll down, what would, it's fine.
I remember seeing this, but it was because there was nothing that could specifically be identified. This was not taken into consideration.
When you say nothing could specifically be identified, can you,
In regard to location,
is it then fair to say that accurate, detailed information regarding the mines locations and depths were not used in your written rebuttal testimony?
to the best of my ability, they're based on the bar report. Those were the locations that I utilized.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
All right, move on with Bryce.
Hi, my name is Linda Bryce, and
Sure,
I just have a
going on.
couple.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
and my name is Linda Grice, and I just have a couple quick questions from your testimony this morning. The first one, you were talking about organic and conventional farming. How did that apply to what we were talking about?
Well, conventional farming, I guess you're referring to farming that would utilize tillage of soil, application of fertilizers, application of pesticides, application of herbicides. And that was my reference to that.
Okay, but then you talked about organic, and you said it wasn't organic because,
Well, what I observed while I was there was the utilization of tillage, which would not necessarily be a part of organic farming. If you're gonna be completely organic, I would envision that you would be utilizing no-till drilling in the planting of your seeds.
how familiar are you with organic farming?
Well, I have a farm myself.
Organic,
No, ma'am.
okay. What would you say if I said that organic farmers do more drilling than conventional?
Then the erosion potential is gonna be higher for your organic farm than a conventional farm.
So I was
Can you
wondering
get closer?
what that had to do with the
You
cars.
get closer to the microphone. Thank you.
I was wondering what that had to do with the car's soil. How does that influence what we're talking about?
Well, the explanation was in karst terrain, you need to be cautious with the application of herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers, because there is the potential to have direct recharge to the underlying aquifer, depending upon how you apply whatever materials you're applying to land surface.
Okay, then going from there, you said that the potential for it to have an immediate recharge to the groundwater was really high in cars, correct?
It can be, yes, ma'am.
So, and your map up there shows the hilly terrain, somewhat hilly with waterways and rolling hills.
And let's just indicate that's figure 12 of patent exhibit 3.
Figure 3.
That's figure 9. Oh, yes, figure 3, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So if there were to be anything spread over the top of those hills, like an aerosol or dust of any kind and sprays or any other way, the likelihood of a direct recharge to the aquifer would be really great. And that's what you're talking about here, that's organic.
The potential is there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what if you had microplastics spread around that area in the soil? Would that get to the groundwater?
I'll object is microplastics are outside of this witness's testimony and of the cookies.
Overall.
The potential is there.
Thank you.
Just let's go off the record for a second. When is, Attorney Polakowski, the issue of, farming, is that in the record already? Or is this the first time we're hearing about farming and tillage and karst environment?
This all came up in the project, so it came up because Ms. Metallica raised the concern that he's never visited the site, so he was just testifying as to his observations when he visited the site.
Okay, and we've established his expertise in farming and the impacts of, and the different practices of organic versus traditional.
All of this just relates to infiltration of groundwater, which is his expertise.
Thing. I'm sure I understand this all, but okay, I guess we have what we have. All right, let's get it back on the record. Metallica, any questions?
Yes. Your Honor. Mr. Patton, Gina Metallica.
Sure.
Oh, there's. From everything I've read, your company does have a very good reputation on karst.
Well, thank you.
And I read you have many projects on karst in most of the southern states. Have you had any karst projects in our surrounding states here, Illinois, Iowa?
So let's just go off the record for a second. So when you're saying projects, you mean the investigation similar to the
Investigation
state?
of karst.
Is that something we have in your CV or the background documents that are provided?
It should be in my
Okay,
CV.
so if you could just direct her to look at those. So let's get back on the record.
Okay, so from what I observed.
Well, we need an answer from the, you did ask a question, we have a pending answer, so we just answer that question.
I don't recall any specific projects in karst in Wisconsin, Iowa, Indiana.
Thank you. Would you agree that karst geology can present differently in different areas?
Yes, ma'am. Each site is very specific.
It can be very different in a small geography. From everything I read, the Milwaukee area karst is totally, or the eastern side karst, very different from the western side karst of Wisconsin.
That's a question?
Let me rephrase that as a question.
Well, I think it's enough,
Yeah.
just answer it and confirm or deny that.
Would you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your exhibit in the bar report, number 3. Your review of all the borehole findings. Is different, you say in your statement, you say no karst features of concern were discovered in the project area.
That is correct.
If we look at the bar report on page 25. On that last paragraph, we can put that up.
We're talking about exhibit 3, part 1.
It's the patent 3. Of course, 6352. I'm sorry.
We don't need the PSC number.
Okay, sorry.
Can you move your microphone a little closer?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's the right page.
Last page of the section sites with potential karst features.
So you mentioned page 25, isn't it?
They're on page 25, correct. So go down further. And that paragraph, that last paragraph. If, when you look at this last paragraph, that first sentence, they're looking at a few of the different, boreholes. And at these locations, on the 5 listed there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The karst risk is considered moderate to high, and subsurface remediation is recommended as discussed farther. How do you interpret that statement versus what you just said? Okay.
I believe that was some of the discrepancy that we were having such a difficult discussion with previously. And it's my belief that Barr was approaching it from an engineering perspective. And I was looking at it from a geologic perspective, in that from an engineering perspective, they wanted to do additional subsurface remediation. From the geologic perspective, I don't envision a catastrophic collapse of a turbine in this location based on the karst conditions.
You have experience designing foundations, working on karst projects or foundations for wind turbines and settings with karst, obviously.
No, ma'am.
So I would assume the answer would be the same if we were talking about turbines that were as tall as what they're proposing to build in this geology, which is the highest in the country, 650 feet.
I don't have any experience in that regard.
Is it correct you spent 1 day here in this area looking at our geology?
Yes, ma'am.
Can karst geology change over a short distance? 250 feet?
Yes, ma'am.
So the information that we have available from the boreholes can be very different in 250 feet, and the correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the turbines have the ability to, from the project, to be moved 250 feet in one direction or another.
Yes, ma'am, but it's my understanding that if a turbine is relocated, there'll be a subsequent geotechnical investigation performed at that new location.
Yeah. One of the concerns brought up before has to do with the mines. If we could bring up by exhibit 30.
Well, the record, so the whole thing first.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I believe I have 30 on the screen, so let's get on the record.
Yes, so let me just explain a little bit. This is taken first and foremost, the image that you see, the large image is taken from the Barr report. The topographical map that's shown there, with data from our area superimposed geographically on that map. And what you have on here are the wells. That's the chart that's on the middle on the right of the wells in the area, so that you can see a blue triangle that indicates where they're at. It also has the indication of where the mines are. And the proposed underground collector circuits. And And also some of the streams, we've already identified them previously that this area has the largest waterway sites in the country. Small, but enormous quantity of them. This is the story that I'm concerned with, the complexity of where the turbines are being placed over this type of geology.
What's your question for this?
Would you say that groundwater contamination in a karst environment could be serious in this setting?
Again, from a karst perspective, there is potential for groundwater contamination from activities. The construction and installation of a wind turbine, in my opinion, would not be adding any contamination to the groundwater system. One of the observations that I made while I was at the site was a cow carcass basically on the edge of a spring that we observed. And that would be much more of a concern to me from a contamination standpoint. It is quite common throughout the country, since these springs and or sinkholes are not easily utilized for agricultural purposes, they become the local disposal area for old vehicles, old tractors, old implements, farm animals, which is the incorrect practice to perform.
You mentioned turbines in your statement. What about the 44 miles of connector lines that are going to be trenched in this area?
Objective form.
So, it's off the record, so there's not all will be trenched, is that,
The question is, what about the trenches?
oh, okay. So if you could restate your question with trenches included as well.
Could you do your evaluation of the impact in this area? If it also included trenching 44 miles of electricity,
The
connector circuits.
Thank you.
The trenching is excavating predominantly soils above the top of rock. Now, I know there are some instances where the trenching would be into rock. What is the specific contaminants that you may be referencing that might be introduced into the aquifer?
This area had significant surface mining, tailings that are in the area. You mentioned that they may be drilling. This area has very low surface soil, 0 to 25 feet approximately. It's also comprised of loess, which has, as you mentioned, a consistency that's it's not very stable. Trenching in a rainstorm could cause significant problems. If we could pull up,
Your Honor, I'll object and would strike the last portion of Ms. Matel's statement.
Okay, yeah. That's testifying, so we want to put our question, put your statements in the form of a question, have the witness verify or deny. But that can be done if you want to start over, but basically your last statement won't be read by the commissioners.
okay, let me. Okay. Would you agree that in this setting, let me switch gears here. Would you agree that the trenching could cause significant avenues for contamination of groundwater in during storms.
Again, I'll have to ask you what contamination you're referring to.
Anything that's on the surface, you brought up things, the chemicals that are in the field, you brought up the nitrates and other things. My issue is contamination of our groundwater. Everybody here relies.
Just let him answer that. So, given what she said, that it's contaminants that you would refer to, you know, the last question.
The excavation of materials for a trench is going to expose those particular soils and whatever may be contained within those soils. And then as those trenches are filled back in, there will be migration of precipitation through those soils, whether it's in the trench or the agricultural field next door to it. So there is the potential for migration of whatever contaminants may be present into the subsurface.
Yeah. Yes. Mhm. One of the things in the bar report that mentions that afterwards, when refilling the boreholes, 3 of the boreholes require 3 times greater fill than other boreholes. Can you explain the reason why that happens?
So off the record, can we just find that spot in the bar report?
Yes, that would be also on page 24, previous page to exhibit 3. And the last paragraph is one example. It says during borehole backfilling at this location, 05, the amount of grout used to seal the boring was approximately 3 times the amount used in other locations.
And then you said there were 3 locations?
Yes, the other one is on page 23. GO 21.
21 is that? Okay, so we have 21 is one,
05.
05 is another, and
And the other one is not 3 times, it's 30% higher, is 07, 007. And that's on page 25, near the top.
so when we get back in the record, and if you could just, so, Gina Metallica, can you just refer to the locations of the boreholes you're asking about, in respects to their placement in exhibit patent 3?
Yes, in exhibit 3, in looking at borehole GEO 021,
And that's page number.
page 23.
Okay, the next one.
And the next one is GEO 005 on page 24.
Okay.
And the third is GEO 007 on page 25.
Oh, great. So, you have the question in mind, or should we read it back?
I think I have the question
Okay,
in mind.
go ahead.
The reason for those particular holes, requiring more grout is there was a feature within the subsurface that more grout flowed into. Those situations can be accommodated by increasing the viscosity of your grout. And that does not really, concern me.
Could you see the possibility of reaching an opening that is never ending? A fracture that continues, and as you put in the ground, it just keeps on going?
The occurrence of a solution feature or a bedding plane, there will be an ending of some sort, whether the grout makes its way to land surface or continues to move in the direction that's the least resistance. That's the way the groundwater moves in a karst terrain, is it goes in the direction of least resistance.
And we rely on that groundwater here for our wells.
Okay, make sure you're
It's a
asking a
question.
question.
Since we rely on the groundwater, how could our wells be impacted by the blockage of these fractures with grout?
The construction of the towers would be such that they are small islands within the entire plane of the area.
So you're saying, I'm hearing you right, that these fractures are small islands, like small lakes, but small islands?
The turbine footprint would be the small island within a big ocean of the area.
Can that though still impact some of the wells in the area by blocking this flow of that fracture, the water in that fracture?
I would say no. In reviewing the bar report, they were going to use for their engineering remediation, they were going to use a low slump grout. Slump.
Thank you.
A low slump grout to do their remediation. A low slump grout does not flow very well. Typically, the grout that would be used to plug a borehole is nothing but the Portland cement and water and bentonite. The low slump grout will include the Portland cement, bentonite, probably some sand, and even some fine grained gravels.
The question I have is regarding contamination of our groundwater. That the drilling, in your opinion, the excavation and the drilling into dirt and possible cavities from mines could release lead contaminated water into our aquifers. Is that correct?
The mines that are present are likely filled with water right now and are already intermingling with the aquifer.
You can say that with certainty.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you have to base that on?
My experience.
With lead mines?
No, ma'am.
What is the level of lead allowed in the water source for children?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
For children under 6, it's 0.
Okay.
Object form.
Would you agree that for children, any lead level above 0 would be dangerous?
Objection has to answer. He's already said he doesn't know.
Sustain.
In your work, you have not done any work with lead mines. How would you go about determining if there's lead issues that could be released into the groundwater in a project like this?
To determine lead issues in regard to their potential release. I would go about establishing a baseline of water quality from wells within the area. I would drill a series of monitoring wells in proximity to, that are within the footprint of a turbine location. And then compare the water quality within those locations to what the water quality was within the background of the area.
That sounds like a sound proposal for your client, for Invenergy.
Object form move to strike.
No, sustain, no testifying while you're asking questions.
I apologize.
I know it's tempting,
Apologize.
I hear you. but
It's 100%
It's gonna
a
make
new
things take
process.
longer.
So. It's, considering that there's lead mines here, is there a need then to have baseline tests done on all of those?
Objection, asked and answered outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
Overall.
My answer would be very similar to one of your previous questions. If you're wanting to see if there is an existing influence of the lead within the area, then I would suggest collecting groundwater samples from all the existing domestic and or municipal wells that would be in the area. It could very well be that the existing residences, without any contribution from a wind farm, would be at levels that are above what's allowable.
So going forward, assuming that is done as a baseline, what are the recommendations for the follow-up to see if the turbines cause a change?
Objective form. I'm not sure if we're talking about regulatory requirements or where we're at.
Where the turbines and impact on groundwater cause a change?
Well. I guess the objection is to what's requiring testing of the groundwater after the project built. I don't know if you really wanna ask that question. I don't think you're really
Well-
interested in what's requiring it. You wanna know what the mechanism is,
No, the reason,
if you wanna
you
rephrase.
have to ask it, rephrase it as a question.
Yes.
So assuming that we have a baseline, that the baselines are done for all of them. How would you recommend monitoring the groundwater in this sparse setting under the turbines as the project progresses?
Again, from a environmental study, is there an existing database on the water quality within the area? And during modifications to an area, you would continue with a sampling effort of the existing water wells.
Would you recommend that to Badger Hollow Inn to do?
If requested, yes.
Request.
Objection form move to strike.
What?
There was just a comment made that she was making a request.
You can strike that last word.
Oh, you said something? I didn't hear you say something. Okay. Like so let's just go off the record for a second. So I have been hearing whispering around the table, and first of all, it's distracting. Second of all, I don't know if it's going into the record or not, because I don't know what the court reporter is hearing, but it's just not productive. So if you want something to say speak up, make an objection, and talk to me about it. If you have something to whisper to your neighbor or to just comment underhanded, get out and do it there. Don't do it here in front of me or in front of, or at this table. So let's proceed understanding that. We have to keep the record clear. And if you have something that you need me to address, then let me address it. Don't just complain about it and let it go. Okay, so go ahead with your next question.
Are you familiar with Dr. Michael Day, Professor Emeritus at University of Wisconsin in Milwaukee?
I think I've seen his name on a publication.
What was the last name? Sorry.
Day, D-A-Y. Dr. Day lives in Milwaukee in Wisconsin. Has written extensively on Karsten, Wisconsin. He knew the founder of your company.
Object to form.
Yeah, just give us your questions. And so let me just
the
say,
reason-
we have limited time. So if you could just give us the question you want him to answer. I think in terms of if he doesn't understand, he can ask for clarification, but we don't need the background. Stay over there. We don't need the background. Just give us your question. Okay?
Your Honor, may I also just note
Yeah.
the two exhibits that Mr. Day was referencing have now been stricken. With regard to the emails, so I just want to be sure that we're not going to retread any of that. I believe the testimony that was offered with regard to those emails has also been stricken.
Yes, the testimony was stricken, but there is a chapter of a book
Correct.
authored by Day that's in evidence.
That's already, that is an exhibit,
Yes.
full exhibit. You say that the area here, it has Karsten signature. Very quickly explain the reason why it's immature.
It's not very complex. The beds are flat lying. The number of sinkholes is very limited in its population. The occurrence of other karst features such as caves are quite limited.
Okay.
Can I ask a layperson's question? I know you got two experts here, but maybe it's just kind of a crazy question, but in terms of maturity, I mean, that implies there's a time frame we're dealing with. So if a karst is immature, what kind of time frame are we looking for maturity of them?
No, sir, not necessarily a time frame related. It's the features or characteristics of the underlying rocks and their complexity in their dissolution goes through the classification of juvenile, immature, mature, extreme. Because karst itself is I'm gonna call it the melting of the rocks. When they start out, they're all relatively flat, the top of the rock, but over time, some rocks melt faster than others do. And then all of a sudden you've got a pinnacle that's sticking up. And because that in itself is more resistant to the melting or the solutioning of the rock. And then the gaps between the rocks can get much bigger. And now you have to think again in 3 dimensions, the cavities that may be down here also get bigger. And so you've got more of you get into the extreme, they're called pinnacles. And land surface may look flat, but if you, all of a sudden you start getting a little thing that sticks out of the ground, another one that sticks out of the ground, that's getting into the complex portion of things. And it's more associated with the amount of precipitation that you get than it is just the age of the rock.
So it depends on the location.
It depends on the.
Can you predict in this situation, the dripless area of the project, how long it would take for rock to become?
It's gonna be,
Sorry for a while.
Rock to become from being immature to mature?
millions of years.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Did you take into consideration when making a statement that it was immature, that this area has the highest concentration of waterways in the country?
In making my comment that this was a juvenile area, the lack of the number of sinkholes was perhaps the largest factor. Just because there's a spring does not necessarily add to the classification. Yes, springs are a component of a karst terrain, a very large component of a karst terrain. But what it did was it helped me understand the fact that it is the geology here, because the beds are relatively flat lying. And if you have one of the hills that you've referred to, and I'm gonna try to be as simple as I possibly can. If the rain falls on the west side of the hill and the water runs down the hill to the west, there'll be a stream or a agricultural swale on the west side of the hill. Groundwater under that hill is also going to mound up, but because the beds are relatively flat, the groundwater is going to be also flowing to the west. If you're on the eastern side of that hill, the same thing is going to be occurring, but the groundwater is going to be moving to the east. And so what ends up happening is you have two springs, one on the west, at the toe of the west side of the hill. You have another spring at the toe on the east side of the hill.
How would sandstone, which is a big part of our area here, be dissolved by this groundwater? Would it create these spikes that you were mentioning?
Sandstone is not typically dissolved by rainwater. Sandstone, for the most part, is composed of quartz. And quartz is not a soluble unit within precipitation.
But it does disintegrate very easily.
No, ma'am, not necessarily. Sandstone itself, the erosion capacity of it is based on the cement that glues the sandstone together. If it's a quartz cement, it's very, very hard. Now, if the cement that glues the sandstone and you can take your thumb and rub on it and sand grain comes off, that's considered very friable.
Did you know that that's what we have here in our area?
In weathered sandstone, that's what everybody has.
And that's why it's all flat.
Object form.
That wasn't a question. Okay. Okay, I think we've asked enough questions on cards. Thank you for your information and wisdom.
Yes, ma'am.
Reagan.
Hello, Mr. Pratt, my name is Larry Reagan. A few questions here. And this might have been already asked before, but have you already directed engineering to wind turbine foundations before?
No, sir, I have not.
We were talking about grouting, but you know, when you're looking at a 650-foot turbine, it's 700 tons, and it moves around during the course of a decade with the wind and the spinning of the blades. There's going to be some vibration. Do you feel that's a form of fracking in itself? And that the grout really isn't going to make that big of a difference? It's going to crack and dissolve.
The vibrations that I think you're referring to is not fracking per se. Fracking in our industry is the result of pumping fluid into the subsurface under pressure and actually causing the rock to break apart on purpose. Now, I think what you were trying to say is the vibrations would fracture the subsurface. That's more of the engineering question than what I would have to address in regard to the karst features of the site.
Well, don't you feel that that would make the grout that's going to be used for the foundation almost useless? That, yeah, I'm not just saying, but I think the rocking and the vibration is probably pretty extensive on days where the wind is 30 to 40 miles an hour.
Again,
Objective form.
Overall.
the rock itself, based on the unconfined compressive strength test, range from 3,500 plus or minus to 6,500 PSI plus or minus. And those are the ranges of breakage for concrete cylinders when you're planning construction of a major building for foundation values. So again, that's gonna be more of an engineering question than it would be for me as a geologist discussing the karst features.
Did you visit all the wind turbine locations?
Yes, sir.
And how many boreholes were done at each location?
There were, at most locations, there was one borehole drilled. At some of the locations, I think there were 4 boreholes drilled.
Is that sufficient?
That's up to the engineer.
Did you talk to the engineer?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, how deep do these borings go?
It's my recollection, they went 60 feet below land surface.
And just so we're clear, this is all in the patent report, the details of the investigation that they did.
That is correct.
Would you feel 60 feet is deep enough to detect mines? That these are massive mines, are they, you feel that's deep enough?
If the mine was greater than 60 feet below land surface, whatever that elevation may be, then these boreholes may not have penetrated the mine.
So what was the maximum depth of the borings that you analyzed?
Again, it's my recollection that it was 60 feet.
So you visited all the sites. All the turbine sites, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Looking at the locations of these mines, and I'd like to refer to Docket. PSC document number 521308.
Hang on, no PSC numbers, give me the exhibit. Look at the operative evidence list.
Right, it was a general project area.
General project area map, okay.
Yeah, in fact, that map up there might be sufficient.
Oh, all right, that's a little different, let me get that on. It's bars. Was bigger for me. I got it on the screen partially, so if you need a specific place we want to look at.
Are those turbines numbered?
It's fine, I don't know if these are the turbine, yeah, turbine locations are the numbers, yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, I just had a general.
Okay, so let's get on the record, so the witness, intervener is pointing the witness to, patent 3, figure 3, so go ahead.
I just, a couple questions concerning the locations of these turbines. next to creeks and streams. And when you visited them, did you notice that where they're located, where the turbines are located, their elevation is 40 to 50 feet above where the creeks and streams are? Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice how close they were to these creeks and streams? I'll give an example, number 8, number 9 turbines.
All right, sir.
Does that concern you that they're that close? That a creek runs between the two of them?
No, sir.
In event of an accident or the event of an oil leak? Isn't that awfully close to a creek?
Object form.
Overall.
I can only envision that, in Venergy, if there was an accident or a release, that they would be expeditious in their, repair and or remediation of the site.
There are a couple others, number 4 and number 5 are also very close. But you went to all those turbines too, and you saw their proximity to creeks and streams.
Yes, sir. And if you look in my report, one of the photographs that I took, has at least 2 pictures of the spring between 4 and 5, in which the local farmer was using that location for disposal of his cattle carcasses.
Wouldn't it make sense to move these turbine locations further away from creeks and streams? As a precautionary measure?
Objection outside of the scope of this witness's testimony and expertise.
Sustained.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. I don't have any motion.
All right. Did I skip Jenkins? I can't remember now. Did I call, did you have questions for him? No, okay. All right, Renew, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Schwartzman,
A few, I'll be quick.
that's right.
Mr. Patton, my name is George Sportsman.
Can you move your microphone closer, please?
Mr. Patton, my name is George Sportsman. You mentioned that there was a potential for karst hazard in Wisconsin. It was low, but does it exist?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you have any idea of a percentage on that at all in this area?
In this particular area, I would say it's very low.
Okay. Another thing, you mentioned you did not have any experience with wind turbine sites. Does anyone have experience with respect to grouting at wind turbine sites? Is there, are you aware of where 650-foot high turbines have been installed in grout anywhere in the US?
I am not aware.
Okay. Well, this would be something new then for our country.
He's already answered.
Okay. And you mentioned monitoring baseline water quality monitor wells. Should this be something that the PSC requires of Invenergy to do before if they receive their approval for any drilling or any site construction?
I'll object if this calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, no, let's overrule.
If you're looking or want to understand the water quality of the area, then whether it's a state entity that does monitoring, whether it be the Wisconsin Geological Survey, the state health department, they may have requirements and or data that would support that.
And finally, were you aware that, organic farming can be no-till or just standard conventional, and that there are organic fertilizers, organic pesticides, and organic herbicides?
I would say yes.
Okay, well, you add. End questions.
Yes, thanks. Answer. All right, as a policy monitor. Almost done, by the way.
Okay, let's see here. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Patton. My name is Eric Olson and I'm here with Wisconsin Policy Monitor LLC. Would it be okay if I asked you a few questions about your testimony?
Of course.
All right. Looking at your report, which I guess the Pella report, which is Patton. Who is it? Is it wrong? There it is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have that in front of you, Jeff?
Yeah, sorry.
We go to. We go to page 1, the introduction. Which is page 4 of the PDF. It says that Pella was retained by Badger Hollow Wind Farm LLC, Badger Hollow Wind, to provide discussion and comments for identification of geologic, hydrologic, and karst hazards and development of mitigation measures to ensure that karst features of significance are not impacted and protection of aquifers is accomplished during and subsequent to construction of the Badger Hollow Wind Energy Center project. And that was what you were hired to do in this case, correct?
Your Honor, I'll object as asked and answered, but just reading the testimony.
Sustained.
Did you develop any mitigation measures related to the 44 miles of trenching that will occur in order to install the collectors that are anticipated as part of this project?
I'm sorry, that are anticipated? Did you say?
That I said that are anticipated.
Yep.
No, sir.
No. If we look at the bar report, which is PSC, or I'm sorry, not PSC, which is bar 3.
Patent.
Okay, patent 3. I'm sorry, we've been going a while here.
We're gonna have to be.
Yep, we're gonna have to, okay.
And we're not doing it.
All right. BHW patent 3. Which is. This bar report. On page 61. Talks about the fact that there are many miles of collection system to be constructed for the project. And all of the samples included in this investigation were limited to proposed wind turbine locations. Would you agree with me that that sentence implies that samples should be taken in the areas where the collector trenches are going to be constructed?
Okay, let's go off the record, make sure we can find this page 60 when you're talking about the PDF page or the page on the.
The PDF page, it would be page 53 of the, at the bottom of the report.
It looks like the witness has a paper copy, so if you could refer us to the page numbers, and so it's the page that starts with 8 collector system design.
Yeah,
Oh, are we on the same? Yeah, it's like the way to see that, and so, we may need to just read that question, have it read back.
okay.
Let's wait for that.
Question BHW patent 3, which is the SPAR report on page 61, talks about the fact that there are many miles of collection systems to be constructed for the project. And all of the samples included in this investigation were limited to proposed wind turbine locations. Would you agree with me that that sentence implies that samples should be taken in the areas where the collector trenches are going to be constructed?
I'll object to the form of the question. Document says what the document says.
Okay, well, it's in the document, so if there's questions based on this, that's fair, but I'll sustain the objection and we'll move on to any questions related to what's in the report.
Sure. Mr. Patton, in your rebuttal at patent 5, patent rebuttal page 5. I'm sorry, let's back up here. During your testimony here this morning, you talked about a cow carcass that you observed, and you explained that cow carcass could pose a risk to public health, I suppose, correct?
What I identified was that it is quite common in the agricultural world in a karst terrain to use karst features as disposal areas. And what I had identified was that's not a very good practice.
Okay, and if we look at your Pella report, which is patent 2, you explained that with this karst topography, the karst geology, the ground is characterized by what you call bedding planes, joints, and fractures, which are underwater features where the water moves around, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you explained that the water can move very quickly through those porosity features. Because essentially there's nothing in the way, it's just flowing through, these underground bedding planes, joints, and fractures, right?
Correct.
Okay, so given that is a feature of the geology in the project area that you have identified, would you agree that it is important to do due diligence on the areas where the 44 miles of trenching are going to occur to ensure that the trenching isn't opening up the underground water system to a discharge of some sort?
The route of the underground, what I will refer to as the underground connector, is primarily going to be in unconsolidated material. There are reported areas, and I believe your previous question in regard to the collection system design was such that bedrock may be encountered in this pathway. Knowing the depth to top of rock and what the materials are in the subsurface would be an appropriate pre-construction and cost estimation feature for construction consideration.
I'm not sure if I heard it in your answer or not, but based on your previous testimony, would you agree that it would also be an important safety step to do the due diligence on the expected route of the trenching for the collectors in order to ensure that no unintended results occur that could be have a negative impact on public health?
From an engineering and construction perspective, I would envision that there would be a series of geotechnical holes drilled to the depth of what was anticipated the burial of the connector lines along that pathway.
Okay. And if that were done and you had a chance to analyze those pores from those geotechnical holes, then you could opine on whether or not there were any anticipated or possible reasonably foreseeable health risks associated with that trenching, but as we sit here today, that has not been done yet, fair?
That is my understanding.
Okay. On page 5 of your report, no, I'm sorry, on page 5 of rebuttal BHW patent, on lines 3 to 7, you explain that the southwestern portion of Wisconsin has historically mined for lead and zinc in underground mines. No mines appear, okay.
Yeah, there you go. Learning. Sorry.
No, thank you. Okay, so we're on rebuttal BHW patent, page 5. And if we look at line 3 to 5, you state, while the southwestern portion of Wisconsin has historically, I think, been
There's a
mined.
missing word.
That's fine, been mined for lead and zinc in underground.
Okay, just off the record, so we know where we're at, so go ahead and ask your question based on that.
Okay,
On the record.
when you say no mines appear beneath facilities within the project area, do you mean the turbines or the trenching of the collector facilities? Or both, or something else?
While visiting the site, and based on the geotechnical borings that I've reviewed, there are no mines beneath any of the turbines, based on what I'm aware of. I did observe evidence of the historical mines in the area. I observed a tipple in the entrance of some of the an entrance to an attic that was in close proximity to the area. However, I did not see any evidence of reclaimed surface mines or collapses of the old underground works.
And when you said the location of the facilities, that was referring to the currently mapped location of the turbines where the holes have been drilled, fair?
That is correct.
Okay. When you say tipple and spoils, what does that mean?
A tipple is basically an elevator. And it's a elevated structure that house the pulleys and the cables and everything that would allow the material to be brought to the surface. And soils are just that. When you mine an ore, you mine not only the material that you're interested in, but some of the surrounding rock. And typically a mine entrance will have, I'm gonna call it a scar, where you can tell there was obvious disturbance of land surface.
Would you agree that the disturbance of an abandoned lead mine, for example, in geology, like the geology found in the project area, can have a negative impact on public health?
Depending upon the concentration of lead that may be in the spoil, then yes, there is that potential.
Would you agree that runoff from rain moving across spoil in a landscape that contains lead or other dangerous minerals, if it is allowed to move into an open trench, it could quickly be discharged into the groundwater? That's a possibility, true?
It is a possibility.
In your opinion, in your professional opinion, would it be a reasonable safety step in the matter that we're here to discuss today, which is the proposed construction of this Badger Hollow Wind project, to map existing locations of soil to the extent that they can be determined, and to consider how those might be protected from the eventuality of runoff into the trench or the borings where the collectors and the turbines are going to be installed?
Collection of samples along the connector trenches could identify whether there was the presence or absence of any significant lead concentrations of significance.
Okay, and would that be a reasonable safety step to take in this case, in your
Sorry,
professional
would that,
opinion?
I'm sorry, I lost the beginning. Would that be?
Would that, the taking of samples along the route of the collector facilities, for the reasons that you just stated, would that be a reasonable safety step to require in this matter, in your professional opinion?
If the known locations of those spoils that are known to contain lead, then yes.
I want you to assume for the purposes of this question that there aren't known locations or necessarily map locations. However, spoils have been observed in the area, which is what we know from your rebuttal, correct? It would.
No, sorry, the spoils were in locations that were outside of what would be the collector trench.
Okay, but were they outside of the area where heavy rainfall or extreme weather event perhaps could move portions of those spoils into an open trench? Or do you hold that opinion?
No, sir, they were at an elevation lower than what would be the elevation of the collector trench.
What would be the elevation of the collector trench?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
What was the elevation of the spoils that you observed?
And I don't recall, they were relative locations. The spoils were located within a drainage area, south and east of the, I believe, location number one.
Would you agree that in the project area, groundwater was identified from 8 feet deep to greater than 18 feet deep from the ground surface?
That is my recollection.
How deep in your understanding are the trenches for the collectors going to be dug?
4 to 5 feet.
Would you agree with the statement that when a trench is dug in the type of geology that exists in the project area that is 5 feet deep in an area where groundwater could be as shallow as 8 feet deep from the surface, the potential exists for a very rapid discharge into the groundwater system from the trench when a heavy rainfall occurs?
Object, incomplete hypothetical, false for speculation.
Overall. That would depend on what the materials are between the 5 foot depth bottom of the trench and the 8 foot depth top of the water surface. If the material is in the bottom of the trench is a very stiff clay, then the potential for rapid migration to the water table beneath it is going to be extremely limited.
In your understanding, how long will the trenches where the collector system for this project is going to be installed be open?
A day, perhaps.
We talked before, or we didn't talk, but you and others spoke before in your testimony about the 3 voids that were encountered during the drilling or the boring of the test holes where the turbines were that took additional amounts of grout to fill?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any possibility that one or more of those voids was an unmapped mine working?
No, sir.
Yeah. You testified before that you do not personally have experience with lead mines. Do you have experience with best practices related to excavation in geologies where, like, you know, that are karst geologies like the project area, but where abandoned lead mines are known to be present, but the locations
But the locations,
are unknown?
thank you.
I don't have that specific experience.
Given that in the discussions that and the testimony that has unfolded in this proceeding so far, the exact locations of the let me withdraw that. Would you agree that lead mining historically in geological situations like those found in the project area tended to be vertical?
No, sir, both a lot of the mining in this particular area was done by adits, which is finding an exposure of the ore in the bank of a body and then just going in horizontally from that location. Once the mine gets far enough underground and it's easier to use a tipple to bring the ore out, then a vertical shaft would be installed to remove material and or people using that method.
So would it be accurate to state that historically, many of the mines that may be present in the project area resemble long tunnels with occasional shafts to the surface?
That is correct.
Given that what you have just testified, is it true to state that a condition could exist where the installation of a turbine might be safe in a particular location, but unsafe maybe only 10 or 15 feet in one direction or another. Is that true?
There is that potential.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Mission staff?
No questions, thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Patton, you were asked a lot of questions, and I've got just some follow-ups to make sure that we've got a clear record. First and foremost, there's been a lot of discussion about the bar report. I just want to level set on the bar report. Would you agree with me that the bar report contains a detailed description of the project area, including the karst features?
I do, yes.
Tell me what the expertise of the bar firm is.
My knowledge of the expertise of the bar firm is a geotechnical engineering group.
And is the bar report a document of the type that experts in your field commonly rely upon?
It is.
You were asked a number of questions about the publications that the bar report cited and relied upon in their analysis. Is it fair to say that you relied upon the conclusions that were reached in the bar report?
That is correct.
And the conclusions in the bar report, to the best of your understanding, took consideration of those underlying sources?
That is correct.
You were asked some questions regarding concerns that were raised related to the conclusions by the bar report regarding remediation. What is your understanding of the remediation that was recommended by the bar report?
The remediation recommended by the bar report is going to be related to what I believe in the engineering world is always referred to as a safety factor. The eliminating any potential for movement in the subsurface was a purpose of the grouting recommended within the bar report.
And just to be clear, grouting is the remediation that was recommended?
That is correct.
And to the best of your knowledge and experience, is grouting effective in preventing groundwater contamination?
It is.
Is grouting of karst features different, whether it's underneath a wind turbine or a different type of structure?
Grouting is grouting, whether you're in a karst area or a non-karst area. You're introducing grout to either fill a void or fill a weak zone or replace a weak zone with a strong subsurface material.
And tell me, with the remediation that was recommended by the bar report, this grouting, are the risks of groundwater contamination in karst features associated with this project remediated?
Significantly reduced.
Do you agree that with the remediation of the grouting that was recommended in the bar report, the risk of catastrophic collapse of the turbines is also limited?
Yes.
When you visited the project, did you observe wind projects that were currently operating in the project area?
There was one that was immediately adjacent to part of the Badger Hollow project.
And is the wind project that you observed when you visited the site also located on karst terrain?
It is.
You were asking questions associated with groundwater contamination that could potentially occur during trenching of the collection circuits. I'd like to cover that topic. Is it your understanding, well, let me ask you, what is your understanding of how deep the trenches for the collection circuits will be?
My understanding of the depth of the trenches is between 4 and 5 feet on the land surface.
And what is the shallowest, what was the range of depth of the groundwater that you observed at the project site?
Estimate.
I'm sorry, who's second?
I said ask
Thank
and
you.
answer. Sustained.
Do you have any reason to believe, based on your experience, that digging a trench of 4 to 5 feet deep would cause groundwater to be contaminated at the project, even where the groundwater is located at 8 feet?
Yes, to answer.
Sounds familiar.
I don't believe that specific question.
I'll allow it.
No, I don't.
Ms. Metallica asked you questions regarding groundwater contamination associated with things like trailings from historical mines and agricultural applications. Is it your understanding that contamination from those two sources is present currently in the project area?
There are likely some mines or components of the mines within the lease properties, but specifically within the footprint of the project, I'm not aware of any historical mine components.
Let me put it this way. Mr. Patton, is it your understanding that the Badger Hollow Wind project will introduce any new tailings or agricultural products to the project area?
No.
And to the best of your understanding, in your experience, is the type of land disturbance that is required for the agricultural activities such as those that are occurring in the project area, do those cause potential sources of groundwater contamination that currently exist?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the trenching for the collector circuits, as the collector circuits that we're talking about, typically are dug and filled in the same day?
That is my understanding.
Do you have any reason to believe whether trenching for the project will occur during heavy rain or extreme storm events?
I would not anticipate activities during significant precipitation events.
I believe that you testified that you did not develop any mitigation measures associated with trenching. Do you believe any such mitigation measures are necessary to prevent groundwater contamination associated with trenching for the collector circuits?
Not at this time.
You were asking questions about the hypothetical disturbance of a abandoned zinc or lead mine. Based on your review of the project and the geotechnical borings of the turbine locations, were you able to determine whether there are any zinc or lead mines that are abandoned under the turbine locations?
Based on the drillings I've observed, there are not any.
As a result, do you have an opinion as to whether there will be ground disturbance of abandoned mines associated with the construction of the project?
Not at this time.
You were asking questions about spoils located and whether there are spoils located in the path of the collection circuit. You were, and in particular, whether those spoils might migrate into the trench. Assuming that the trenching does not occur during heavy rain or extreme storm events, do you have any opinions as to whether spoils in the project area are likely to migrate to a trench during the trenching of the collection circuit?
Don't think that would be asked exactly, but I'll allow it.
I do not think the spoils would migrate from the spoil piles to the construction areas.
And Mr. Patton, has anything with regard to the testimony that you've given today changed your ultimate opinions that are stated in your testimony and your report?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
All right, I don't want to delay your using you any further, but I just wanted to mention, we'll go off the record for this. You mentioned there was a photograph of a cow in a trench, and I couldn't find it in the documents. Is there?
No, sir.
Okay.
There's not a photo.
photograph of a cow.
Just the trench.
I observed a cow carcass. At the photographs that were taken. The cow carcass was right behind me when I took that photograph.
Too bad, we could have it right. That's fine. Okay, great. Well, thank you. Let's put that on the record. So excused, go off the record. Looks like we have a perfect opportunity for a 20-minute break. We'll get right back to who will be the next witness, when we get that.
Mr. Hanger.
Anchored, okay, so rest up, everyone. Some noise canceling headphones.
So
1 o'clock.
can I ask you questions?
I'm still here.
Sorry. Okay, so what, I have an issue with the, with direct testimony of witness punch. Because there is both an R, because exhibit 47 has to go in there. And there are E's, because, you know, I mistakenly indicated Jenkins instead of RPJ. I would like to refile this as something.
Okay, I guess I'm not, so. So there, we already filed, we haven't already filed revised.
No, I have not filed revised. I would like to file one document that corrects the errors.
Yeah.
Plus includes the revision, which puts the exhibit 47 in there, which is something that he refers to every letter, the inventor.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna file that as an R. Or as an E.
So when you say E, you're talking about an errata?
Yes, because it's.
So that's not, we're done with errata. It's only before the. So erratas would be filed before the hearing. Everything now that's gonna get filed being a revised testing. So the punch R. Would be the completely corrected, totally perfect version of what you're in.
Yes.
So that's gonna include reference to exhibit 47.
Yes.
It's gonna include all the changes that I've added to it.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what you're talking about, the correction that, so you had the errata correction.
Right, the errata.
That'll go in your revised test.
Okay.
So the commission will see only one document. They'll never know any of this happened. All they'll see is the one revised perfect document that they can read everything top to bottom.
Good.
Yeah, that's
Now
the
I
plan.
understand.
That's the plan, yeah. If you have other questions, let me know, cause you.
No, I fixed everything that you had identified.
Okay,
And then we have to insert the additional reference to 47, which is really a revision. Not a correction.
right, and that's fine. That's everything now will just be the revised testimony. Everyone's expecting all those changes at this point, so it shouldn't be an issue with making that revision. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry to take your time.
No, you're good. That's great. This will save a lot more time, so I appreciate it. They're just talking to Zoom now. I see someone joined us with a phone number ending in 598. Can you identify yourself, please?
Scared of them.
Usually when I talk. We don't have our court reporter yet, so before we get started, my plan was to do, get through the applicants today. The way this pace of this is going, that's very ambitious, but you may wanna contact any caregivers you need to contact for dogs and kids, because we'll probably end up going later in order to accomplish that goal of getting, all the applicant witnesses in today. So I think it'll be easier to do interveners and staff online, since we're gonna be on Zoom only tomorrow. But the applicants' witnesses probably better for all of us sitting around the table when we're questioning them, so try to get through them today. That's- Where'd you go? No complaint, all right, no one say anything anyway. Let's have the next one this week.
I'm sorry.
Wait just a second, sorry.
It was Hank. Yeah, you can just come on to the. Yeah. Welcome back.
Thank you, Judge.
Raise your right hand, start referring to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
See? Gonna still align that mic so that it works for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hankard.
Good afternoon,
Could you please state your name for the record?
Michael Hankard.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I am the owner and principal acoustical consultant at Hankard Environmental.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony consisting of 10 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes,
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 9 pages?
yes,
And have you prepared and caused to be filed for rebuttal testimony consisting of 4 pages?
yes,
Do you have any corrections or clarifications to your testimony?
I do.
What are those clarifications or corrections?
So in my,
I will issue with your microphone.
okay, in my rebuttal testimony on page 7 at the Q&A starting at line 15, I mentioned that the PSC 128 contains references to ANSI and ISO standards. It does not directly contain those references. It references a standard by a group called the ASTM, and it references those ISO and ANSI standards. So it's an indirect reference. I just wanted to clarify that. And I also noted that in that same Q&A that the Wisconsin PSC 128 was in terms of the LEQ noise metric. It is not. It doesn't state a metric.
Do either of those corrections change the opinions that you've reached and stated in your report and your testimony?
No.
And if I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, other than those clarifications, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
And is the information contained in your report and your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
it is.
Mr. Hankard, have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Punch?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any concerns regarding Dr. Punch's references to ISO 996 and 2631 standards in his testimony?
I'm gonna object. We put in rebuttal testimony and it got thrown out at their behest. We're now going to have rebuttal testimony. I just don't know what the rule is.
Okay, so, the way I understood it, well, the rule essentially, well, in the facilitating matters or parties can at the time of the hearing, address what was last filed and what was said at the hearing before the witness takes the stand. So that's procedurally, in terms of the order of operations, this would be allowed if the current witness is gonna be, responding to surrebuttal of witness Punch. Now, the surrebuttal that was filed in writing by RJP and Punch. I struck because it was repetitive of this other rebuttal. And was basically the black probative value because it simply cited back to direct and rebuttal of Punch and that's not necessary, so you can rely on those documents in the remaining course of the proceeding as valid testimony. So it kind of depends on what witness Hankard says now. And so I'll just let this out as a warning. So if witness Hankard is going to simply cite back to direct, that's really not appropriate testimony here today. If he has something additional to add with respect to, after reading Punch's surrebuttal and gets something additional to say, that's valid. Punch still hasn't taken the stand, so Punch could then respond to Hankard's response here today. So, okay, so you're actually in a good position because you have you'll be coming up next, but I think it was more so that it was didn't meet the standards of probative value in terms of the written surrebuttal, rather than being out of time or in some way not lined up with our operation or procedures. So.
Okay.
So with that, be on the lookout for improper surrebuttal, but so far we don't know that yet.
Trust me.
Okay, well, trust but verify. So do we have a pending question? Did you want that read back?
I would like that read back, please.
Let's do that.
Question, do you have any concerns regarding Dr. Punch's references to ISO 9969 and 2631 standards in his testimony?
And just to clarify, in his surrebuttals.
Okay. I do not have any concerns about his reference to those standards. I just think that his reference to those standards is inappropriate. Because they are in reference to the whole body movement of a human being, not to a human being standing near a wind turbine being subjected to infrasound.
What are some examples of whole body movement of a human being that these standards would be applicable to?
Yeah, the standard, at least in ISO 9996, references things such as an operator of a piece of equipment that is vibrating, standing on a platform that is vibrating, being aboard a ship that is rolling, that sort of whole body movement.
I take it from your testimony that you're familiar with the ISO 9996 and 2631 standards, is that correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do either the ISO 996 or the 2631 standards have any reference at all to infrasound?
not to infrasound, no.
Do either of those standards at all speak to whether infrasound causes nausea?
No, they do not reference infrasound at all, so therefore not to infrasound causing nausea.
Dr. Punch, in his rebuttal testimony, cites to the World Health Organization Community Noise Guidelines from 2018 to support his claim that momentary peak levels during nighttime hours should be limited. Are you aware of any World Health Organization guidelines related to momentary peaks from wind turbines?
The 2018 World Health Organization guidelines were broken up into, it was the first time WHO, if I may refer to that as WHO, it's the first time they studied wind turbines specifically. All of their guidelines back in dating into the 1990s were just for general noise, mostly transportation noise. So the 2018 guidelines were broken up into sections on rail noise, highway noise,
leisure noise, which is say headphones, road traffic noise and wind turbines. And, the document mentions what's called maximum levels, or as you said, momentary, maximum levels in every section except the wind turbine section. So no, who does not, suggest measuring or assessing the impact of wind turbine noise based on momentary metrics. Quite the opposite, they recommend a 45 unit, which is an annual average, would be kind of the polar opposite of an instantaneous. Instead of just looking at them in instantaneous, then you're looking at something over the course of a year.
Thank you. Have you also had a chance to review Mr. Jenkins' rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Does the explanation that Mr. Jenkins provides his methodology for his infrasound measurements in his rebuttal testimony alleviate your concerns regarding the evidence he's offered?
I mean, no, the equipment that Mr. Jenkins used that I commented on is very inexpensive. You cannot calibrate it in the field. So it can identify some of the frequencies that he identified, but you cannot use it to determine the level. That is an important point here, because just because a wind turbine emits some energy at a certain frequency, the great question is how much energy does it emit?
Are you aware of any peer-reviewed literature that discusses the measurements of SPPs or that establishes that such frequencies should be treated differently from other types of infrasound?
No.
Is there a spike associated with a blade passing a turbine foundation? If there's a spike associated with a blade passing a turbine foundation, what range does that spike occur in typically?
Yes, so when a wind turbine blade passes the tower, there is a small pressure pulse, and the frequency of that pulse depends on how fast the turbine spins and how many blades it has. For modern 3-bladed utility scale wind turbines, we're talking about something on the order of 0.7 hertz, plus or minus. Some turbines spin a little faster, some turbines spin a little slower.
Have you ever seen any peer-reviewed literature or scientific research to suggest that infrasound of less than 1 hertz should be treated differently than other frequencies of infrasound?
No.
Did anything in Dr. Punch or Mr. Jenkins' rebuttal testimony cause you to change your mind regarding SPPs or your prior testimony?
No.
Are the opinions contained in your testimony and report opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of certainty in your field?
Yes.
And Mr. Hankard, you've been present in the room for today's testimony, and yesterday's testimony as well, is that correct?
It is.
Did you hear testimony regarding whether the project would cause any non-participating landowners to experience noise levels that would exceed regulatory requirements?
Yes, I heard that discussion.
And Mr. Hankard, in your analysis, did you determine whether there are any non-participating landowners that will exceed the applicable regulatory noise requirements?
No, as detailed in our report, we found that the noise level at all non-participating residences would be below the Wisconsin DSC 45 nighttime limit.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Hankard is available.
All right. So I think we'll continue with our order so that we can keep things in line on the record. So we'll start with the 435. Do you have any questions? Okay, and Ms. Price? Okay, now to Jenkins with Attorney Jablonski.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hankard. I'm Frank Jablonski. I'm here for Richard and Patricia Jenkins.
Good afternoon.
So in your rebuttal testimony, I'm looking at it at page 2, lines 14 to 16. And this is a predicate to my questions. You seem to express confusion about whether insignificant and inaudible quantities of infrasound at extremely low frequencies can lead to motion sickness. Is that a fair characterization of that testimony?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. You have, excuse me, I'm pulling your testimony. Because I can't see far and close at the same time.
It's off the record, that was page 2.
Yes, page 2, lines 14 to 16.
That's the next part.
So what these questions are gonna be about, they're gonna be about the sort of physical vibrations issue, just so how you have that predicate. Is it your position that exposure to inaudible infrasound at these extremely low frequencies cannot reasonably be associated with motion sickness?
Yes, at the levels that wind turbines produce infrasound, which is not just below the human audibility threshold, but 5 orders of magnitude below. I, as a professional and in my own personal experience, having spent countless hours in the presence of operating wind turbines, I do not see how that equates to the full body shaking of a human being.
Do you have any peer-reviewed study indicating that infrasound at those extremely low frequencies cannot reasonably be associated with motion sickness?
I have not prepared any peer-reviewed studies to that effect.
Do you know of any that you can cite to me now?
That prove that they don't.
That show that infrasound at extremely low frequencies, the less than 1 hertz frequencies that Dr. Punch was talking about, that those cannot reasonably be associated with motion sickness. So has that been broken? Has that connection been broken by a peer-reviewed study?
Well, for example, the World Health's 2018 study investigated health effects. So if you consider nausea a health effect, they determined that there was no evidence of health effects. So that's one. Health Canada, which you'll hear much about, I believe, today, the largest study of actual people living around actual turbines, found no health effects. So again, if you consider nausea a health effect, Health Canada would not create that association.
Have you ever written any peer-reviewed papers on the vibratory impact of airborne acoustic emissions on inner ear structures?
No, I have not.
What do you understand to be the function or functions of the vestibular portion of the ear?
I mean, I'm not a health professional, I'm an acoustician, so I measure noise levels, I predict noise levels. I'm aware of the outer and middle and inner ear, and I've taken courses on the workings of the ear, but not necessarily as it relates to the vestibular system.
Do you know whether the vestibular system is a sensory system located primarily in the inner ear?
I do not consider myself an expert on the vestibular system.
Do you know anything about whether the vestibular system provides the brain with information about motion, head position, and spatial orientation?
I've had vestibular issues, never in the presence of wind turbines, mind you, but, and so I've seen specialists so from that perspective, I know that it does control one's sense of balance, but again, I'm not a medical professional.
Okay. Just from your experience, do you believe that the vestibular system is also essential for posture?
I'm not aware that those two are related, I would not.
Is it your understanding, and this again from your own experience, that you indicated you have, that the vestibular system is essential for coordinating movement with vision?
From my own personal experience, yes.
Okay, so is it responsible, for example, for stabilizing your gaze when you're moving your head around?
Your Honor, I'll object. This witness has testified he's not an expert in the vestibular system. At this point, I'm not sure if we're talking about personal experience or his expertise. We do have a medical expert that will be testifying. I think it's more appropriate to ask that.
Okay.
He's been testifying to no health, but I'm just gonna ask a couple more questions about his familiarities to just set those up, whether he has them or not.
Okay, so the last question, let's read back the last question.
Question, so is it responsible, for example, for stabilizing your gaze when you're moving your head around?
System itself, and I don't know. So you're asking for his opinion on how the vestibular system works. I don't think he could answer that without any expertise. His personal experience wouldn't give him knowledge of how gaze is maintained, balance and gaze is maintained without knowing having more expertise about the system itself. So I'll sustain that objection.
Mr. Hanker, do you know what sensory conflict theory is?
Conflict?
Conflict, yes, thank you.
I do not.
Have you ever heard of neural mismatch theory?
I have not.
Is it your position that the inner ear structures cannot be affected by the vibratory impact of airborne acoustic emissions?
Specific to wind turbines, again, the levels of infrasound that they produce, I have seen nothing in the literature nor in my own experience around wind turbines to indicate that there's any sort of an effect on a person in any way, shape, or form.
So it's your position, it's your belief that inner ear structures cannot be affected by the vibratory impact of airborne acoustic emissions unless than 1 hertz.
Again, we have to continue to take level into account. If I'm standing next to the blast off of a rocket, which could produce untold quantities of infrasound, there could be an effect. But in terms of that produced by wind turbines, I have seen nothing in the literature or my experience to indicate that they have an effect.
In that literature and your experience are what would underpin your belief about these issues?
Or I'm sorry, net literature and experience are what would?
Underpin your beliefs about these issues?
Yes, my experience and my reading of the literature is all I have.
You haven't written any peer-reviewed papers on the inner ear structures that are responsible for perception, true?
That's correct.
I'm going to pose a proposition, ask whether you agree or disagree with it, or you can also have no opinion. Conflicts between stimulation of visual, ear, and muscular systems can induce motion sickness.
Objection outside this witness's expertise. He's testified he is not an expert in health effects nor the vestibular system.
Sustain.
Mr. Hankard, have you ever initiated communication with anyone who has indicated that they have moved away from a wind facility because of what they consider to be, in their experience, adverse health effects?
I did not initiate those conversations, but I've had those conversations.
Have you talked to the people who vacated their homes near Shirley Wind?
I spoke personally with 2 out of the 3. I believe there were 3 families or people, and I've spoken to 2 of them.
Are you aware of any other operating energy facility for which people feel compelled to abandon their homes when the facility is operating as designed? I'm not talking about an accident or something like that. When it is operating as designed.
Well, there's the aforementioned people at Shirley Wind in Wisconsin. I've had conversations with others who may have made that threat, but I'm not sure if they actually moved out of their homes. I was not privy to that.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. No questions.
All right, so let's go off the record before we continue. Please introduce yourself to the group.
Your Honor, Sharif Halawish for Oregon, Wisconsin, and the staff attorney.
Welcome. So actually, we do need that on the record. You already did it. I had a feeling you were on top of this. All right, well, thanks. Yeah, Ori told me you were stepping in, but we should have you make a formal appearance. So, that's great. So let's move on with other questions. Continue down our list. Metallica, any questions?
No questions.
No, Reagan?
No questions.
Okay, Renew?
No question.
Schwartzman?
I guess not.
No, is that enough? Council Policy Monitor?
Yes.
No, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henkert. I'm Eric Olson with Wisconsin Policy Monitor LLC. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
You spoke a little bit in your testimony about the Health Canada study. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the conclusions of that study was that wind turbine facilities do cause annoyance, as that term was used in the study. True?
Could you perhaps provide me with some reference to exactly what you're talking about within that?
That was a good idea. Let's go off the record, and I think that's evidence.
Let's take a look at Wisconsin Policy Monitor Brown 12.
And Vermont Health. And that's cites the
It has a literature review and a synopsis of it on page 5.
But just to clear the record, do we have the Health Canada? Is that something that?
Yes.
Had filed? Yeah.
We do, it is in with the testimony of Dr. Ellen Bogan. I can just, give me a second, I can tell you where. I believe it was a testimony or exhibit in his rebuttal report.
Under your cheat sheet.
I didn't write down Canada, so unfortunately, unless I know the author, maybe.
Well, I don't wanna hold this up, so I'll find it and
I
then.
just don't know. Okay, well, what we have. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you
Oh,
off.
no, man.
I was just telling him that the author was from Mifflin.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it on my list.
All right, so we'll work with Brown 12. So just introduce Brown 12 to the witness. Just direct the witness to Brown 12 and then we'll start. So yeah, it's back on the record. Can you see it? I'll put it up here. Okay.
One way or the other, I will, Judge.
Mr. Hinkert, I would like to direct your attention to what has been labeled for the purposes of these proceedings as WPM Brown 12. May I have a question?
Yeah. You know, let me grab it because there's some new wires here.
And I found Health Canada, and in the meantime, it is Ellen Bogan, Ellen Bogan for attached his rebuttal testimony.
Okay, thanks. So we'll see if this will do, and then if not, we'll bring up the whole study.
And actually, I should correct myself, it's 3, 4, and 5 that constitute the supporting evidence for that report as well. For the report along with its appendices.
And I'm sorry, do we have a page number for that? It's a bit that we're looking at.
Yes. Directing your attention to page 5 of WPM Brown 12. Are you there?
Yes.
Would you agree that the proposed project will cause environmental noise?
The project will generate some quantity of noise, yes.
Looking at page 5 of exhibit WPM Brown 12. Under the heading 6, annoyance. It states, the use of the term annoyance should not be confused with our everyday use of the term to indicate a quote minor nuisance, close quote, or quote, something that causes slight irritation, close quote. In their review, McCooney et al. 2014 described noise-related annoyance as a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, or exhaustion. Community noise annoyance is defined as the prevalence percentage of people in the community who report being very or extremely, together termed highly annoyed. Would you agree that the project that we're here to discuss is possibly going to cause some people in the community to become highly annoyed as defined by the portion of WPM round 12 that I just read?
I am not getting to think about this. So I guess I'm a little confused because you were asking me about Health Canada, but is the question now about this McConaughey 2014 comment? Because I don't believe.
The question was, well. Okay.
Well, I think we have a pending question that you could just answer the question that's pending, and I think you may have some follow-up question about the Health of Canada. That would be my understanding of that.
Right.
I cannot predict if the Badger Hollow Wind project will cause anyone in the area to be annoyed. I worked on a project recently in New York, and they've had 2 years of operation without a single complaint. And that's all documented in the public record on that project. And it has similar predicted levels to this project. So on that basis, I would say, no, I wouldn't. Other people may have found different things at different projects. I would not suspect any significant degree of annoyance, but I cannot predict if there's anyone that will or will not be annoyed. It's such a subjective human phenomenon.
Would it be fair to say that that is the analysis of whether anybody will become annoyed as that term is defined on page 5 of WPM round 12?
Well,
is not an analysis that you performed as part of your work in this one?
I did not perform an analysis as to whether or not there would be annoyance.
The next question is just one paragraph lower, reading from WPM round 12 on page 5. It states the largest study of annoyance attributed to wind turbine noise by respondents was completed as part of Health Canada's wind turbine noise and health study. Could you help me with the pronunciation? Is it Michaud?
It's French, so Michaud.
Okay, Michaud. So that would be Keith Michaud et al. 2016. Is that the study that you were referencing earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. WPM Brown 12 on page 5 states, similar to early studies, and there's a citation. This study finds that noise levels increase that as noise levels increase, the percentage of people who report being highly annoyed also increases from 2.1% or less below 30 decibels to 13.7% in the 40 to 46 decibel range, correct? And what I'm asking you is, do you agree that that was the, one of the findings of the, Keith Michaud et al. 2016 study that we're calling the Health Canada study?
I certainly agree that these quotes are from the Health Canada study, and that is what they found.
As we sit here today, is there any reason that you can present to us that you believe those results, those conclusions as they relate to annoyance that I just read would not apply to the project area of the project that we're here to discuss?
So I work on a number of wind turbine projects. And I am also, not always, but in many cases, the person that would get called if there's a complaint. Because I'm the one that would go out and measure. Again, not always, but many times. And I certainly have worked on multiple projects of late in the last, say, 3 years where, to my knowledge, there were either no complaints or none that warranted having someone go out like myself and check the levels. If these percentages were to be taken as gospel, I would be getting called out to winter facilities a lot more than I am. So my experience does not match the percentages the Health Canada study.
Okay, so as we sit here, you question whether the Health Canada study is reliable, true?
No, Health Canada is a very extremely well done professional study. I'm not here to question its results. I'm just comparing its results to my own professional experience.
Okay. Do you have any reasons why your professional experience deviates from the results of the Health Canada study, which were a rigorous study in regards to annoyance or community annoyance?
I've seen many projections of high percentages of annoyance that have not come to bear in my experience. I don't know the reasons. These are this wasn't a theory. This is based on a questionnaire study, but so no, I do not know the reasons of the difference. I just know there is a difference between my experience and the numbers that Health Canada reported.
Okay. The next sentence from WPM from 12 on page 5 says, notably, the prevalence of high annoyance increases by a factor of 10 between the 30 to 35 decibel range. 1.0% highly annoyed, and the 35 to 40 decibel range, 10% highly annoyed, suggesting an important threshold at or near 35 decibels. Would you agree that there is an important threshold as it relates to annoyance at or near 35 decibels?
At about 35 decibels, a project will be barely audible. As in, you'd have to strain to hear it, because in a rural environment, 35 is a quiet existing level. And so when we go and measure wind turbines, we have an extremely hard time distinguishing anything below 40 because of the birds and the traffic and the wind and everything else. So if I had to offer my professional opinion on this, I would say that at 35 is when it just becomes audible. And if somebody is annoyed when they can just barely hear something, that could be.
Okay, given, would you agree that these statutory thresholds for noise that would be applicable to this project were to be approved would be 45 decibels during the nighttime hours as defined by statute, and 50 decibels during the daytime hours as those hours are defined by statute, measured at the outer wall of the receptor sites?
Just hold on a second. So when you say statute, what are you referring to?
The PSC 128.
Yes. So Wisconsin Admin Code PSC 128. So
do you know that I can tell you
it's the
citation? It's 128, the Wisconsin Administrative Code, PSC 128.14 sub 3 sub A.
I believe the question was, are the limits 45 and 950 day? And yes, I agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that reducing the noise limits as to this project from the levels stated in the section of the Wisconsin Administrative Code PSC that we just spoke about down to 35 decibels would be a best practice?
Best practice, and maybe help me define what you mean by best practice.
Okay. Based on the Health Canada findings, the findings in the Health Canada studies, they relate to community annoyance. It's plausible to believe that reducing the noise limits at the outside wall of the receptor sites as far as the applicant is concerned from 50 decibels and 45 decibels, daytime, nighttime, down to 35 decibels, would result in 1/10 of the people being highly annoyed that would otherwise be highly annoyed were the statutory thresholds allowed. Would that be a reasonable requirement for the applicants in your professional opinion?
Objective form. I didn't understand the question. To the extent that it's asking whether PSC regulations are reasonable, I'll object that it calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, I'll note the objection. I think we're gonna let the witness take a shot at it because of his extensive experience with our proceedings, so go ahead.
I do not think that lowering the limit is going to magically result in the kind of reductions that you're getting at here with Health Canada. And I'll give you one great example, which occurred 11 or 12 years ago. There was a complaint lodged against the project in Illinois. I was sent down to measure the levels, which I did extensively. I had a conversation with 3 different people one day, 3 landowners that lived essentially next door to one another and therefore had the same exposure to noise.
I'm gonna object on grounds of hearsay and that this is not responsive. I didn't ask for anecdotes about trips to Illinois, Your Honor, with all due respect.
Okay, proceed. I'll note that objection. Proceed with your answer.
Okay. One of the neighbors was the complainant and they were very upset, annoyed, you could say. Another person, their neighbor, said, I don't really care. Every once in a while I hear it, no big deal. And the third person said, I like them, let's have more. All 3 had the same exact experience. So my point is, you can't necessarily count on a noise level to automatically annoy or not annoy or prevent annoyance or not prevent annoyance.
Okay, would you agree that the Health Canada study found that in the 35 to 40 decibel range, 10% of the people experiencing it became highly annoyed? That's what the study found, whether or not it agrees with your experience. True?
Your Honor, at this point, I will object. I think we're talking about and asking about Health Canada. Let's put that on the screen.
Yeah, I agree. So is that your intent to have him opine on the Health Canada study? We should bring that up on the screen and look at that. Also, I guess to make. I mean, what would you like to do? Or we can just move on to something else.
I think let's just move on then. Oh. In the anecdote that you just, or your interviews that you just discussed with the 3 participants in the I don't remember the name of that project, was it, but it was a wind turbine project in Illinois?
Correct.
Right, so from your sample size, which was limited to 3, actually 33.33% were highly true.
1 out of the 3 people I talked to, yes.
No further questions.
Commission staff, no questions. Redirect?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hanker, you testified that you've spoken with individuals that moved away from their homes because of their belief that the nearby wind farm causes health issues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of whether there was any evidence presented of that those individuals had undergone medical investigations that established that the issues that they were experiencing were indeed caused by the nearby wind farm?
I am not aware that any such medical evidence was put forth, no.
And what were the issues that they explained to you, if any, that they were encountering?
There was, headache. I remember forgetfulness. Forgetfulness is the one that I remember most viscerally, but certainly headaches. It was a long time ago, but it was kind of a fairly long list of, the nausea, those sorts of things.
Are you aware of any scientific literature, peer reviewed or not, that would support their belief that these symptoms that you just referenced were indeed caused by the nearby Shirley wind farm?
No, the Health Canada, most of the statements put out by various health organizations that I've seen, again, not a health professional, but I can read, have found no evidence of health effects.
With regard to annoyance, Mr. Hankard, just so that we're clear, are you qualified to talk about health impacts associated with annoyance?
No.
You were asked a number of questions about Brown Exhibit 12 and the percentage of people who report annoyance who live in or around wind turbines as a result of the project, or as a result of wind turbines, correct?
You're referring to this Vermont document that we were just citing from?
Yes, indeed, and I'll ask you to turn to the portion we were talking about, which is page 5. And we were looking, I believe, at the second paragraph under the heading annoyance.
I see it.
In that paragraph that you have in front of you, was there any discussion at all of people reporting annoyance that experienced infrasound at less than 1 hertz?
There's nothing in this paragraph, and my familiarity with Health Canada, they didn't look at infrasound when it came to the annoyance space. They weren't measuring infrasound per se.
And with regard to your familiarity with Health Canada, did Health Canada consider overall the impacts of infrasound?
They did, in the sense that it was real people living near actual operating turbines that do emit infrasound.
And can you explain why infrasound would not cause annoyance?
Again, the level that the levels of infrasound that wind turbines produce are about 5 orders of magnitude below the human hearing threshold. And it was further postulated by the scientific community that perhaps there's an alternative way that a human could sense infrasound. That has been tested. A number of studies have tried to put people in test facilities and hit them with infrasound, and Dr. Ellen will of course talk about this in more detail, but all of the studies I have reviewed, there was never any ability, statistically significant anyway, for a human to in any way hear or sense infrasound, and then therefore I'm not sure how you could complain about it.
Thank you. I have nothing further for Mr. Hankard.
Okay. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Who's that?
Applicant's next witness is Dr. Ellen Logan.
Yeah, sir. Swear you in, raise your right hand, swear or affirm the truth, the whole truth, but the truth. You can to the mic, please.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jeffrey Ellen Logan.
Thank you, Dr. Ellen Logan. Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a medical doctor in Baltimore, Maryland.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony consisting of 20 pages and 2 exhibits?
I have.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 7 pages and 4 exhibits?
Yes.
And have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 15 pages and 5 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
None.
Is the information contained in your testimony and exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
The same, yes.
I'd like to address a few issues that Dr. Punch raises in his rebuttal testimony. Have you had an opportunity to review that rebuttal testimony?
I have, yes.
First, in his rebuttal testimony, Dr. Punch says that he has spoken to many people concerning health impacts from wind turbines and that he believes that their complaints are valid. Is this a sufficient process, in your medical opinion, for determining causality?
It certainly would not be the method for determining causality. I would agree that it's the first step that would initiate a process in which someone would conduct a formal evaluation to make that determination. And I think it's reasonable to start by listening and believing the person, but that would only be step A of a long series of steps that one would take to determine cause and causality.
And what would be the second step in determining causality?
Oh, the second step would be to have a proper formal interview. It would then include a physical examination. It would include the interrogation of a person's medical records. It might involve discussions with family members. It almost certainly would involve testing, perhaps with imaging or blood work or whatever would be appropriate. It then may initiate some treatment to determine whether there is some response. And so it would be a long list of things to be conducted before one would get to a point of making causality. The key is that the process would lead to a differential diagnosis for which one would prioritize and go after through those steps.
Did you see any information presented by Dr. Punch that would establish that he conducted those steps to determine and establish causality?
No, he did not.
Did you see any evidence at all that was presented regarding clinical evaluation or differential diagnosis?
None whatsoever.
Do you have an understanding as to why such information was not presented in this analysis?
My assumption was that while he may or may not have had the opportunity to conduct such an evaluation, he is not in a position to do so. He doesn't have the training or capability.
And just so that we're clear, what training and capability are you referring to?
He is a retired audiologist. To the extent that the person had a concern relative to audiology, he could evaluate that narrow perspective. But to the extent that someone had any of the many health concerns that he raised, he's not in position, he has neither the training, experience, nor expertise to evaluate such things as headaches, kidney disease, sleep problems, and so forth.
And in your opinion, what training or capabilities would be required to make such determinations?
Well, at the very least, it would be a medical doctor, preferably one with a specialty in those areas.
In Dr. Punch's rebuttal testimony, he says that you did not indicate if you ever talked or interviewed anyone who was complained of sleeplessness or other AHEs, which I believe stands for adverse health effects, related to IWT, industrial wind turbine exposure. Have you ever spoken with or interviewed anybody who has complained of health effects that they attribute to wind turbines?
I have.
Tell me about those conversations.
Well, many of them have been in proceedings such as these, where I've listened and heard to the same concerns as Dr. Punch has listened to and heard. I have also been asked to do formal independent medical evaluations of some folks. And I have been an avid reader of the literature and present for other hearings as well.
And Dr. Allen Logan, do you believe that the people who you've spoken with and offered testimony are experiencing symptoms that they complain about?
Oh, I believe everyone when they tell me their symptoms. What I don't believe, having now conducted these medical evaluations, is that their symptoms were in any way related to the winter months.
How have these evaluations and conversations that you conducted helped inform your conclusions regarding negative health impacts of wind turbines?
I think that they've deepened my understanding that reasonably sited turbines, such as the one that is under discussion here today, are not a risk for human health.
Dr. Punch states in his testimony that the Brown County Board of Health declared Shirley Wind a human health hazard. Do you have any concerns about that statement?
The only document that I have seen that's the most recent one to my knowledge is a document from 2015 in which the health officer concluded that there was not evidence to support a health effect from wind turbines. So I was surprised to see that comment from Dr. Bunch, yes.
Are you familiar with the work cited by Dr. Punch of Persinger?
I am, yes.
Can you describe your understanding of the work cited by Persinger, of the work by Persinger cited by Dr.
Yes, Dr. Persinger was a psychologist in Canada, probably best known for his work on the paranormal. He studied mental telepathy and had produced papers that concluded that it was from geomagnetism. These were, as you can imagine, highly controversial and in no way related to wind turbines. And the paper produced by Dr. Punch on this matter had a brief paragraph about wind turbines in the context of infrasound. So this was work that was already outside of the scope of a psychologist who was already on the fringe and made a passing comment about infrasound with respect to wind turbines that really has no bearing on this hearing.
And to the best of your knowledge, was Persinger, the author of the article cited by Dr. Punch, a medical doctor, epidemiologist, or audiologist?
None of those.
And was the Persinger article cited by Dr. Punch published before or after the Health Canada and Marshall studies?
I'm sorry, the Health Canada.
And Marshall studies.
Sorry.
Okay. The article by Persinger was published in 2014. The Health Canada studies were published in 2016, so he did not have the ability to evaluate the Health Canada work.
Does Dr. Punch's rebuttal testimony or his critiques of the Marshall and Health Canada studies change your mind about the validity of those studies?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
Let's read it a second. We'll read it back. Appreciate you making sure you know what the question.
Question, does Dr. Punch's rebuttal testimony or his critiques of the Marshall and Health Canada studies change your mind about the validity of those studies?
It does not. Dr. Punch made a number of smaller critiques that were, I would say, not in any way influencing
my feeling about those studies being outstanding scientific work.
Can you address the critiques that Dr. Punch has leveled at Health Canada?
Sure, there were the two themes of Dr. Punch's critique were the nauseogenic range that was ignored by Marshall and SPPs. Those were the kind of the two big topics that he felt were either inadequately or not at all addressed by Marshall and Health Canada. The nauseogenic range, as I have no doubt be asked about, is not something related to acoustics or sound whatsoever. And so I don't know why it has any bearing on this hearing. And SPPs, to my knowledge, is essentially a concept made up by Dr. Punch, and then those two things are sort of unworthy of undermining the two best scientific studies on this topic to date.
Dr. Punch also cites the World Health Organization in his rebuttal report, and in particular, the environmental noise guidelines from 2018. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Do you know if the WHO 2018 noise guidelines took Health Canada's research into consideration?
I'm glad you asked, because that publication in 2018.
Actually, this is not responsive to anything that Punch testified about.
Okay.
He didn't testify about any relationship between Health Canada. Who?
He did testify about the World Health Organization guidelines, and my question is related to whether or not those guidelines were published after or before Health Canada and accounted for Health Canada, which is related to the credibility of those health guidelines.
Okay, the WHO 2018 document did not have time to incorporate the Health Canada studies from 2016, so they were not aware and did not allow Health Canada to influence their guideline.
How do you know that they didn't have time to incorporate it?
The WHO 2018 document literally says in the WHO 2018 document that the 2016 articles by Health Canada came out just as they had finished their evaluation of the literature, and that they didn't have time to review it.
So is it fair to say that the recommendations of the 2018 WHO guidelines did not include Health Canada in the final report?
That's correct.
Dr. Punch also cites to a study written by Liebich et al. In his rebuttal testimony.
Just a second, can we just give the exhibit numbers for those?
He cites to them in his rebuttal testimony, he does not attach them as exhibits.
That's okay, so I know that. Let's just confirm the first one, the first singer, I believe that's punch 41. Is that almost the page of that?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a cited but not offered study in punch rebuttal, so I might have missed that.
Might have been the one you excluded, 43.
Let's go off the record. It is 43, not the one that was excluded. Okay. So I don't. What page on punches cerebral is on? I can. Pause.
On page. Your Honor, I don't intend to ask about the cited report. I intend to ask whether Dr. Ellenbogen is aware of any studies and other than this one by leakage.
Okay, why don't, and let's just ask that question without bringing in the,
And I don't believe that this portion of this testimony was stricken, which is why I'm referring to the testimony.
so, okay, so I mean, we probably. In striking the exhibit, we should strike what's relied upon, and how the testimony was relied upon that exhibit. But I don't know if it. How does this work? The study. Exhibit 5 and another study summarized by Leibich, so there's 2 studies in that answer for punch, is that? So there's exhibit punch 5 and 43 involved in that answer, right? Correct. But the underlying study was not available to punch, so then the punch 43 was being submitted in place of it. So,
So punch 43, if that's what we're talking about,
yeah,
it's referenced in punch's surrebuttal, page 10, line 7 to 13.
right.
Yeah, we've got that.
Okay, so, but in terms of saying, I just want to be careful, because if you ask him if there's any other studies, he's gonna say, it's this one. And then we're gonna say,
So long as, if you strike any reference to Leibich, I will move on, but if the reference to Leibich stays, I'm going to ask
okay, yeah,
if
so,
he's familiar with any other Leibich reports.
okay, well, I think the intent when striking the exhibit, because it was not made available, we should be striking the reference to it in testimony as well. So I think that would just be that line 7, punch, sort of punch 10, line 7, where it says another study. And then I think,
Yes, Your Honor, I'm reading through that, it seems like the rest of that kind of answer relates to Leibich, is
Yeah.
how I read that, but.
That's same.
okay, well, but then what about punch 5? Is that? That's
Punch
not-
5 is in.
It is not implicated by the answer that follows. Besides.
I think the answer is saying besides, and
Yes,
then the answer describes Leibich.
Haven't mentioned, so basically it's the whole question answered. You haven't mentioned, already mentioned 5. The rest of it, then relates to 43. Okay, so I think to be consistent with, so let's get on the record. So a question was raised by the applicant to its witness, making reference to testimony in surrebuttal punch at page 10 that, speaks of a document and exhibit that was stricken, punch 43, because I guess mostly my fault, I failed to recognize that the question and answer on punch 10 relies upon the exhibit punch 43. So in order to fully reflect the rejection of exhibit punch 43, we'll need to strike surrebuttal punch 10, lines 3 through 18.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm glad we cleared that up. Thanks.
And that will expedite the remainder of my questioning.
Very good.
Dr. Ellenbogen, does Dr. Punch's rebuttal testimony, or any of the testimony that he's offered in these proceedings change any of your opinions or conclusions stated in your testimony and report?
They do not.
Are the opinions and conclusions stated in your testimony and report opinions that you hold to a reasonable degree of certainty in your field?
Yes.
With that, Dr. Ellenbogen is available for cross-examination.
All right. Thank you. Did want to mention that was in my comments, strike that. Gotcha. All right, so we're good with cross for the witness. We'll start with our list here with 435 questions.
You're on.
All right, and Grice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Make sure your mic is on. All right, excellent.
Linda Grice, I have some questions for you. You said the purpose of your testimony was to address the health and safety concerns mentioned in the public comments and examine the human health literature addressing those concerns. I had a concern in my testimony, in every round of my testimony on PFAs. And are you able to address that, or are there other people that are lined up to address that one?
I'll object on the grounds that actually the testimony of Ms. Grice did not talk about her health impacts. It instead talked about contamination related to PFAS, and we will talk about PFAS and whether there are associations with the project and PFAS with Mr. Kurz.
Okay, we'll note the objection. Okay, well, we'll allow a few questions on this and see how far down the literal well we get. And see if, you know, because I think the issue has been raised, and I think contamination and health effects that relates to a substance like that are probably close enough related that it's valid to be asking a few questions, since we have a medical expert on the stand. So
Yeah, he said he was gonna address the health and safety concerns, so that's why I was
I
asking.
understand, yeah, so we're. And just let me, do you have testimony you want to refer to? We can put it up on the screen, or do you have just?
Questions, like in interrogatories in the beginning, I asked questions and they couldn't say if there were any big or PFAs in the wind turbine blades. So I was never able to get to the point where I could, and that's why I was submitting all of these exhibits going on, and including the last two that I think now were stricken. But because even his third rebuttal, I think it was his third rebuttal, but one of the last third rebuttals to me was that there were no health effects from PFAs and wind turbines.
Okay, so let's just go off the record for a second. So in Ellen Bogan's rebuttal, there's reference to, so I'm gonna call it PFAS. Is that what most people?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try to just agree that we'll call these substances PFAS so we can keep the record, everyone's mind in the same,
Yeah.
same place. So let's see.
I thought it was his, maybe it was Kurt's.
That could be, okay, so. I guess I'll maintain this, if we can get a brief explanation from the witness, when I ask him a few questions about. PFAS and health, and how it relates to human health, that's fine, but we'll keep it short and just make sure that we have. You know, give you that opportunity, but it's. As far as it goes, I know you're not represented by an attorney, we've kind of relaxed some of the rules in this case for that purpose, but I think, you know, there's an obvious issue in the room about that, and I just want to, let's vet it to the extent we find it's necessary, just to get some valid facts on the record about that, and then we can see if we can just move on from there. So go ahead with your question.
I guess I'd like you to explain what the issue in the room is. You said there's a valid issue in the.
Oh, health effects of PFAS. So that's, I think it's been implied by your testimony and by everyone else's understanding of PFAS. There, and to the extent we know or don't know that that's an issue with these turbines, that's one thing, but let's just check the box and have some statements about health effects of PFAS in the record so that we can satisfy you and the public and their concerns about it. If we do have a medical expert here, potentially might be able to answer those questions. We'll take care of that now, here and now, and put it to rest.
Would you like to explain that to?
We're not on the record? Get on the, it's probably better off anyway, get on the record then. That's fine, go ahead with your question.
Could you explain to us some of the health dangers of PFAS, or do you think there is any health danger at all? Yeah, PFAS.
PFAS is not an area of my knowledge, experience, or expertise, so I feel like that's the I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's,
Okay, so I was looking at these Health Canada studies. And I thought they were done in, it was like the last, I think they were published in 2016, but I think it might have been 2013 when they were completed, maybe, I'm not sure, but I think it was published a little later. Yeah, in 2013 on page 7, the question, line 8, it says 2013.
where are you citing?
That's from the draft. Ellen Berger direct,
Okay,
Ellen Bogan direct,
and
sorry.
what page again?
It's page 7 in draft.
Okay, hang on just a minute. Let me- Page 7 on the screen, looks like starting with line 7, there's a question about the Health Canada study.
But it says in 2013, they conducted this study. And I was wondering what size turbines were they using back in those days?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to the size of the turbine. I only know the sound that the turbine was making and how much that reached lungs.
Is the sound of a small turbine, like a 200-foot turbine, would that be similar to the sound of a 650-foot turbine?
One of the advantages of being a health expert looking at sound at the residence is that I can remain agnostic as to size, shape, brand, color. I really would focus only on the sound signature that reaches the dwelling. So there may be some differences in the sound signature of different size turbines, but by the time the sound reaches the dwelling, that's the sound that Health Canada cared about and that I think we should care about from a health perspective.
Okay, is there any research saying whether or not the sound is affected by the size of a turbine?
Well, I think that would be a good question for Mr. Hankard. From my perspective, what the reported sound is at the residence is what I would make my determination on from a health perspective.
I was asking because I've read things where the.
Okay.
If,
You don't want to talk, making statements when you're
Right.
asking questions, so.
I just wanted to. How can I put it to a question? Is the infrasound decibels, is that affected at all by size of turbine? The different decibels emitted, because there might be more or less sound, but the decibel level might be higher or lower.
It's a good question, and I think that's a good question for Mr. Hankard. My expectation is that there may be subtle differences, but it would be minute.
Okay. And then, at the bottom of that same page, on line 22, it says you say they examined, then surveyed people living at varying distance from turbines. Do you know what the varying distances were that they surveyed?
Yes, they report the range of distances that all the logs were relative to the turbines that were near them.
Can you repeat that?
So the way that the entirety of this study is set up, so what they do is there are existing turbines that are spinning, there are existing homes that are near and far. And they were modeling the sound that reached each of the dwellings and making calculations of the sound that would reach each of those dwellings based on their distance and the number of turbines that were nearby and the topography and so forth. So each of the over 1,200 people that were in the study, probably many of them were in the same house, so it wasn't 1,200 houses, but it was a lot of dwellings. Each of them would have had a different address and a different location relative to its nearest turbine or turbines.
Okay, so how close was the closest and how far was the furthest?
So let me interrupt, let's go off the record, what exhibit is the Kansas City again?
It's 3, 4, and 5 to Dr. Ellen Logan's rebuttal testimony.
And so, so intervener Bryce, I'm gonna, for details about this study, well, I got this.
Yeah.
Details about the study itself has been offered by, in the testimony, in the exhibit, Alan Logan 3, 4, and 5. I guess just for my own. These are separate standalone studies that were then we're just wrapping them together for purposes of.
That's a good question for Dr. Ellen Bogan to answer.
Okay. And then, so what I'm gonna ask you to do is, I mean, the details of the studies are, we actually have the studies themselves in evidence. So if you have particular information you want to know about the studies, the document should speak for themselves. And usually these, this is I think a formal article. You should have the methodology in there. I haven't read the whole thing of these. I haven't completely read all these exhibits here, but I'm assuming they're going to answer a lot of your questions about the nuts and bolts about the study and then what their results were. But so to the extent you just want to know about what the study did, I think you want to look at the studies themselves, and you'll get your answers. That's already in evidence, so you don't need to ask questions about that. I don't know if your questions are going to be answered by these documents, but that's something you needed to have prepared ahead of time. So if you had questions about these documents that answers weren't in there, you could have asked them now, but.
Okay,
I don't know if we can.
needed to know if they were close or far away, but if there are a whole lot of different things, there's just too many variables there, you can't come up with anything, so.
Okay, well, sure, to the extent these studies are presented in evidence, you have a chance to review them and understand them on your own, but I guess I should ask you, since I already raised the question, Dr. Alan Logan, and we'll just get back on the record. Just for my own clarification, I guess we've been referring to studies on the record being called the Health Canada studies. And I guess I wasn't aware that there are actually 3 separate exhibits. Just explain how that was laid upon the record in that way, in that fashion. What was going to happen there?
Sure, Your Honor, that's actually helpful to just clarify. What I and others have been casually referring to as the Health Canada study is actually a mega study that was conducted by Health Canada. And it was so much information that they published 7 independent publications with different findings. One on stress and another on sleep and another on the general study and so forth. And so it was way too much science for one paper. And so they broke it down into multiple papers. We call it Health Canada, but embracing all of that investigation about wind turbine noise. And it emerged in numerous publications, each showing its own angle on the topic of wind turbine noise.
Oh, and the record, just a minute. So the record that we have today, we have 3 of those studies offered under your name?
You have the main 3 studies. The one that is the general study that describes basically all of it. All 3 of these are published in 2016. There's the main study, I believe that's exhibit 4 and from.
So I think it's 3, 4, and 5 that we have on the record. I don't know which ones are which, so. We'll have to.
Yeah, so what I'm referring to is kind of the main study is exhibit 4. The one that is specific to stress is exhibit 3. And the one that is specific to sleep and wind turbine noise is exhibit 5.
Okay. Does any of those studies explain the methodology of the entire investigation that Health Canada did?
They do, probably the best one would be exhibit 4. But all of them do some, well, there's a lot of replication in describing the methodology and kind of the upfront methods for each of them. They kind of are standalone. But so they repeat themselves of the method, the general method, and then each one will add some methodology about the specifics. If sleep, they'll add something a little more specific about sleep as well. But each of those 3 studies will talk about the general method, including things like the distance of the turbines and how they calculated noise and how many people were in it, who those people were, how they were recruited. All of the technical information about how the study got going is described equally in all 3.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate any clarification on that. Okay, so now that we know which exhibits we're looking at and what's in them, go ahead with any more questions.
Question about noise, you, on page 10 at the beginning of that, you talk about people who identified themselves as sensitive to noise.
So where are you referencing?
Page 10, Brett.
Hang on.
It's right at the top.
So it's the Ellen Building Direct page.
Yeah.
And
My question for you was, do you consider all infrasound as being audible?
Can I answer that question without knowing where you are in my testimony? That's fine. I'm happy to answer that question. I just want to know, is there something on the page I should be paying attention to as well?
Oh, you just had, you said there to ensure that the study did not contain anyone indifferent or insensitive to infrasound. This study only included people who identified themselves as sensitive to noise.
Understood. And just for the board, to clarify, this is a discussion of the Marshall study, which is not the Health Canada study. And in the Marshall study, the only people that they included were people that described themselves as otherwise healthy, but sensitive to noise. And they did a special standardized determination of that. And the purpose of that was Marshall wanted to include only people in a study that could possibly be bothered by infrasound. They wanted to make sure they would make a finding if there should be one. So the only
They want to make sure
that they could make a finding if there would be one, which is a really awkward way to put that. Let me try to rephrase it. Marshall wanted to be sure that if people were bothered by noise, that the people that he and his colleagues included would have been bothered by noise. So they only included people in the study who described themselves as the kind of people that would be bothered by noise.
Okay.
So-called noise sensitive.
So just off the record for a second. So this was not offered as an exhibit. So
It's Ellen Bogan 6, I believe.
Yes.
so it came in on the bottom.
Correct.
Okay, so let's get back on the record. So the Marshall study that the witness has referenced, citing his direct testimony, was actually offered on rebuttal round as Ellen Bogan 6.
So my question for that though was, do you consider infrasound to all be audible or is some inaudible?
I wouldn't
put it as me considering as it being a known objective threshold for how the human ear works, that once we get into a very low frequency range, it is exceedingly difficult for the human ear to perceive that sound. As it gets lower and lower and lower, it gets harder and harder and harder. Eventually, the frequencies get so low, below the low levels of a piano, way below that, where we can't even hear them when they're being played. And that is referred to as infrasound, sounds that are below 20 hertz. Now, there are some exceptions to that very, very low sound, and that's with the energy has to be so high that it's like a blast level for a human to even have perception. And usually that perception would be the feeling of it. You might be able to hear it, but it would be for the average situation, and certainly, way certainly for this project, I would expect no one to be able to so much as hear or know the presence of infrasound from open turbine.
Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, any questions?
Yes.
Your
Back
mic,
to Linden.
your mic on?
No, it isn't. Thank you. Gina Metallica, Dr. Linden. Right. You just answered my question that I had to define the sound as you use it medically when evaluating an issue with a patient. And what megahertz is it that you're thinking of with sound? Objective form.
Yeah, I think is it the hertz issue?
And then,
I mean, you
What
just
is-
have to rephrase,
yeah, at what level do you consider the starting point of the sound that's an issue for your patients? In that number range.
you need clarification, just ask.
Sure. Do you mean what frequencies?
Frequencies, yeah.
Or what amplitude? Okay. It's hard to have all patients, all circumstances answered, but I would say that the two components of sound are frequency and amplitude. How high pitch or low pitch is the frequency, and how much energy is the amplitude. So my voice is my voice right now. If I talk louder, it's the same frequency but more amplitude. And if I talk higher, it's awkward, that's a higher pitch, same amplitude. And so the human ear has a range of frequencies, meaning what pitch, high or low, that we can hear. And how much energy is in that pitch is also. If I whisper quietly, sorry, that was bad for If I were to speak softly enough in my same pitch, you couldn't hear me because I didn't give enough energy to it, not enough amplitude. Up is how hard I hit the piano key is how much energy. Whether I go high in the piano key or low on the piano key is the pitch. And the human ear is tuned to hear certain pitches and certain amplitude. And if you're asking for health effects from sound, I would ask what health effect. There's certainly noise-induced hearing loss in this. I mean, we could blast injury. I deal with that a lot, especially with our active duty folks. But maybe, do you have a specific medical concern that?
I'm trying to define how you define sound. Is noise and sound used interchangeably?
Yes, ma'am. There is no difference. Noise is to sound as weed is to flower. Noise is a type of sound that's undesirable.
So is infrasound a range of sound?
infrasound got its name because it is infra, meaning below the sound that the typical human can hear. Certainly below what you could hear if it were infrasound from the turbine of this project.
Okay. So there can be strength in infrasound,
What do you mean strength?
just like you said about hitting the keys and a piano. There can be strength in that range of sound that we can't hear. Because if it's a pressure of the blade against the post, there's no sound that we are hearing, but there is a strength in that.
I'm not sure I would use the word strength, but I hear what you're saying, and infrasound exists. If that's what you mean, it is sound being propagated, it's just you can't hear it.
And it affects people differently, correct?
No, I think that's the point. It affects everyone the same, which it doesn't affect them, you can't hear it. At least with respect to wind turbines, I mean, you could have an F-16 fly by that you would notice.
Are you aware of high intensity infrasound impacting human organs?
Yes,
So how would you differentiate that from not impacting us?
I would say if I were to pack C4 and blow the door off of the courtroom and have a blast wave conduct through this room.
Let's not say that. As long as furthest away, we're the.
It wasn't Jeffrey Dahmer, he's like.
Wasn't Jeffrey, that we just, put Leo into all of it, that's the guy.
I didn't mean to be sarcastic, but if there were a blast injury. I have dealt with people that have worked with the Defense Department for many years, and I still do. And folks who have the kinds of energy that is supersonic can rip through organs and cause a great deal of damage.
Let's say, I'm not talking about ripping through organs, and as everything, there's always a range. So you're talking about the extreme with the blast. In between that extreme, let's go down to the infrasound that may have a moderate pressure. Why wouldn't that have impact on people differently?
I would, for the purpose of this hearing, I would say that actually infrasound from a wind turbine is the other extreme. It is way below what you could possibly hear.
The pressure,
Orders of magnitude below what you could possibly hear or feel. It is the extreme, just on the low end.
are you saying that there is no, the infrasonic sound produced by wind turbines do not produce pressure waves?
I'm saying that they do produce pressure waves, and those pressure waves are tiny in comparison to any health concern.
What was the height of all of the turbines in all the studies that you have cited? Where you're taking this information from?
I'll object and ask an answer.
Okay, I'm gonna sustain that and just direct you to the studies themselves. We were informed by the witness that that's in the studies, like exhibit Ellenbogen 4 in particular, of the methods of what they were looking at in terms of the Health Canada study. I did have a follow-up question just to hopefully nail this down. And with witness Metallica's questions about infrasound, and when we had spike pressure pulses in the record, I don't know to what extent we've actually confirmed its existence or not now, because I think some witnesses have said the term and some are saying they're not sure, but maybe that's just a difference, an argument we'll have in the briefs or whatever, but in terms of the infrasonic waves that are and I think we'll just say that caused by the blade or is what we're talking about is a wave that's caused when the blade of a wind turbine passes the the whole structure of the turbine. And is that something that you recognize as existing? That there's a pressure that gets emitted into the air when that occurs?
Yes,
Okay,
I wouldn't refer to sound pressure pulse as a term of art or jargon, but
Okay.
the concept that you're describing, I would.
and I won't use the term, but I just wanted you to, I just want to understand to what extent. Can you answer a question, if you look at the turbines that are proposed, what would the amplitude of the wave be as the blade passes by the pole?
I think probably, and I wish he didn't go before me, but after, in this sense, because it is a better question for Mr. Hanker.
Seem to be asking those
But
questions.
I do. It would not, so it, when Shirley or other spectra that are presented, they are incorporating the sound as it's passing the blade as well as the time when it isn't passing the blade. So it's taking in all of that information. So it's not as though that moment, it's a big jump from the curves. It's like a little bit more, and then when it's not, it's a little bit less. But it's well in the sort of sub perception range. It would be a micro change from the baseline. And when you look at these curves, that's why we see a little blip and then a little bit less and a little blip. It's incorporating all that energy as it's passing by.
So could you give us an amplitude for a turbine the size of the one that's proposed in terms of when the blade is passing across the pole?
I think it's actually in the record with Shirley.
Okay.
If I knew where that exhibit is, I can point, we can look at that figure.
Okay, kind of off the record.
Which exhibit are you referring to, Dr. Jones?
So, and actually, I do believe, Mr. Punch put into the record an article that Mr. Hankard and I wrote that compared Shirley to human perception. Just because I co-wrote that, I think that'd be easier, but if you'd rather hear it from Shirley directly, I don't want anybody to ruffle their feathers ruffle them.
It might be punch 42.
I have that.
So punch 42 is the Sleep Research Society.
Oh, sure, yeah, that's
That's
great,
one.
yeah, that's wonderful, if you the figure one, please.
Okay, let's just get on the record here. So answering questions I've posed to the witness, the witness has directed us to exhibit RPJ Punch 42, the Sleep Research Society article, noise-induced sleep disruptions from wind turbines, scientific updates and acoustical standards. And actually, Dr. Ellen Bogan is one of the authors, as well as Michael Hanker. And so what page would you like me to show?
I'm not sure what page it's on, but if you wouldn't mind scrolling, you'll see it's the only figure one.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so figure one. Are you looking that way? Okay. Perfect. Yeah, so my question was, I think that the proper way to describe this is when the blade is crossing the path of it's not crossing the path, but is
Tower.
moving past the tower, let's say, moving past the tower. What amplitude is observed, at least for this project, the Shirley Wind project, what amplitude is observed there at that moment?
At that moment, you can see, first of all, just to clarify this figure, the black line is Shirley.
Okay.
And the red line is the threshold of human perception. And on the horizontal axis, the furthest to the left you go is the lower the frequency. And at the way end of that is the near zero frequency. And you can see that the amplitude taking in all the noise that occurs, even as the blades pass the tower, it's approximately 70 dB. Now, Beyond that, I think I should pass it to someone who can be more enlightening. But that is incorporating all of the band at the blade passing tower. So that it's probably, if you isolated the pressure that happened when the blade passed, it would be a little bit more. And but that's averaging within.
Where would that be in the, on the figure? But I mean, at the moment the blade's passing the tower, where would you see that on the figure?
It would bump up a shade here at most.
So it's not on, it's not appearing on the thing.
It would be as that, imagine if this figure were, or a description of a runner of a marathon, there's a little bit of a sprint, and a little bit of a jog, and you're averaging that speed together. This is the average.
Only the average.
Yeah, so there are times when there's a little bit more, and at times when there's a little bit less, and this is the average incorporated in, but it would be a tiny movement of that. It would not be suddenly 120 dB at the 0 mark.
So you'd say it would be slightly above 70?
Slightly above 70, yeah.
71, that's actually a pretty big jump, right?
In acoustic world, that is a big jump,
Yes.
but I want to be careful because I don't
You
know
don't
the
have
precise, yeah.
Okay, so since I have you here, you did mention the C4 blast or the pressure that was, that you seen the results of when you, treated members of the military. What would the amplitude be for that kind of blast?
Way off of the charts existence there.
So above 130.
Way above. It would be supersonic, it would be a shockwave.
In any number that you're familiar with?
So I'm not, no, but it's certainly many orders of magnitude higher than what's shown here.
Okay, thanks. So that's the kind of difference we're talking about. I just want to put some numbers to that. Okay, anything else?
What was the height of the turbines that were used in this study?
Which study?
The Shirley.
So the Shirley Wind Farm, I think that's on the record, right? But
The whole Shirley Wind report is in the record. I think it's Grice 7.
yeah.
At first, I don't know now, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think if you want to look at Exhibit Price 7, that should have details about the Shirley Wind Farm, but that's the turbines we're talking about in the exhibit we just had up the
The study, the turbines that are going to be placed here are quite a bit higher. What studies on 650-foot turbines have you analyzed?
Like I said in the beginning, I actually don't, I'm sort of agnostic to.
The sound.
I don't. I hear the concern, it's not, I don't mean to be dismissive of it, ma'am, I just don't. My obligation is what signal is getting to a person and how helpful or lack thereof is that signal, and so I don't pay too much attention to the characteristics of the turbine so much as the sound that reaches the dwelling itself.
So in your case, in this situation, the sound that could be that is reaching the patient may vary based on situations outside of your area of expertise.
Well, I think what we're doing here today, correct me if I'm wrong, is evaluating the sound of this project, and that I have looked at the Hanker acoustic report on the expected thresholds, and I looked at the Wisconsin requirements. I think it's called an ordinance, forgive me if I'm not using the right terminology. So with respect to our hearing today, I think I do have a fair handle on the types of infrasound and sound, audible sound that you would be experiencing from the proposed turbines.
And one last question. Comparing to sound, inaudible sound, distance that they travel. Can you share with us the difference between the distance of sound that we hear and travel versus the infrasonic sound or inaudible sound?
Objection is outside of the scope of this witness's expertise.
Okay, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, that's one.
Right. Who's next? Did I miss you? In the alphabetical order?
GHIJ. Here we go. Good afternoon, Dr. Ellenbogen. I'm Frank Jablonski. I'm here for Patricia and Richard Jenkins. In your rebuttal testimony at pages 1 to 2, you talk about the Massachusetts report that you co-authored.
I'm sorry, did you say cerebral?
Rebuttal 1 to 2.
Do you need me to take your
I
word for it? I'll
was-
take your word for that?
You just agree that? you
Yes.
did. Okay, that's good. Did the Massachusetts report specifically address emissions of pulsations of less than 1 hertz from turbines?
Did not specifically address that, no.
Did the Health Canada study indicate that it had interviewed anyone who had moved away from wind energy projects?
I have not seen any reports of people moving away, and if they did, I've certainly not seen Health Canada describe that in any way, so no.
Well, you're aware of the vacated homes near the Shirley Wind project, correct?
I thought you were asking about Health Canada.
Yeah, I thought you were speaking generally, so we're speaking past each other. We'll hold your answer to Health Canada, and I won't ask more about that. I'll ask more about Health Canada. Health Canada study has been criticized by other researchers, you would agree?
Other researchers,
Are you unaware of any peer-reviewed studies criticizing the Health Canada study?
I think I want to distinguish peer review from a researcher. A researcher is someone that conducts research. Peer review could incorporate commentary, editorial reviews. So I'm not aware of any research that, to make this simple, I am aware of people who have criticized the Health Canada study, yes.
Okay. Is it true that the authors of the Health Canada study advised that the results of the Health Canada study should not be generalized?
I don't think that they said that it should not be generalized. I think they said, I don't have a quote in front of me, but I know the comment you're referring to. I think they said what every good scientist says is, I think it should be generalized with caution, meaning you want to take their information and apply it with judgment to new situations. That's called generalizability or external validity.
Okay, I want to talk to you about the Marshall study. Do you know what I'm talking about? Can I say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the Marshall study, you created trapezoidal waveforms, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that trapezoidal waveforms do not have the same harmonic structure as the waveforms created by wind turbines? I'm not trying to, this might help you. I'm getting at the harmonic structure.
I think that the Marshall study was projecting sounds of a wind turbine from speakers, so they were excellent, but not perfectly identical to a wind turbine. The technical specs of that, beyond that, I suggest you ask Mr. Hampton.
Do trapezoidal waveforms accurately produce infrasonic emissions produced by wind turbines?
Objection to the extent that this is really a sound question. This is not an appropriate question for this witness.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna.
It goes to the Marshall study, which he is telling.
Very trying, but Hanker's also an author of the partial study. To the extent we have, oh no, wait, is that true? Is it, sorry. Oh, I'm thinking of a different one, okay, sorry, yeah, right, I'll let him answer to the extent he can.
Could you repeat the question, please?
We'll read it back, sure.
And Mr. Zablonsky, there's a word here, do trapezoidal waveforms accurately reduce submission,
Reproduce.
reproduce. This is not all clear here, I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Can I do it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Do
Well, we're
trapezoidal,
gonna have to, yeah. Get on it, we'll get on the record there. Are you gonna correct this, or are you gonna, let's just move on to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
do trapezoidal waveforms accurately reproduce infrasonic emissions produced by wind turbines?
I think what you're asking is, did the sound used in the Marshall study accurately reflect wind turbines? And I think the answer is yes, with very small differences.
For frequencies less than 1 hertz, can you identify any peer-reviewed study that posits that there is a difference between the influence of forces of acceleration and the influence of airborne acoustic emissions on the inner ear of humans?
I can't in the same way that I can't offer a peer review study that shows the difference between green and red. Those are different signals, entirely different signals.
Is it your position that no type of acoustic emissions from industrial wind turbines have caused any adverse health impacts in anyone?
I'm not aware of any health impact from infrasound from any wind turbine, that's correct.
Any kind of acoustic emission? I was asking acoustic emissions in general.
I'm sorry, can I have the complete question?
Sure, I can just re-ask it if that's good. As I have
Read
it
it back,
written.
it's still, flags for probably past that, go ahead, read it again.
Is it your position that no type of acoustic emission from industrial wind turbines has caused any adverse health impacts in anyone?
Let's see, I'm aware of the scientific literature on this topic, and I'm aware of this project and projects that I've looked at. I can't say that I know every project in the country and world. It's possible that there are different types of turbines emitting much louder noises that I'm not aware of.
So that's not your position? Or you just can't answer the question? Is
I
that fair?
can't answer, I don't feel comfortable answering about something I haven't evaluated. I think for the purpose of this hearing, evaluating these turbines at this level and evaluating the scientific literature and the many dozens of projects that I've examined, it is my position that there has never been a health effect from wind turbine. That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to indicate to you facts that are on the record here. There are sworn statements submitted in exhibit RPJ Jenkins 2 to the effect that people vacated their homes in their view because of the impacts of wind turbines. Do you have an alternative theory as to why they left their homes?
Are you speaking?
I'll object and just ask if we're asking about specific document and references made in that specific document, could we please look at it for the record?
Sure.
Yes, that's fair. So I have Jenkins. I have
You got it.
Jenkins 2 on the screen, and it's I think it's all comments saved from the emissions Earth system. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Jablonski, I've been a physician for 2 decades, and it's been my considered experiences that I believe everyone when they say concern, and I evaluate. Hearing third party about why someone vacated their home without any knowledge of the reasons why, other than what Mr. Jenkins reports second party, without the opportunity to evaluate it in the context of which I wouldn't expect wind turbines to cause such a problem,
from a health perspective, I have no way to really comment on those cases.
Well, respectfully, these are first-person sworn statements that were submitted by Mr. Jenkins. They're not Mr. Jenkins' hearsay reproduction of what people told him.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
you have any? You haven't looked at this, right? I don't want to blindside you here too much.
Well, I looked over it and I think instead, I thought you were referring to, his wife, but no, you're right. I didn't recall this, but I can save us the trouble by saying this, that I would revert back to what I said earlier, which is we start with someone's concern, we believe them, and that's where the formal investigation begins. That's not where it ends. And so if you're asking me from a health perspective, given that I wouldn't expect a health problem from wind turbines, if they were cited reasonably, I don't know the situation of those turbines, then I would want to evaluate that, and I probably would have a high index of suspicion that there would be alternative explanations for their medical concerns.
Are you aware of any other type of energy facility for which, when it is operating as it is supposed to operate, people have filed or brought up these kinds of complaints and vacated their homes?
By energy facility, you mean coal?
Nuclear plant, coal, gas, people vacating their homes and making, this kind of fuss about it, as we see in these.
I haven't, but I've also never been asked to, nor have I evaluated that body of experience.
Right.
But I have evaluated wind in great detail.
Have you interviewed any of the people who indicate that they vacated their homes near Shirley Wind because of what they believe to be the influence on their health of the wind turbines?
I've not interviewed or had the opportunity to interview those folks, but I have interviewed folks and conducted a formal independent medical evaluation of several people in the state of Michigan that made such a claim.
Do you believe the human brain remains vigilant to novel stimulation during sleep?
Well, that's a complex question.
Can I give you an example?
Sure, but maybe.
Yeah, I think he understands it, just how you want to answer it.
To respect the court's time rather than give the long form, what I would say is that generally speaking, across sleep, the primary function of sleep is to reduce vigilance and sensory input. And that happens more or less deeply depending on the depth of sleep.
Presuming that a nuisance is an unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of owned private property, do you believe that the PSC regulatory requirements, if complied with, will preclude the potential for nuisances being created on the properties of non-participating landowners around this project?
Objection outside of the scope of this witness's expertise. Also object as vague with regard to nuisance.
Now, it's this thing that you want to rephrase.
That's the legal definition of what a nuisance is. So I don't know that I can be a lot more precise.
Well,
It's an unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of owned property.
and that relates to health.
My question is whether this witness believes that compliance with the PSC regulatory requirements, 128, will preclude the potential for nuisances being created on the properties of non-participating landowners? If he can answer it, can, if he can't.
And my objection is to the extent that this asks for opinions with outside of health, which is the extent of this witness's expertise. I object is outside the scope. You can answer with regard to health.
So in regards to health, yeah, I'll allow 2 days.
I mean, I certainly don't have an opinion one way or the other about enjoyment. I think that is in beauty, you know, I did the whole, I don't think that's for me to say one way or the other.
Okay. Are you aware of whether the Brown County Board of Health has lifted its determination that Shirley Wind creates a human health hazard?
The most recent document that I have available to me was 2015, in which their health officer said that there was not evidence to support a health effect of wind turbines.
So you don't know whether it has been lifted or not, right?
Object to form with regard to lifted, I'm not sure.
The finding, the holding, has the holding been vacated, reversed, eliminated, repudiated by the Brown County Board of Health?
I wouldn't even know, I don't know what the term vacated means. I didn't follow the legal component of that. I only saw the health officer's comment, and I haven't seen anything more recent than that to the contrary, in which they indicated that there was not a known health risk.
Thank you.
All right. So next, Reagan, your question?
Yeah, no comment.
Hey, Renew?
No questions.
Torsten?
None, Your Honor.
Nothing. Osmeister?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ellenbogen. My name is Eric Olson. I'm here with Wisconsin Policy Monitor. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions?
Good afternoon. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So my first question relates to what we marked in this docket as Ellenbogen 4, which is one of the Health Canada studies. Well, the write-up to the Health Canada study. I'd like to go to page 10 of the PDF.
I don't have PDF pages, but I have the actual page.
It's page 1450 of the journal.
Say again, please.
1450.
Present.
Okay. So in the discussion section. And that discussion section is talking about the concept of annoyance, correct?
Correct. I believe.
The first paragraph, let's limit it just for paragraph. The first paragraph of the discussion section talks about the concept of annoyance as that phenomenon is caused by wind turbine noise, broadly defined, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the third sentence discusses the findings that the annoyance increase from 1% to 10% between the decibel ranges of 30 to 35 for the 1% and 35 to 40 for the 10%. Is that consistent with your understanding of the findings of Ellenbogen 4 on that topic?
Yes.
The finding continued to increase to 13.7% for areas where wind turbine noise levels were 40 to 46 decibels. Is that also consistent with your understanding of what the findings of Ellen Bowman were?
Yes.
Going to the exhibit, Brown 12, which is the Vermont Department of Health document. Were you familiar with the Vermont Department of Health document that was marked as WPM Brown 12 prior to today?
No.
Okay. On page 5 of Brown, WPM Brown 12, there's a definition of the term annoyance as a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, or exhaustion. Is that consistent with your own working understanding of what the term annoyance means in relation to wind turbine noise?
It is not.
What is your working definition of annoyance in relation to wind turbine noise?
And just to clarify that, I don't think that gives any definition. It just says that it's a condition. And then it goes on to contemplate consequences. My definition of annoyance would be the gap between the way the world is and the way I want it to be, and my capacity to deal with that conflict, be it through internal or external means. Internal meaning would be self-soothing, finding on music, meditation, and so forth. And external meaning would be making judgment or decision making. For example, I can cut myself off if I'm getting too long, but I give an example of road rage, which is a common one I think we can all relate to. If someone were to cut me off on the road, I was thinking about that during traffic on the way here yesterday, and someone cut me off, and I thought, well, I would get annoyed at that. It was annoying, and I had a friend in the car with me, and that was kind of soothing, and I could do an internal reframe saying, well, maybe that person's in a rush because they have to get to the hospital. And I could say to myself, well, tomorrow I'll make sure to be on time by taking a different route. And so I narrowed the gap through my agency from the way the world was to the way I wanted it to be, and was able to monitor and control my capacity for sustained annoyance.
That would not be a example of noise-related annoyance. Noise-related annoyance, well, maybe it would be. At least the way they're describing it here, do you think that the annoyance that people are found to be experiencing as a result of the array of phenomenon, emanating from these wind turbines is similar to road rage?
To the extent that was an imperfect example, a better one would be if the person behind me were to be honking vigorously. One reframe is that person is being a jerk and I'm upset about it and I have to get to my way too, and I find that annoying. What if I looked in the mirror and discovered it was a friend of mine waving hello? Which reminds me that noise-related annoyance is very much about the valence, the hedonic structure that we give to these objective signals. And so it's not simply noise equals annoyance, it's noise plus
my internal structure coupled with my expectation about what that noise means, its significance.
So if we look at Brown, WPM Brown 12, this paragraph on page 5 that we've been looking at. In the first paragraph, about halfway through it, it says the term noise annoyance can be misleading. Noise annoyance is measured by asking people to rank how annoyed they are by a given noise source. However, there can be various factors that are related to the reported level of noise annoyance other than the level of noise to which they are exposed. Some of these factors may have a stronger relationship with noise annoyance than the noise levels. Therefore, a more accurate description of this type of annoyance would be annoyance attributed to noise exposure by the respondent. For the sake of brevity, annoyance attributed to noise. These terms are used in place of noise annoyance in the discussion below. Would you say that your example of the person honking when they're driving behind you is a fair example of the type of annoyance attributed to noise that people have been found to experience as a result of wind turbine facilities similar to the one being proposed in this project?
I think that when we're talking about annoyance from noise, the best data that we have on that is Health Canada. You read and asked me to confirm the data. I'm looking at the page from Health Canada. So if I could come from that to your definition, they say empirically, not just their judgment, that the vast majority of the reason, the most compelling variable that caused annoyance was the concern, quote, concern for personal safety. In fact, it was such a high variable that if you were to take 100 people from Health Canada, anyone that said that I'm worried about wind turbines causing health effects, that person was literally 14 times odds ratio of conveying that they found it noise annoying. And so my interpretation of that, as here on the pages somewhere, is the same as David Michaud's interpretation, which is at the time of their studying of annoyance, there was a broad sense of the possibility that turbines cause health effects. And that gave a negative emotional valence to this fairly quiet sound. And so in that sense, no, I don't think that the Health Canada and the numbers that we're discussing here reflect what you're quoting from this noise annoyance article.
Could you read my question better?
Let's read it back.
Question, would you say that your example of the person honking when they're driving behind you is a fair example of the type of annoyance attributed to noise that people have been found to experience of wind turbine facilities similar to the one being produced in this project?
I guess I confess that I don't really understand that question, or I don't know how to relate to someone honking at me to someone being annoyed from a turbine, other than to say that noises are things that exist in the world objectively, and we find them annoying or not, with a very heavy sense of the valence that we put on them and the being that we are when we come to it.
So for this annoyance attributed to noise is more than just the noise. It's the entirety of the circumstances, which include the visual signals, the noise itself, and perhaps whatever cultural ideas the person brings to that situation. Fair?
With one major exception, all of that fair, I would only add that the major element that I have in difference from what voted here, and I think will speak to your question, is results in, should have been written, results from people with depression, anxiety, personality disorders, people that have trouble sleeping, people that have pain, discomfort of all kinds. We all know that that person is more likely to be bothered by something. A person with generalized anxiety disorder is far more likely to be worried about someone saying turbines are going to cause vertigo than the average person. So in addition to all the variables that you just said, which I would agree with, I would add any of the things listed that someone brings to bear to the circumstances.
Okay, so are you saying that the wind turbine facilities that are being proposed in this proceeding are most likely to cause annoyance to people with pre-existing conditions?
Well, if you're asking what I think would happen now, I think that the people of this study didn't have the benefit of the largest, most rigorously done epidemiological study on wind turbines showing that there was no health detriment across a wide range of problems that many people had been saying there surely is. And so I don't think these numbers would replicate. And I don't think that that number would hold up. I think that fear has been reasonably extinguished. I don't think that it will ever get to zero. I think there's gonna be a group of people in the population that will be worried, and that's fair, but I think it will be a lot less than these numbers now having the benefit of this broad set of study and they tend to show paper and need to go much.
Okay, so your opinion, I suppose, is that if the Ellen Bogan for Health Canada study were replicated today, you would not, the findings would not be 10% of the population being beset with annoyance in the 35 to 40 decibel range. Because the mechanism you hypothesize is that those people would be, their concerns would be assuaged by findings of studies like Health Canada.
Yes, with a caveat that it's not the mechanism that I hypothesize alone, it's the mechanism that Health Canada puts forth in black and white as well. It's their finding that it's mostly a fear issue. And to the extent that there are people that are saying vertigo, headaches, nausea, imbalance, sleep loss, headaches, tinnitus, on and on and on, will always elicit some reasonable fear in people who have reasonable concerns. And I think that, yes, if this was replicated today, knowing this information, I think that will help reduce the amount of annoyance significantly.
Okay, so the Health Canada study, if I read it correctly, predicts that somewhere around 10% of the people who are experiencing 35 to 40 decibel range of noise from wind turbines will experience this community noise interface. Okay. How much lower do you think that would be today as a result of the mechanisms that you just described?
Objection calls for speculation.
I can let him answer it and those.
I would predict half of that, something like that. But with the realization that I'd rather see it done than see an aggravation.
Okay, no, fair enough, and obviously, to the best of your knowledge, as you sit here today, that type of a study has not been done yet, correct? To check whether this impact of annoyance has dramatically changed, or changed at all for that matter, since the time that the Unbogen 4 was done. Fair. So, it would be fair to say that applying the Ellenbogen 4, the Health Canada study, just a straight application, we could hypothesize that something like 10% of the people who experience 35 to 40 decibel noise from the proposed project will experience a subjective psychological condition that may result in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, or exhaustion. True? No. Okay. And you believe that as a result of increased awareness, that level may drop to something like 5%. True?
Answer the question again. Yes, true, and more importantly, to your prior statement, I think, again, you have, that definition has the directionality in the wrong way. I don't think it results in depression and anxiety and helplessness. I think it results, annoyance results from those things primarily. I don't think that was ever your statement of causality and movement into consequence. I think the best explanation for that not being the case is, were there to be consequences of annoyance in the general population, Health Canada would have demonstrated that in the general population. And they didn't even have the benefit of this reduction of annoyance due to low inflammation.
Okay, so on page on page 5 of WPM Brown 12, the second paragraph under annoyance states the largest study of annoyance attributed to wind turbine noise by respondents was completed as part of Health Canada's wind turbine study. I'm not going to read all the citations. And then this study finds that as noise levels increase, the percentage of people who report being highly annoyed also increases from 2.1% or less below 30 dBA to 13.7% in the 40 to 46 dBA range. Notably, the prevalence of high annoyance increases by a factor of 10 between the 30 to 35 dBA range. 1% highly annoyed, and the 35 to 40 dBA range, 10% highly annoyed, suggesting an important threshold at or near 35 dBA. It sounds like you dispute that the noise has anything to do with the symptoms that the people are reporting. Is that true?
When you say that people are reporting symptoms, what symptoms are you referring to? Noise?
Annoyance. Annoyance resulting in anger, disappointment, dissatisfaction, withdrawal, helplessness, depression, anxiety, distraction, agitation, exhaustion. In this docket, we've seen some people reporting being so sick that they've left their homes.
I believe that you continue to quote from a 2004-14 paper by McConaughey, is that correct?
I'm
Are you
quoting-
quoting from Health Canada or from
I'm
Vermont?
quoting from the Vermont Department of Health publication entitled Wind Turbine Noise and Human Health, a review of the scientific literature dated May 2017, which is part of this docket as WPM Brown 12.
Understood, and the sentence that you're reading has a citation, and that citation says 2014, I believe, I don't have it in front of me. And when you go down to that citation, that's a citation by Robert McConaughey. And when you go to read the Robert McConaughey paper, it's 2014, before Health Canada was reported. And it was them quoting a World Health Organization document for 2004, which the World Health Organization doesn't even hold anymore.
Okay, so is it your opinion that if people who signed affidavits that they made part of this docket, that they were so sick that they left their homes, you don't think that was caused by the wind turbines? That's your testimony?
My testimony is I'm a neurologist. People come and see me all the time for sleep issues, health issues, headache. You think that I would have someone come to me and say that they leave my house every day because they have headaches, and I wouldn't consider whether they have carbon monoxide in their house? You think that I wouldn't have a concern that someone passes out and they actually have epilepsy? You think I wouldn't have hundreds of cases in which someone said, help me, I have a problem, and we explored that to discover there wasn't the causality that they expect, and they're grateful for that? I think the idea that I would listen to people's affidavits and somehow dismiss it is really unfair. I would listen to them and I would believe every word they say, and I would conduct an evaluation, which I haven't been able to do, and I know you haven't done. I believe them, and I believe it has nothing to do with the wind turbines based on my experience, based on the scientific literature, and based on biological probability or plausibility.
If there was there was another study done, you expect that let me ask it this way, because I think that we're talking sort of at cross purposes here. It sounds like you're saying that you accept that the wind turbine facilities are correlated with self-reports of annoyance that includes the symptomology that I've read several times here. The correlation, correct?
No, again, the symptomology that you keep quoting is the McConaughey, which is the World Health Organization, which is all before Health Canada happened. Health Canada nobody reported the consequences that you were describing. The depression, that whole sentence, I don't have it off the top of my head. There's no indication of that. There's no empirical information for that. That was a speculation and a definition that I don't share. But importantly, that was never shown.
Okay. If we look at Ellen Bogan 4, page 1444 of the journal, and page 4 of the PDF, and we look at the third paragraph down in the left column, it says, there are numerous health symptoms attributed to wind turbine noise exposure, including but not limited to cardiovascular effects, vertigo, tinnitus, anxiety, depression, migraine, sleep disturbance, and annoyance. Health effects and exposure to WTN have been subjected to several reviews, and the general consensus to emerge to date is that the most robust evidence is for an association between exposure to WTN and community annoyance. So I don't know how you term, what do you think they mean by the term association?
Well, I know exactly what they mean, because I'm one of the they. I wrote one of those articles that they're citing. I think they're misciting it. And the McCunn paper is a review article in 2014. He didn't do any work. He didn't do any research. So I'm not sure I share this paragraph here. I'd like to just look at data that we've submitted or that you've submitted, and let's talk about that. Let's not read a paragraph in the introduction that is pure speculation. I mean, I wrote that Mass DP paper And I know the McConaughey off the top of my head, I don't know the other ones off of the top of my head, but I think we should be talking about actual data if we're gonna make those kinds of claims.
Yeah, well. Would you agree that a reading of the literature on the topic of annoyance would strongly suggest that by limiting the noise of turbines, limiting the allowable range of turbine noise below 35 decibels, annoyance is almost certainly likely to decrease dramatically?
Mind if I back up, because I want to clarify what you're saying that paragraph says, because I think you misrepresented it. You were talking about, I thought we were having a discussion about the consequences of annoyance from wind turbine noise. This paragraph that you just quoted is the introduction to Health Canada, saying why they did this study, saying there's a lot of, it's essentially saying there's speculation about the many potential health things that people have, including noise. It didn't say that depression, anxiety, migraine, sleep disturbance was from annoyance. It said and annoyance was one of that list. It was the motivation for Health Canada doing the study that we have here in front of us.
Actually, I was impeaching you on the topic that you said that community annoyance was not associated with exposure to wind turbine noise. And it says right there in black and white that the most robust evidence is for an association between exposure to wind turbine noise and community annoyance, with inconsistent support observed for subjective sleep disturbance. Nevertheless, the finding of that study is that the wind turbine noise, if related to nothing else, is associated with community annoyance. Now, I understand that you're trying to poke holes in that, but I think that's what it says.
But first of all, I agree that's what it says. I'm not disputing that that's what it says. I don't think I'm poking holes. I think Health Canada themselves made it clear that only 9% of the variance could be explained by noise, that the vast majority of annoyance had to do with attitude, and the most compelling cause for annoyance was concern for personal safety. I mean, that clear. It's 14 times odds ratio. That's like a grand slam in science. So they were saying, boy, if you're worried that this is going to cause that this is a threat, that signal that you can barely hear. I mean, we are talking about a pretty quiet sound. That's going to cause. We're not talking about quiet sound.
We're talking about the whole array of signals related to a wind turbine facility. It is not just the sound. It's the whole array. We discussed that at great length.
Wait, so I thought we were talking about exhibit 4. I'm sorry. Are we talking about exhibit 4 is about wind turbine noise. If you have another signal that you're worried about that's causing health effects, let's talk about that. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
It's the entirety of the signals from the facilities, and I would expect that.
Just for the sake of the record, like if we're talking about, is there a site to where?
That site was how I started the whole cross, which was Brown 12, page 5, where it explained that the term noise annoyance included all of the other factors, and hence I tried to start the cross that way to avoid this discussion that we're just talking about some random 35 decibel noise unrelated to anything else. All of this literature seems to if we read Brown 12, exhibit 5, which we can do again,
Your Honor, I'm
that's
gonna object
exactly
to
what
you
it says.
again.
So
At this point, we've been down this path for quite some time. We've read the same paragraph of of Brown Exhibit 12 at least 2 or 3 times. Dr. Ellenbogen has stated unequivocally that he disagrees with the definition of community annoyance that is utilized in the Brown Exhibit 12 study that was defined by McCunny. Can we move past that line of questioning?
So is there still a pending question?
I got lost as to where we even were because it went so far. I'll withdraw whatever question may have been pending. Let me ask you this, you believe that, the annoyance, if I understand what you're saying, you believe that the annoyance is not caused by the wind turbines in their entirety with the noise and the visual signals, but rather it's caused by concern about health.
I'm not sure it's that I believe it, that's what the Health Canada reported, that the overwhelming magnitude of the cause of annoyance had to do with people having concern for personal safety.
As we sit here today, do you know what percentage of the people who had concerns about personal safety felt physical symptoms of illness that they believed were associated with the wind turbines?
I don't know a number, but it was not zero. I mean, some of the people who felt that annoyance also had symptoms.
Right. Oh, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Staff?
No questions, thank you.
Redirect?
Very brief. Dr. Ellenbogen, you were asked a number of questions about Health Canada. In particular, I believe it was Ms. Grice that asked you about whether sound would be greater or less coming from larger turbines and whether that would impact your analysis of Health Canada. Have you reviewed the analysis presented by Mr. Hankard?
I have, yes.
Can you say whether the sound levels reported in Health Canada were similar to the sound levels predicted at the receptors analyzed by Mr. Hankard?
They were, or I should say that the sound analyzed by Mr. Hankard is at or below the level for the Health Canada sound.
You were asked in detail about Brown Exhibit 12. I will not read it to you again, but I will ask about the definition of annoyance that is utilized in Brown Exhibit 12. Is the definition that is utilized in Brown Exhibit 12 that we've talked so much about the definition that McCunny referred to in his report?
I think that's precisely what they were doing, is quoting verbatim from McCunny.
Do you agree with that definition?
I do not.
Why not?
First of all, as I said, I don't think it's a definition. It just says annoyance is a condition and then talks about consequence. I don't think that that's a fairly vacuous definition. And I think the most problematic portion of that definition is that it is entirely directionally inaccurate. That maybe I feel like I said this before, but I think it doesn't lead to depression, anxiety, helplessness, and so forth. It almost, for most cases, it would be as a consequence of those conditions, and you know, just the common experience of when we have a really poor night or maybe many nights of sleep, how irritable we are, how intolerant we are of the things that we have room for in our lives. It's not that annoyance causes the sleep problem, it's that the sleep problem causes annoyance. Now, I'm not saying there aren't things that are annoying. Oh, sure, there are. What I'm saying is that there are objective signals and conditions like depression, personality disorder, especially anxiety, sleep loss, pain, headaches, and so forth. The things that he was saying was the consequence are very much in the opposite direction, and they are causal to the experience of sustained annoyance where I don't have the buffer or the capacity to deal with things that happen in the world that are not to my advantage.
Dr. Ellen Bogan, are you aware of whether annoyance is a medical condition that has been classified by the World Health Organization?
Two answers to that. Annoyance is not a medical condition, full stop. I think the European Union looks at annoyance as a health condition, so I think we have a difference of opinion in that. At medical school, residency, internship, fellowship, being a professor, I've never once had a discussion or seen a discussion about annoyance in medicine, other than the kindness that one would try to ascribe to people in stressful situations to try not make their lives miserable. But I have never seen a discussion about annoyance leading to those conditions. They are primarily consequences of.
Thank you. I have nothing further for Dr. Ellen.
Well, at risk of causing annoyance. Someone had to get that in there. I was just curious, in terms of the McConaughey article, which is the definition we're debating. You're disputing that definition, is that right? Yes. Has anyone else disputed that definition? This was published in 2014. Has there been counter studies that are criticism that's been published of that definition since then?
I would say it's like slightly different, Your Honor. I've never seen people agree with it. The discussions of annoyance are medically, psychiatry, neurology, are usually in the consequence of an acute condition, but it's a sustained problem. It's usually in the context of this person is suffering from an illness that is giving them great stress, and now they have trouble with the things they could normally manage in life.
Right, but no one in published literature has disputed McConaughey.
Actually, when I had scrambling between people, but when I looked at the McConaughey 2014, he in turn is quoting the World Health Organization in 2004. In that 2004 article, they themselves contemplate the opposite direction, that it's possible that actually these conditions are preceding annoyance, and that could be causal to the problem too. And then perhaps more importantly, as the World Health Organization moved forward, they didn't continue to carry that definition. Well, they kind of did. Let me take that back. In 2018, they retain annoyance as a standalone thing worthy of a health condition, but they qualify it. To make a long answer really short, World Health Organization 2018, which is the most recent document, the one that talks about wind turbines, gives what they call a disability rating, the DW. You know, how much should, yes, this is a health issue, cardiovascular disease, pulmonary disease, neurological disease, so forth, annoyance. How much, on a scale of 0 to 1, how much should you worry about it? And they give annoyance of 0.07. So they kind of, they say that don't overdo it. I'm thinking that annoyance is a heavyweight here, but they do retain it in their model. So I guess that's kind of a long and kind of fuzzy way to answer your question, but no, I've not seen a writing that specifically said McConaughey's definition is wrong. But like I said in my testimony, I don't think he actually is giving a definition of annoyance. He's really more speaking to its consequence.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused. All right, have a 5-minute stretch and we'll tackle Fritz. So, all right, we'll give you till 4, 10 minutes.
You want me to go back? I wrote you a note and I realized you got paper.
Always did that, yeah.
Me to go back to that part.
No, it's not. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I just thought, how long will it? Oh, I should be here. Okay, here. Okay.
It's like.
Hey, careful. Yeah. So I'm Jessica.
Great. Is Kurt's our next witness?
He sure is.
Bring him up here. Okay. Swear you in, raise your right hand, swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes. All right, go ahead.
Please state your name.
Dan Cruz.
Where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a senior manager of wind engineering at Energy LLC.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony constituting 21 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I have.
Have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding rebuttal testimony consisting of 8 pages?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared and caused to be filed in this proceeding sir rebuttal testimony consisting of 2 pages?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not know.
Is the information contained in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
If I asked you the questions set forth in your testimony today, would your answer be the same?
Yes, it would.
You've been in the room yesterday and today and listened to the questions and testimony provided, correct?
Yes,
You've heard questions in particular about whether there are any operational wind projects utilizing the Vesta V62 that are in operation today. Do you recall that series of questions?
I do, yes.
Are you aware of any facilities where wind projects are currently operating utilizing the Vesta V62 model turbine?
Yeah, the V162, I know of 2 operational wind farms. One is in Michigan and one is in
What is in?
Michigan and one is in Illinois.
Are you aware of any safety issues that have arisen with regard to those 2 projects?
That's my knowledge.
Are you aware of any wind projects in the United States that utilize turbines that are actually taller than the V162 turbine?
Yeah, there is one, Vestas wind farm. It was commissioned in the spring of last year in Mississippi. It has a height of approximately 692 feet.
That's right.
Are you aware of any safety issues that have arisen with regard to the wind farm in Mississippi? I think you said that you shut down.
And not, no.
How long have you worked on renewable energy?
About 19 years.
How many wind projects in particular have you worked on?
He doesn't.
Are you familiar with any wind projects that have been sited in areas known to contain karst features?
There's 2 neighboring wind farms, Red Barn and Montford. There's also another wind farm that I worked on in my previous role, that was in Oklahoma region that had known karst issues.
Are you aware of any issues with the structural integrity of the turbine foundations in any of those projects?
No, that's my knowledge, no.
Are you aware of any issues with regard to groundwater contamination associated with these projects that are cited on karst features?
Well, I'm not a groundwater expert, no, I do not know.
You've heard questions today about the comparison of the height of the, actually, this was yesterday, I believe, about the comparison of the height of the Vesta turbine to the turbines that are currently located at Red Barn and Montford. Are you familiar with the height of the tallest tips of the turbines at Montford and Red Barn?
Yes, the Red Barn are larger turbines, approximately 550 feet, and Montford is around 330 feet to height.
Some questions have arisen in these proceedings regarding the quantity of liquids that will be stored in a nacelle associated with the Badger Hollow Wind project. Are you familiar with the quantity of liquids that will be stored in a nacelle of these turbines?
Yeah, somewhat. The gearbox will maintain the majority of the oil in a nacelle, and that's generally, this model would be between 200 and 300 gallons.
And during the operation and decommissioning of the Badger Hollow Wind project, do you know whether Badger Hollow Wind will have SPCC plans in place to manage that liquid?
Yes, we would have SPCC plans in place to manage the liquids, correct?
Do you know whether the quantity of liquid you just identified as being?
I'm sorry, sir, the question again. Do you know whether the quantity?
I'm sorry, the quantity of liquid that you identified as being stored in the nacelles surpasses the EPA threshold such that an SPCC would be required?
Yes, yes, it would.
Do you know whether Invenergy has developed other wind projects?
Yes, and I note that there's over 120 wind farms that have been developed by Energy.
Are you referring to wind projects developed by Invenergy that are currently in operation?
Yes, that's correct.
To date, how many and currently, approximately how many turbines does Invenergy operate?
I think it's over 15,000 megawatts, well over 1,000 turbines.
And with regard to all of these wind projects and turbines that you just referred to, has Invenergy ever experienced any spills at their wind projects that they currently operate?
That's my knowledge, no.
Are you familiar with Badger Hollow Wind's decommissioning plan?
Yes, I am.
Were you in the room yesterday when intervener Reagan was asking questions with regard to Appendix D, which is the decommissioning plan, and in particular, attachment A to Appendix D, which is the cost estimates?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, would you please put that up on screen?
Just give me a second, the record. I'm assuming the revised.
Correct, yes.
So I have the index on the screen from the revised decommissioning plans. That looks right. Can you see the numbers there?
Yes, I can.
All right, go ahead.
And you were in the room when Mr. Reagan asked a number of questions regarding the cost associated with recycling the fiberglass blades, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the attachment A to Appendix D, the cost estimates, that line item indicates that component is 647 tons of material, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's cost provided to, associated with the recycling of that amount of tonnage, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain where that 647 ton number came from?
So the 647 tons is an approximate of the recyclable amount of tonnage that can come from the blades, not the overall tonnage of the blades. So it's actually short a little bit, and we did discuss this with Westwood, and they have updated their numbers and will send us an updated report.
Let me just back up. In your experience, approximately how much of a turbine blade is recyclable?
Depends on the technology, but they're between 40 and 60% is usually what can be recycled.
Do you know what will be done with the non-recyclable portion of the turbine blade in this instance?
They can either be donated to an institution, college, university for research, or they would end up in a landfill.
And is the cost of disposing the non-recyclable portions of the blades accounted for in attachment A to Appendix D?
In the attached here, it is not, no.
Have you taken measures to address that omission?
Yes, I contacted Westwood again.
And do you have updated figures of what the cost associated with disposing the non-recyclable portions of the turbine blades will be?
Yes, I do.
What is the updated cost to decommission per turbine with the added cost of disposing the non-recyclable portion of the turbine?
It increased about $35,000 a wind turbine, so the overall total is about $285,000 per wind turbine.
And will Badger Hollow Wind commit to cover these additional costs related to decommissioning?
Yes, definitely.
You were in the room for a number of questions regarding setbacks, correct?
Well, before we move on, just get the numbers straight. So probably just do this off the record. So
Yeah.
we're off. Yeah. So what numbers are, so the way I heard you say that you're going to be refiling Appendix D.
We can refile it. My preference is just to address it on the record, but I will defer to your honor.
Okay, so we're revised, if Appendix D is gonna be revised, we should refile it.
Okay.
And then what numbers so our numbers gonna be changing, so the only thing that's gonna. Back up, so what would end up changing in Appendix D if it needs to be refiled?
solely the numbers related to the cost associated with disposing of the non-recyclable portions of the turbines, which is actually not listed on this document. So we will have to supplement it to include that line item, which will increase the total cost of decommissioning by approximately $35,000 per turbine.
So then none of the lines related to recycling fiberglass blades are gonna change. You're just gonna add another item to appendix A.
That is my understanding, but I would love to.
Two additional lines. Two additional, yeah. And what would those lines be called? Yeah.
I think it would just be non-recyclable. Traditional and duplicated,
So the hauling and
fiberglass for non-recyclables. And then the fiberglass blade, non-recyclable.
okay, so in contrast with recycling, there'll be two lines that relate to non-recyclable.
Yeah.
I got it, okay. And then the quantity will be, is that gonna be the difference that we see? There's 647 tons for what's being recycled. Do you know what's gonna be included in the tonnage for non-recyclable? Okay, but
that'll be in the.
it doesn't add up something that we see here, okay.
It's missing.
And that would be all we're gonna see changing with appendix A.
With attachment A to appendix B.
Actually, yes, that's it. And it's gonna add 35,000, is that the total of both lines, or would that be, are there separate numbers for each line that's been added?
My understanding is that the combination of those two lines will increase the total cost on a per turbine basis of $35,000.
Okay, so if we're revising appendix B, then we have to revise the application exhibit as well, once that's on Earth. Okay, so you're decommissioning people, you got all these changes before you ask your questions? No. All right. All right, let's back on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Kurz, you were in the room for a number of questions with regard to setbacks, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether the project will comply with the setback requirements contained in PSC chapter 128?
Yes, it will.
And do you know whether the project will also comply with regard to all setback requirements from wetlands and waterways contained in Wisconsin statutes?
Yes, it will.
Are you aware of any non-participating properties that are located less than 1,500 feet from a turbine location?
Yes, there is one residence, an unparticipating residence that's approximately 400 feet away from an alternate turbine.
I'm sorry, how far, what is the distance?
1,400 feet away.
Is that a primary or an alternative turbine location?
That is an alternate.
And has a good neighbor agreement been offered to the owner of that location?
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with industry standards and best practices related to trenching?
Fairly, yes.
Is it industry standard to trench to a depth of 4 to 5 feet in this climate?
Yes, it is.
Are there best practices related to the duration of time that a trench will be left open?
Yeah, our typical contract will have any open trenches that need to be closed that day. In certain instances of dry weather, that could be open for up to 1 to 2 days.
There were questions that were asked related to whether turbine foundations will be negatively impacted by the vibrations associated with the movement of the turbine blades. Were you present for those questions?
Yes, I was.
In your experience and with regard to all of the wind projects that you've developed and worked on, have there been any structural issues that you've been made aware of with regard to this issue?
I have not been made aware of any, no.
And Mr. Kurz, you're familiar with the geotechnical analysis that has been performed with regard to the project?
Yes.
There's a suggestion earlier today in questioning that it might be prudent to conduct bore testing along the 44-mile collection line. Were you present for those questions?
Yes.
Would such a requirement be consistent with industry standards?
No, that is not a typical industry standard practice.
Why not?
It's usually the financial burden as well as the difficulty for determining what cadence of boreholes is necessary.
I'm sorry for determining.
What cadence, how far apart each borehole should be along the collection line. If the preliminary geotech findings don't dictate issues, it's not been known to be an industry practice.
And were there any geotechnical issues noted from the bore tests in this project that you believe would require such testing set along the collector lines?
No, that was not brought up by bar.
And based on the geotechnical analysis that has been performed and the testing that has been done in this case and for this project, are you comfortable and confident that this project can be sited as it has been designed safely and in the project area?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Mr. Kurz is available for cross-examination.
All right, 4:35, any questions?
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Linda Grace,
Yes, I do have some questions.
microphone?
I believe you wrote a survey rebuttal for, my question on the PFAS. What are your plates made out of?
Blades are made out of fiberglass, sometimes also wood, epoxy resins and such, but are not known to contain significant quantities of PFAS, by knowledge.
Significant quantities, what is that?
Quantities that have been shown to have significant, it was about 0.1% of the, less than 0.1% of the overall composite of the blade. Total weight is less than that, sorry, less than 0.1% of the makeup of the blade could potentially contain PFAS.
Okay, and is that on the leading edge of the blade?
I'm not sure exactly where all the PFAS are located, but again, according to the manufacturer, there are an insignificant amount of PFAS located on or within the blade.
Located
Located on or within the blade.
Okay, in your rebuttal, you said that, that the wind utility scale wind turbines are not known to contain or release PFAS.
Yes, that's
Is that-
correct.
But.
Under
but
normal
now you-
operation, that is my understanding.
Where are you pointing to in the test?
Okay, it's the rebuttal BHW Kurtz one.
Oh, thanks.
So now you're saying that they do have some PFAS in them.
Sorry,
Now, today you're saying they do have some PFAS in the blades or in the turbines?
it can, and it depends on the blades that are being used, depends on the manufacturer of the blades, but they're not known to have a significant quantity of PFAS in blades.
What kind of a significant quantity would be of harm for people who got it in their food or groundwater?
Well, I do not know any instances where there's leaching of PFAS from blades.
Those blades erode off the edge.
Under proper maintenance protocols, they should not erode on their leading edge protection or any part of the blade.
Have you seen the wind turbine blade at the Red Barn north of Livingston that's like eroding away? It's been there for like 3, 4, or 5 months.
I've not seen a photo of it now.
Oh, it's right up there. I thought it.
Wait, what's that?
Now you say, that I should see clean power
Sorry, I'm
microplastics.
having trouble hearing you. Can you speak up a little bit?
You say I should see clean power microplastics and BPA in wind turbine blades 2023. And I just wondered who paid for that research. I couldn't find it on the site.
I'm sorry, to pay for what research?
The research you told me to search for, there was clean power microplastics and BPA and wind turbine blades 2023.
My understanding that was, funded by Clean Power.
And is Clean Power a lobby group?
They are an organization that promotes renewable energy. They might have, and I'm unaware of their lobbying capabilities.
Okay, so so it's not a independent research, it's a research by an industry organization.
It's my understanding that they did research on the turbine group's, paper to discredit its findings.
Okay, and when I went to that page, it's not even up there. It says it's got a 404 on it. It doesn't exist.
That's correct. I've tried to look for it as well.
Yeah.
So I don't, I had flagged this as well, but I was originally had decided not to receive this rebuttal of this witness. But on balance, in order to receive the rebuttal, and to get, like I mentioned in the very beginning of the hearing, to get all opinions on the record so that the commission can vet them, I did allow this testimony in. The site that's being cited to quote unquote, as the testimony says, debunk the turbine group study, that study has not been offered into evidence. It's been cited, but it's clearly stated it's not record evidence. I think that's the way I would want, the way I was planning on leaving the record the way it is, so that there is a claim that the turbine group study has been debunked, but there's really no study into evidence that shows it's been debunked. But that was up to the applicant to produce and prove it's been debunked, which I guess what the testimony says what it says. It doesn't go as far as producing a countervailing study. But so your questions I think are valid, but to be honest with you, I do not want to enter this clean power document into the record because I have issues with it. So as long as it stays in as cited but not evidence, I'm okay with this testimony. If we want to bring in the study, I can't bring it in. The way it appears to me, I don't believe it's something that we can rely on. So that's going to raise more cascading issues as to what this study cites to, and I tried to find answers about this and I couldn't. So I was hoping to just leave things as they are and leave the questions basically unanswered, and the commission can just decide to view the nature of this issue without having a definitive answer, which I don't think there is. However, if we want to go into all this, we can. So I guess I'll wait to see what interveners want to do about it. But so just want to let you know, I did recognize problems with this. But I think on balance, I'm letting in intervener testimony above objections. So I'm going to let this slide. So. Okay.
Are you the only person representing the applicants that can talk about PFAS? Or can you talk about PFAS? Do you have any information about PFAS and the danger to people, the health danger?
I am not an expert on PFAS, so.
Okay. Okay, that's all. I have no more.
Okay, let's move on with Jenkins.
No questions.
Okay, let's move over to Mifflin.
Just have a couple. You mentioned in the beginning, I think it was in your direct, that you would be excavating to the upper 15 to 20 feet of earth. Is there 15 to 20 feet of earth in all locations where you plan on having the turbines?
I'm gonna object, I think, I might have misheard, but I think the question asked whether they're excavating 15 to 20 feet for trenching, is that,
For the turbines and the truck.
then I will,
The trenching is less.
I'll object to the extent that this mischaracterizes this testimony.
Is your microphone on?
No, it's not. There we go.
So can you rephrase your question? I don't think I caught the nuance there.
And the director mentioned that you will be excavating to the upper 15 to 20 feet of earth. This area has very shallow earth.
Okay, that's not testified, but
Right.
yes, is that true? That's the depth that, the intervener was stating?
It would be closer to 10 to 15 feet.
Okay.
I was going based on what it said in your direct.
Well, what does it say in there? Let's
So let's find it, see if it's not the right,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
sorry. Let me go to the direct.
The foundation of it depth up to 12 feet.
Where are you?
That is in page 6. Line 10, section 4.
I found it. We are on page 5, line 5. The project will avoid, minimize potential impacts to geologic resources by primarily limiting excavation to the upper 15 to 20 feet of earth.
Okay, and then. So are we talking about different things?
There could be a little additional excavation below the foundation, but 15 feet would be a good estimate.
In the computer. My question, you're saying earth, this area, the earth ranges from 0 to 25 feet. In many areas, it can be bedrock at 0. In our property we have areas where it's bedrock at 0. So what's the excavation going to be in that situation for the turbines?
We would be using the geotech report. And the engineer of record would design a excavation plan that would be able to go to the depths needed to get to the 15 feet for foundation installation.
Would you be doing blasting then versus excavation?
I cannot speak to that directly until an engineering plan has been devised, but I know that typically blasting is done as a last resort.
And this all goes to my concern with groundwater and the impact to the groundwater in our wetlands. You mentioned that Energy has many projects and approximately 1,000 turbines. How many of those turbines have been built in a karst environment?
To my knowledge, none of them have.
Didn't you say there were 2 projects? That were, or that just that you know of, they're not in your energy.
Correct. I know of 3 projects, but no, none of those are Energy projects.
Why was karst not included in the original application information?
I am not sure.
So considering that it was not included, the information on impact to the area was not considered.
I'm gonna object to the extent that we're categorizing karst as not being included in the application. I do think that there's a fulsome discussion of the geology of the area contained within the application.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain that objection. Perhaps it's not the right witness for that, but I think there. To the extent I know, there is information in the application, is that not, I mean,
The information that I found in the application was starting with the bar report in March.
okay.
And then the Carth expert was brought in May.
Right.
So you have no experience in building in a karst environment with the largest turbines being built in this area.
Invenergy has not built a wind farm in known karst, but the engineer, UOP contractor that we would be using does have experience in karst areas with erecting wind turbines.
Have they erected these large 650-foot turbines?
I cannot speak to all the turbines that the BOP contractors have installed, so I do not know the answer.
So you're saying this area is going to become a sacrifice zone to something that's unknown?
Object to the question as argumentative, also as mischaracterizing the testimony that's been presented.
Sustained, just change your, the form of the question.
So you are going to be building an unknown entity in a karst environment?
Objection, mischaracterizing the testimony.
How was that? That's good for them.
Yeah, with the proper engineering protocols as specified in our geotech report, these turbines would be constructed in a safe, sustained, or safe manner.
You have, in your work, does it link to the issues of the karst and the mines in the area?
I'm just object form.
Yeah, I don't understand whether your work means to be more.
In your engineering work, in your
In-
engineering analysis of the terrain, does it take into consideration mines in the area as well as karst?
I'll object to form. I just want to be clear, are we referring to the entirety of the record or referring to something that Mr. Kurz specifically performed or the bar report?
Okay,
That you performed yourself, knowing the area and knowing the engineering that would be required for this project, you take into consideration the karst and the mines.
Yes, all publicly available mine information was utilized for the design of the layout, and no turbines were sited on known mines.
Okay, I'm done.
all right. Reagan.
Hello, Mr. Kunz. My name is Larry Reagan. Just like to ask you a few questions. You mentioned earlier that the synthetic oil for lubricating this cell, which I would guess is a gearbox and the generator in the main bearings is 200 to 300 gallons.
Correct.
Isn't that a big variation? I mean, if my car took 3 quarts, I wouldn't want to run around with 2 quarts, would I?
Again, it could be dependent on the final OEM specifications. It does seem like a wide range, but that's typical for such a large generator.
So it can have that much variation. And fluid levels. I wouldn't check with the dipstick, it's gonna be on the lower end of the dipstick.
Object to form, and he is mischaracterizes his testimony.
Yeah, are you talking about different models of different capacity oil, or just in exact the particular, the same model may have a different varied?
No, sorry, different models could have different amounts.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying around, sorry, 6.2 megawatt turbine could vary in how, between 200 and 300 gallons of synthetic oil in your box.
Okay.
So the same model can have a vary by 100 gallons. No, okay.
It should.
So the one that's proposed is, which is what's the model that's being proposed?
There's 2, the city ones.
That's not what I meant to say. Yeah, forget it. So there's the Vesta It's at 6.2.
That's it, G162, 6.2, yes.
How many gallons is that?
Approximately 200.
Okay, and then which one's gonna take 300?
There, so it could be depending on the overall package that you get for the turbine, whether there's cold weather, hot weather, they could modify the oil inside it. So I gave a range. It could be, obviously, if we're not all the turbines across the wind farm would not range. There would be a set level for all the turbines at the wind farm.
So we're going with the same model. It depends on the temperature. That's gonna change how much it's gonna be, how much lubricant needed.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
And for, and is that seasonal then?
Sure.
So how many gallons did you need in Wisconsin?
I would have to check with the OEM for that specific.
Is it in the record?
Is it? Yeah, I don't know if they put the exact amount. It's usually a range until they bring it to site to fill it up accordingly.
I know that the specifications are, I don't know that this is included in the specification. I'm just not sure, I can't say with certainty.
Okay, but the specifications is a range. That's what we have so far. And then it gets. Well, what you're saying is, as you sit here today, what you're saying is that you won't know where it's gonna fit into the range till it's on site. Okay, so if you have further specifications as to how much capacity is needed for lubrication in each nacelle. More detailed specifications, let's get that into the record. We'll just mark that right now as cruise 2 and Kurs, yes, sorry. And I mean, if you could. Be great if we can have it into 3 business days to have it, the question answered, because I think it's been asked several times and we just haven't nailed it down. And if there is additional documentation we can provide about that, that would be useful. If not, if you just want us file a letter saying what we have in the record is all we know at the moment, all we can provide in writing, that would work too. Okay, and that's just for the 6.2. In terms of the other proposed models, do you have a range of or an estimate of the capacity for the lubrication?
I do not, but I would be negotiable.
Okay, so which models would we be expecting to see then?
The GD 3.8.
Okay,
Yeah,
and that's the 6.2. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
All right, keep asking questions.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a couple more questions about fluids, toxic fluids, like hydraulic oil. You know, for the pitch of the blades and the operating brake, how many gallons of hydraulic oil you can, the 8162 take?
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. Antifreeze, would that be containing antifreeze in these nacelles also to help the cooling system from freezing?
Again, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but you know, any of the fluids that are contained at the site would be mentioned in our SPCC plan.
Do we have them?
That would that is not specifically available prior to construction.
Will we be getting it?
I'm sorry?
Will we be getting those fluids, amounts? Do you know what the total amount of fluid is in V162? It could be hazardous, that's all, that's the question.
I don't have those numbers. We could certainly get numbers from the OEM. Again, all of those volumes would be contained in the SPCC plan that would be available.
Before construction, before approval.
Correct. Okay, but before construction.
Okay. So how often does this, the synthetic oil need to be replaced?
Again, it depends on operations and the turbine model. Generally, a good rule of thumb is around 5 years.
For each oil change is 5 years?
For each gearbox, correct?
Have you ever witnessed a V-162 leaking oil?
No, I've not.
Have you ever witnessed metal being porous and leaking oil in other applications?
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand the question.
Can you just restate your question? I had a hard time hearing you. Is your mic on? Just checking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever witnessed metal being porous, leaking through the metal or
No,
down the turbine? Have you ever witnessed that?
I have not, no.
Okay. And you have never witnessed turbines leaking oil in any of your projects
No, I have not.
underneath and south?
Not that I have witnessed, no.
Okay. Have you ever witnessed a turbine throughout your career that has collapsed for no apparent reason?
I have not personally witnessed that, no. I have seen a video of a turbine collapse.
Was it one of the Invenergy projects?
I know it was not. I'm actually unclear who was the owner, you're not mentioned.
So as far as oils are concerned, do you feel there's like a 0% chance of leakage? That would drain down the tower and contaminate the ground?
0% chance?
Yes.
I would like to think so. There's probably something, maybe slightly above 0%.
Switching gears a little bit, do you think a V-162 could withstand an F4 tornado or an F5 tornado that happened a few decades ago in Bartonville, Wisconsin, west of here?
No, I do not.
Do you think it would withstand an F4?
I would have to look at the extreme wind speeds, but I do believe that is still exceeding the tolerance of a typical utility scale wind turbine.
How about an F3?
I don't know.
Okay. Going back to the spread footings, they're redacted in the attachment. In the build specifications.
So what document would that be? The appendix 5?
I think it's in the appendix I, yes. Oh, I didn't. At the bottom of it's on the last page of appendix I, yes. Yeah, is that the spread footings for the V-162? There it is.
So that's just an estimate. The spread footing will actually be designed by an engineering engineer record, and they will take into account the geotech, soils, and the turbine to design specific foundation and square footing for each turbine.
So the radius on this one is 30 feet, so you think it might be larger than 30 feet?
Again, I won't know until I receive the engineering drawings for the spread place.
So you would you know how many tons of concrete and rebar are gonna be in the spread footing at this point, or?
Not at this point, no, not until the engineer record reviews all the on-site information and makes their design decisions.
Decommissioning again. Have you ever been involved in a decommissioning of a wind farm?
No, I'm not.
Has Invenergy ever decommissioned a wind farm?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it correct to say that a B-162 is 700 tons? The hub, the tower, the nacelle, does that weigh 700 tons?
I don't know that off of the top of my head, but I could look into the specifications and get the total tonnage of the turbine and the tower.
I don't know how to put this in question.
You
My
can,
calculations are 700.
can you confirm or deny? You already,
Okay.
so you just wanted, you can giving him the number again, and he's already answered that, so you have to check. Is that something you have in front of you?
No.
And that's in the record, application to that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So tonnage of each tower, I guess, and that's already been offered to the application.
Yeah, I was able to figure it out from the document 521329. By just adding up what the nacelle weighed, what the tower weighed, and the hub came out to 700 tons.
Okay, and that's a document that's been offered into the record. Let's go off the record. So you just give me the PSC number, right? Is that?
Yeah, it was 521329.
But is that what that's even better? Yeah.
That appears to be appendix. Appendix for our application, I believe it is appendix. Yes, appendix B, equipment issue.
Okay, so back on the record. This is for each one, okay, so. All right, so we do have a touchstone for calculating the weight of each tower. Looking at appendix B of the application. So. If you'd like to ask the witness questions about this document, we can. I think if you've already, what page were you referring to, Intervenor Reagan, when you did those calculations?
It doesn't just state in there a specific, you have to add them all up. You gotta,
Well, which page were you on? So we can.
Like 5 of the GE1.
It is the GE one.
Was it GE?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Was it the GE or the Vestas that you were referring to?
yeah, I'm referring to the B-162.
Let's go off the right side.
And then you have to convert kilograms into pounds.
Didn't make it
It took me
easy.
quite a while.
Well,
I don't think we'd want to go through all that today.
Well, I guess. I mean, you could ask if, it seems like a reasonable estimate. Given what you've done in to calculate it now. And if you had a question that related to that. If the witness accepted that your estimate, we can move on, assuming that figure is true. So why don't you ask them, assuming the figure is true, given my calculations, and if you have another question about it, you can ask that.
Okay, well. This is on decommissioning, to process the
Let's
size,
get on the record now. Go ahead.
on decommissioning to process the size and load of the turbine components. The tower, the hub and the blades. It comes out to 7,174 pounds or tons. Is that an accurate number? For tonnage to decommission?
Are you adding up the tonnage in the decommissioning plan now?
No, I'm just going off of attachment A is on.
Okay. Is there a total tonnage on the decommissioning plan? I'm sorry, off the record. So how did you, what figure are you citing?
From attachment A, yes, Badger Hall Wind Energy.
Right, and where's the number that we're citing? You're citing a number of tons?
It's four column, 3 and 4 columns down underneath, wind turbine generators. The parts.
Okay, what's the name of the, which is the
Process to size and load turbine components, 7,174 pounds, or tons.
Tons, yes. And what was your question about that?
Well, if they weigh 700, if each B162 weighs 700 tons, times 19 turbines, would that tonnage be 13,300 tons? But I guess we've already.
I guess if you want to ask what goes into the process to size and load turbine components number, maybe that would be helpful. Just know what's in that number, and then you can see if that's what you were expecting to hear. Why don't we let's get on the record. Just let me just ask you, witness Kurz, am I getting Kurz? Okay, thank you. So on appendix D, attachment A, there's a line under the wind turbine generators that says process to size and load turbine components with a figure of 7,174 tons. What items make up that tonnage? You know?
And I would have to follow the Westwood, who they are the ones that did this calculation, not me, so I would have to get back on that.
Okay.
Okay. Back to decommissioning again. What is the plan during decommissioning to take the turbine down? Does a crane come in to take the turbine down?
Objection asked and answered, this is contained within the decommissioning plan.
Okay, is there a section we can just refer a witness to so that they can, witness can get better understanding of the process of decommissioning? Burning, burning the wall. It's like,
Section 3.1.2 discusses crane path and crane preparation and removal. 3.1.3 of the decommissioning plan discusses wind turbine removal. 3.1.4 discusses turbine foundation removal and restoration. And addresses so on and so forth with regard to the various components of the project.
okay, so that's the area of decommissioning plan that covers the question you had. If you have something particularly you want to ask about, refer to this document.
Well, I don't see anything in here that's, how is the turbine taken down once it's determined to be decommissioned and removed? How is it taken down? Is it blown, is it dynamite used at the bottom to knock it over, or is it? taken down
A crane would be used for the decommissioning, as mentioned in the decommissioning plan.
And then are these pieces that are being removed during decommissioning the blades? How are they cut up to be removed?
I believe it's also mentioned in the decommissioning report as well. They're broken down into truck loadable size components that can be moved off site.
Are they cut up on site? Are the blades cut up on site? Is the turbine tower cut up on site?
The tower sections are usually removed as they're brought on. The blades, again, depends on what is available by the decommissioning entity, whether they can move it out as an entire blade, or they have to cut it in half.
Does cutting the blade on the V-162 is 261 feet long. It's cut into 40 pieces. Does cutting that blade, is there ways to control the dust, the BPAs, all of the residual from the blade, is there a way to contain that? The microplastics that are blown on the air when you cut it up, is there a way to contain that?
I have not been a part of the decommissioning of a wind farm, but it's my understanding that Westwood or the legs who perform these do have practices in place to contain any contaminants, as well as that would be brought forth then in an SWDB plan.
One last question, the figure of 285,000 to decommission each wind turbine, is that gonna be carried by Invenergy on some kind of surety bond or performance bond?
I'd like the record to just reflect the updated number that we provided with Mr. Kurtz's testimony today with regard to the per turbine cost of decommissioning, which is approximately $285,000.
Well, who's gonna pay for that?
Invenergy.
Oh, they're setting up a fund for each turbine?
I'm not on the finance side, but I'm not 100% sure how the bond or the payment is secured for the decommissioning, but that is part of the project and that is part of Invenergy's plan is to assure that decommissioning is possible.
But that would, so you're saying there is going to be a performance bond or surety bond set aside to cover this $285,000 per turbine?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Yeah.
Also, Your Honor, the decommissioning plan was discussed in detail in the testimony of Cooper Johnson, and Cooper has already been made available for cross-examination on this topic. Therefore, I think this is inappropriate.
Okay, yeah, I think he's answered the question that, as far as this witness knows, that Invenergy will pay, but he doesn't know about the financing, so he's not the right witness to ask about whether there's a surety bond in place. So I'm gonna, sustain that objection.
Okay, thank you, I have no more.
All right, Renew, any questions?
No questions.
Wortman?
Yes, Your Honor, I have questions.
Okay, got the phone on?
You hear me? Mr. Curtis, my name is George Sportsman. And I believe you confirmed a little earlier that there was the presence of PFAS in the turbine blades. The PFAS, P peripheral alpha substances, there are about 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, again, it depends on blades, some have been known to contain trace amounts of something.
And you mentioned it was less than 1%.
I read most blades are less than 0.1%.
Than 0.1%. So that still is going to amount to about 100 or 200 pounds on it. Even at one,
would have to verify that.
One at a time.
I can't verify that calculation.
Okay. Have you tested these blades for leaching of PFAS? Have you tested the blades for leaching and then see if the PFAS are, in the solution and then tested that in an organic chem lab?
I personally have not, no.
Okay, is testing being done?
I cannot speak to what testing aliens do their blades.
Okay. Did you know that the Wisconsin legislature is concerned about PFAS? They passed, they have a bill SP 130, which deals with PFAS. Did you know that? The Wisconsin legislature.
Objection, foundation, that assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay, noted. Answer.
No, I didn't.
Okay. You said that the blades, when Ms. Grice asked you a question, you said the blades do not erode.
Under proper maintenance, blades should not erode. That is correct.
Why do I see blades being replaced then every 20 years or so? Are those?
I can't speak to specific instances of the maintenance and under the maintenance records of the blades, but the integrity of them, the proper maintenance should not allow them to erode.
Okay.
And just to be clear, if they're properly maintained, they wouldn't need to be replaced. Through their useful life, the expected useful life.
Correct.
The turbine farm you referred to down in Mississippi, do you know the name of that turbine farm? That had the 695s in it?
Yes, I do.
What's the name of it?
The Delta Wind.
Delta Wind, good. I have some information on Delta Wind. So did you know?
I'm gonna object. Foundation assumes facts not in evidence, also to the extent this witness is about to offer testimony more appropriate for his direct testimony.
Yes, I agree. Let's see what the question is.
Did you know that the population density of Tunica County, Mississippi is 20 per square mile, and that the population density of Grant County is 45.3 people per square mile?
I will reassert my objections, Your Honor.
Yes, well, witness doesn't, I mean, this is just, these are questions, so. Not testimony, and you're asking it in the form of a question. The witness doesn't know, it's not, you can't be considered evidence. But I wanted to just check in terms of the Delta Wind, that's not an energy project, is it? No. So, I mean, I don't know to the extent we're gonna get relevant information on this. I don't know what we're gonna find, but I'll allow this question, so if you can answer population density, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah. Did you read back the
Yeah,
question?
we can read it back.
Question, excuse me. Question, did you know that the population density of Tunica County, Mississippi is 20 per square mile, and the density population of Grant County is 45.3 people per square mile?
I was not aware of those population density facts.
Did you know that the Mississippi Senate Energy Committee wrote Bill SP 227 to create a committee to consider if, quote, the installation and usage of wind turbines are potentially having unintended impacts on surrounding properties and the aquifer, unquote.
Objection is from Saxon and Evans.
And we'll sustain that, the relevant, but. That's cool. On to the next question.
If the Delta Wind project is having problems already, this was installed last year. If the Delta Wind project is having problems now, don't you think it might be wise for Badger Hollow Wind to postpone their project to find out the nature of these problems and maybe correct them and maybe make some changes in their plans for this project?
Objection is from Saxon and Evans.
Sustained.
That means.
He can't, he is not supposed to.
Okay. And finally, here, who is the contractor who has built turbine farms in Karst? Has had experience with that? You have any idea where the turbine farm is and who the contractor? I'm sorry, yes, who is the contractor who have built wind turbine farms in Karst geology?
And you said you started to say more after that. When you started answering, I'm sorry.
Did I ask you then, do you know the name, do you know the area or the name of the project?
I'll object to the form of the question to the extent that he's asking about the 3 projects Mr. Kerr has identified as having been built on cars. You can answer the question. But of course, you're not expected to have knowledge with regard to all developers and what they've done or not done.
Okay, well, let him answer what he knows.
So with regard to the 3 projects that I mentioned, one in Clifton, 2 B162, I'm not aware of the BOP contractor who was used for the installation of those wind farms.
Where was that? Yeah.
There was, initially spoke about 2 B162 projects. That was, one in Michigan, one in, Michigan, and one in Illinois.
Okay.
And then there was the, those were just this turbine model, the B162 turbine, and then the other one was, that I mentioned, was, had some karst issues, was in Oklahoma. It's not that it was a Vestas model. And I do not know the BOP contractor selected at either of those 3 locations.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And. It's kind of talking about it.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Kurz. My name is Eric Olson. I'm here with Wisconsin Policy Monitor LLC. Would it be okay if I ask you a few questions? Yes.
It's a question you can't refute.
In your direct, you state that on page 18, on line 13, the project is located in a rural setting in an area of low population density. You were here for the testimony of Dr. Ellenbogen. What I'm wondering is, given the testimony of Dr. Ellenbogen, why does it matter if the population density is high or low?
Your Honor, I'll object because this is outside of the scope of this witness expertise.
Right. I'll withdraw the question. Why does it matter if the project is located in a rural setting in an area of low population density versus in an urban setting of high population density? Why would that have any bearing one way or another on the reliability and safety of the project? So the statement mentions construction, operation, security, and safety. I don't think, rural population density is just one of the facets of that, but in urban settings, it's much more difficult to cite as far as the setbacks from homes and other sectors. So the Invenergy company owns approximately 1,000 turbines. Is, I believe you stated that to the correct? I would say operating. How long have you been working for Invenergy? I've been with Invenergy for approximately 8 months. Are you privy to information about how many, if any, fires there have been in Invenergy turbines, Invenergy operated turbines, let's say the last 5 years? Are you privy to that information? I could likely search that out, but I don't think I am privy to it. You don't know? I don't know. Okay. Have fires occurred? Like, again, not to my knowledge. There's, you made some statements about the testimony of Ms. Barbara Brown in relation to the failure of a blade at the Red Farm wind facility. What where were those statements? Would be on rebuttal DHW curves 4, lines 16 through 20. 16 through 23, really. What is the likelihood that a given turbine of the type that's proposed at this Badger Hollow wind facility will drop a blade in any given year, that a blade will fall off? Is that a very rare occurrence? Is it a common occurrence? Just extremely low possibility. Okay. You state at lines 3 through 10 of page 8 of your rebuttal testimony that the post-construction testing should be done using the 2014 noise study protocol. Why is that? As stated in the testimony, the current version of the PSC protocol was published in September of 2024. After the Badger Hollow wind submitted its application. If you know, how do you believe that the application of the 2024 protocol would alter the measured results, if at all? I'm not an acoustics expert, so I can't speak to that. Okay, so then why do you feel that the applicant should follow the outdated noise study protocol as opposed to the new protocol? From a consistency standpoint for pre and post construction. Were you involved at all in the site selection for this project? Could you be a little more specific about what you mean by site selection? In deciding whether the proposed site was or was not an appropriate site to build this project? Were you involved in that?
Not in the initial ones, no.
Were you here for the testimony? I believe it was of Mr. Patton, who was discussing what might happen if, one of the turbines at this facility did catch on fire. Was it Mr. Patton or is it Davis?
Off the record, it was Davis, right, because yesterday, yeah.
I can say something.
Cooper John.
Oh, you did.
Were you here for the testimony of?
All right, hang on, let's get on the record somewhere, bye.
Were you here for the testimony of Cooper Johnson? When he spoke about how a fire would be dealt with in one of the turbines of this facility?
Yes, I was.
And how could local fire departments put out a fire that was essentially over 100 meters in the air without creating a risk of the fire spreading, for example, through a field?
Your Honor, this was testified to, and the fire safety plans were testified to yesterday in detail, and there was a witness available for cross-examination with regard to that testimony. I'll object to this line of questioning as delivered.
Okay, do you have anything to add to the testimony that was presented yesterday? Or that's already in the record on that topic of fire safety?
I do not.
Okay. Will there be any full-time local staff on site or reasonably close by during the operation period of the project?
Yes, there would be full-time staff.
Where will that staff be located?
It's hard to say at this point, it's has not been, no one's been hired. Projects have not been built, but it would be within a average driving distance to the facility.
Okay, so if I understand, is the plan that there would be a staff person who would live in the vicinity of the project, who would move amongst the locations of the turbines in the project as needed? Is that essentially the plan?
I don't think I understand your question.
I don't know, are you the person to, let's see here. On. On page 14 of your directive, line 10, okay. And I guess lines 8 through 10. You're talking about this O&M facility. Is that gonna be in the vicinity of the project, or is that someplace else?
Yes, the O&M facility would be located within the project footprint.
And will that facility be staffed 24/7? Is that what line 10 means?
No, we have a 24/7 is referring to off-site operations facility for wind farm monitoring.
Where would the people doing the monitoring be located?
Again, the exact location, but depending, could be in Chicago. There's an operations center that energy runs located there. Okay, thank you, that's all my questions.
All right. Mission staff?
Just briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Kurz. Are you familiar with the interconnection plans for the proposed project?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to follow up and ask if you could provide any updates or additional details related to the applicant's intentions or plans for the 12 megawatts of, I want to get this acronym right, Network Resource Interconnection Service, or NRIS.
I do not have any of this.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. So I just had a quick question about blade erosion and maintenance. I think I've read in some of these documents somewhere. Is it true that the blades have a clear coat? Is that something that you're familiar with?
I'm not familiar with.
No,
all
okay.
coatings on blades.
Sorry. Then a protective coating.
There is a protective coating.
Okay,
On blade.
and that's something that would be included in the proposed model, the proposed urban models.
Yes, that's my understanding.
So when you're talking about maintenance of the blades, is maintaining that coating part of the maintenance? Is that what we're focused? Is that what we're focused on?
Yeah.
Okay. So will the applicant have a scheduled maintenance plan for maintaining and keeping that coating up to spec?
Yeah, that's usually the process, whether it's via drone, there's someone climbing the blade, there's a maintenance protocol for maintaining the blade integrity.
Okay, and will that be I'm guessing that's something in the application. Yeah, would that be something that the applicant could provide the commission when it becomes available?
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe from the OEM would specify that in their agreement with us.
okay, let's make sure we get that on file with the commission in this docket whenever that occurs, whenever it becomes available to the applicant. And then, so you mentioned drone, and basically the blades get inspected. And if maintenance is needed, the additional coating gets applied. Is that your understanding how that works? Thank you. All right, redirect.
Mr. Kurz, you were asked a number of questions related to PFAS, and you just want to touch briefly on that. Do I understand your testimony correctly that any PFAS associated with the turbines is less than 0.1% of the turbine or the blades themselves?
Yes.
Are you aware of any evidence to support the notion that PFAS contamination is associated with something that contains that minute of a level of PFAS?
No, I'm not.
You were just asked a couple of questions by Judge Newmark with regard to the coating of the blades. Can you tell me, are there any of that 0.1% of the blades that contain PFAS, where are they contained within the blades?
I'm not a blade expert, it's my understanding it's in the internal parts of the blade, not on the exterior.
So it would be internal to the protective clear coating that you just were asked about.
Yes.
You were asked some questions with regards to leakage of oil and antifreeze and other fluids from the turbines. Are you aware of any such leakage that has occurred at any of the wind projects that Invenergy operates?
No, I'm not.
You were asked some questions about whether Invenergy has ever decommissioned a wind farm. Can you tell me, and I believe your answer was no. Can you tell me, is that because Invenergy is either operating or has sold all of the wind facilities that it has developed?
Yeah, that is correct. They're either operating or have been sold.
Has Invenergy ever abandoned a wind project without decommissioning it?
No, they have not.
You were asked, sticking with decommissioning for a moment, you were asking questions about the additional costs associated with decommissioning that we identified here today. Can you just confirm, so it's 100% clear for the record, will Badger Hollow Wind Farm LLC agree to pay costs to decommission the project?
Yes, they will.
including this additional cost that we've identified?
Yes, they will.
Your Honor, can I make an objection?
Well, it's on this last question, it's already been asked and answered. If there's an objection, you'll need to ask that when, before the question's answered by the witness. Are you just asking about?
No, because they're entering information on the record that's not accurate. Like he said, he doesn't know the exact PFAS in the blade. But then they're saying it's less than 0.1 and there's not any on the outer edge. And some of these things, I think we need to have accurate information for.
Okay, well, I'll note your objection for the record. Thanks.
Just two more questions. Do you know, Mr. Kurz, whether wind turbines that Invenergy typically selects for its wind projects are typically tested to withstand extreme weather events that may occur in the climates where the turbines are to be located?
Yes, they all follow IEC guidelines for extreme suitability parameters.
And with regard to the testimony that you provided in this proceeding, both in pre-filed written testimony, your exhibits and your testimony today, is your testimony in its entirety true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Right, thank you very much. You're excused. All right, so anything else we need to handle on the record? All right, let's go off the record then. Let's pretty much closing time here. I think we accomplished our goal, and we have all our applicant witnesses are done, right?
We're done.
Okay. So we have all our applicant witnesses. We can press on with interveners and commission staff on Zoom tomorrow. That information on how to get to Zoom is on our notice of hearing. It's also on our commission calendar online. So that's different ways you can get there. Probably we'll shoot for a 9 a.m. again. So be on Zoom before 9. We'll get started at 9. And you won't have to park your car or drive through, so that's good. Any questions about that?
An estimate on tonight, length of time?
Well,
I have conflicts tomorrow.
okay, well, what time do you need, what time do you not have a conflict? Do you need to testify? So we can take witnesses in the morning. Okay, so so we would normally go in order of the list, but if I could take you first, if there's no other concerns about timing of witnesses. Well, okay, so why don't we start, we'll schedule you for 9 a.m.
Okay.
And then I'll put it in here, but if you just remind me tomorrow. Yeah.
But how will we be notified of the Zoom, meeting code?
Okay, so on the notice of hearing, there's a link. You don't need a code for that.
But will there be a service? Will that be on the service? How would we find out what? The notice of hearing, that's.
So,
I'll send it to you.
yeah, I mean, I can,
Frank's gonna take care of it.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's good. So I sent that email on Sunday, what had the notice of hearing was included in that. So it is an attachment to that email.
Okay.
And all you have to do is click on the link, it should just go right to it. Because it's a live link on notice.
It's also on Earth, but it's gonna be lost.
It's on Earth and it's on the commission calendar. There's a live link to that. You can't get in, Oh, well, you'll be spared.
I wanna get in.